his voice filled with a rare sense of urgency. The introduced harmonic dissonance is disrupting the ritual's alignment. The ambient sorrow is being diluted, replaced by an opposing frequency. Malachi, who had been standing near the vortex, his form cloaked in shadow, turned. A single, glowing eye, like a malevolent emerald, fixed on them. A wave of pure, unadulterated malice washed over them, far more potent than anything they had encountered in the conduit. This was not the ambient grief of fallen guardians, but the focused, distilled hatred of a being who saw hope as an affront. "Insects," Malachi's voice boomed, a chilling rasp that echoed through the cavern. "You presume to interfere with my ascension? You, who are merely ephemeral sparks in the grand tapestry of oblivion. You think your pathetic flicker of defiance can extinguish the inevitable tide of despair." He raised a hand, and a wave of dark energy, colder and more suffocating than any sorrow they had yet experienced, slammed into them. It wasn't the pervasive weight of the conduit. It was a focused, targeted assault designed to crush their spirits and extinguish their nascent hope. But they had prepared for this. They had embraced the unbroken spirit, not as a shield, but as an offensive weapon. Gregor stepped forward, his resolve hardening. "We're not sparks, Malachi. We're the flint, and we're about to strike." He channeled his own unwavering conviction, the raw, unyielding will that had allowed him to stand against the rage of the vanquished and endure the weight of the conduit. He projected it outwards, a force of pure, unadulterated defiance. Oathkeeper pulsed with the same pure white light, its luminescence growing brighter, hotter, a stark contrast to the sickly greens and violets of the vortex. The wave of malice recoiled, unable to penetrate the wall of their combined resolve. The robed figures stumbled, their connection to Malachi momentarily severed. The vortex shuddered violently, arcs of destabilizing energy lashing out indiscriminately. The ritual was breaking. "The convergence point!" Elias exclaimed, pointing towards the core of the vortex. "Malachi is pouring his personal essence into it to stabilize it. If we can sever that connection—" "We overload it," Gregor finished, a grim satisfaction in his voice. He didn't need complex analysis to understand the objective. He knew what needed to be done, and he knew he was the one to do it. While Dorian continued to monitor the harmonic frequencies, and Celine identified potential vulnerabilities in Malachi's focus, Gregor would be the blunt instrument, the spearhead that would shatter the enemy's defenses. He didn't wait for a further command. With a roar that was less primal fury and more a declaration of unyielding purpose, Gregor charged. Oathkeeper blazed, a comet of pure, resolute light streaking towards the heart of the vortex. The robed figures scrambled to intercept him, their corrupted forms lashing out with claws of shadow and tendrils of dark energy, but they were no match for Gregor's focused onslaught. He deflected their attacks with contemptuous ease, his every movement imbued with the unwavering spirit of those who had refused to break. Malachi turned his full attention to Gregor, his shadowy form coalescing into a more tangible, terrifying shape. A wave of pure, concentrated despair, far more potent than anything they had experienced, washed over Gregor, attempting to crush his will, to drown him in the echoes of every loss he had ever suffered. But Gregor held firm. He remembered his promise, to keep swinging, to carry the burden for those who could no longer. He met Malachi's psychic assault head-on, not with a shield, but with an unwavering gaze and the unyielding strength of his conviction. Oathkeeper sang through the air, a blinding arc of white light that met the torrent of dark energy head-on. The impact was cataclysmic. The vortex roared, a sound of pure agony, as Gregor's light and Malachi's despair clashed. For a breathless moment, the two forces warred, a cosmic struggle unfolding in the depths of the earth. Then, with a deafening implosion, the vortex fractured. The emerald and violet energies imploded inwards, drawn into the blinding white light of Oathkeeper. Arcs of unstable energy lashed out, striking the robed figures and dissipating them into wisps of corrupted smoke. Malachi shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and pain, as his connection to the ritual was violently severed. The shadowy form he had adopted contorted, his form flickering like a dying ember. The cavern fell silent, save for the faint, dying crackle of residual energy. The oppressive atmosphere of the ritual site was gone, replaced by the sterile, empty air of a place where a great power had once resided, but now was broken. Gregor stood panting, Oathkeeper still humming in his hand, its light slowly fading. He looked at the remnants of the ritual, the scorched stone, the dissipating energy, and then at his companions, their faces etched with exhaustion but alight with triumph. They had faced the heart of Malachi's darkness, and they had shattered it. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the echo of Malachi's fury and the knowledge of his ambition would linger, a grim promise of future conflicts. Chapter 8. The Ritual's Advance. The very air in this abyssal chamber was a tangible entity, thick with the cloying miasma of ancient despair and raw, untamed magic. It pressed against Gregor's senses like a physical weight, a suffocating shroud woven from the accumulated grief of forgotten epochs and the sharp tang of ozone from the unholy energies crackling around them. This was no natural cavern. It was a deliberate blasphemy against the earth itself, a nexus where the very fabric of reality had been rent asunder. The architecture, where it could be discerned beneath the corrosive taint, spoke of a civilization long dead, its once grand designs now warped and twisted into grotesque parodies of themselves. Pillars that might have once reached towards a sky now sagged like decrepit bones, their surfaces etched with runes that pulsed with a sickly internal luminescence. These were not the wards of protection or the glyphs of knowledge they had encountered elsewhere. These were sigils of damnation, writ in a language of pain and corruption, each glowing with an unholy emerald and violet light that cast dancing, predatory shadows across the cavern floor. The ground underfoot was not solid stone, but a slick, obsidian-like substance that seemed to absorb all light. It was perpetually damp, not with water, but with a viscous, dark ichor that oozed from unseen fissures, carrying with it a faint, metallic scent that Gregor found deeply unsettling. Elias had identified it as a byproduct of the ritual's destabilizing influence on the elemental planes, a manifestation of pure, unmaking energy bleeding into their reality. Every surface, every indentation, seemed to radiate a palpable malevolence, a low hum of power that vibrated not just in the air, but deep within their bones, a dissonant chord that grated against their very souls. This was the heart of Malachi's operation, the festering wound from which his ambition bled into the world, a place saturated with such potent dark energy that it felt less like a location and more like a sentient entity, breathing its corrupting essence into existence. Celine, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and academic fascination, traced the patterns of the glowing runes with a gloved finger, careful not to touch. "These are not mere decorations," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the pervasive thrum. "They are conduits. Each one is designed to channel and amplify specific frequencies of negative emotional energy. Malachi is not just drawing power, he is farming it, cultivating the despair of this place, the echoes of its inhabitants, to fuel his grand design. The very architecture here is a manifestation of his will, a symphony of sorrow orchestrated to achieve a singular, catastrophic purpose." Dorian's constant stream of data, though filtered through their shared consciousness, painted a stark picture of the environmental hazards. "Atmospheric pressure fluctuations are extreme," his synthesized voice reported, calm and analytical despite the terrifying readings. "Localized pockets of reality distortion are exceeding safe parameters. The ambient energy flux is off the charts, averaging a sustained 8.7 on the etheric cataclysm scale. This nexus is not merely saturated with dark energy, it is actively generating it, a self-sustaining engine of entropy. The source appears to be a point of critical instability at the cavern center, where the planar convergence is most pronounced." The cavern was vast, its true dimensions lost to the oppressive gloom. What little light existed emanated from the pulsating runes and the central vortex, casting an eerie, shifting illumination that made discerning distance and depth a near impossibility. Jagged, crystalline formations jutted from the walls and ceiling, not like natural geodes, but as if the rock itself had been contorted and strained, pushed to its breaking point by the immense forces at play. Some of these formations dripped with the same dark ichor that coated the floor, each drop hissing as it met the unstable air. The sheer scale of the place was designed to overwhelm, to impress upon any intruder the futility of resistance, the crushing weight of Malachi's power. It was a monument to despair, a testament to the destructive potential of unchecked ambition and a deeply fractured psyche. The air itself tasted of decay and something acrid, like burnt metal and stagnant water. It stung the nostrils and coated the tongue, a constant reminder of the corruption that permeated every inch of this sacred, or perhaps unholy, ground. Breathing felt like an effort, each inhalation drawing in more of the suffocating energy, a slow poisoning that threatened to wear down even the most resolute spirit. The silence, when it fell between the pulses of the vortex, was not peaceful, but a heavy, expectant hush, as if the very stones held their breath, waiting for the inevitable escalation of the ritual. This place was a wound, a scar on the face of reality, and Malachi, the corrupted surgeon, was widening it, bleeding his darkness into the world. As they cautiously advanced, the ground beneath their feet seemed to shift subtly, not in a geological sense, but as if the very structure of reality was attempting to reject their presence. Shadows writhed and coalesced in their peripheral vision, hinting at unseen watchers, at entities born from the concentrated despair of this place, lurking just beyond the veil of perception. Elias's senses were on high alert, his internal divinations flickering with warnings of imminent planar instability. The local laws of physics are becoming pliable, he noted, his voice tight. Gravity itself seems to be fluctuating in localized areas. Tread carefully. The ground itself can become your enemy here. Celine pointed towards a particularly large warped pillar etched with an unsettling spiral of runes. This entire complex, she explained, her voice laced with grim reverence, is a massive arcane engine. The architecture itself is a component of the ritual. Every twisted archway, every corrupted glyph, is designed to channel and focus the ritualistic energies. It is a testament to Malachi's perverted genius that he could so thoroughly imbue such a vast structure with his will. It's not just a location, it is the ritual, in a sense. The sheer density of raw, volatile energy was staggering. Dorian's projections showed overlapping fields of negative emotional resonance, ancient pacts with shadowy entities, and raw, chaotic magic bleeding from adjacent dimensions. The desolation surrounding this area is not merely a geographical feature, Dorian reported, his analytical mind dissecting the complex interplay of forces. It's a deliberate consequence of the nexus. The land itself has been stripped of its vitality, its essence drained to fuel this ritual. This is a parasitic structure, feeding on the very life force of the world to sustain its monstrous operation. Gregor felt a primal urge to simply charge forward, to shatter the nearest pulsing rune with Oathkeeper and see what chaos would ensue. But Elias's earlier warning, and Dorian's technical analysis, held him back. This was not a simple defense to be overcome by force. It was a carefully constructed, intricately balanced system, and any attempt to brute force it could have catastrophic consequences, unraveling the very fabric of existence around them. The pulsing of the vortex, a sickly green and violet heart beating within this tomb of despair, seemed to mock his restraint, to dare him to unleash the pent-up fury he felt. He forced himself to focus, to recall the lessons learned in the conduit of mourning. It wasn't about overwhelming the enemy with raw power, but about finding the precise point of leverage, the harmonic dissonance that would shatter their carefully constructed symphony of dread. Malachi had built his power on the foundation of despair, and their victory, as Elias had so eloquently stated, lay in introducing an opposing force, a counter-frequency of resilience and hope. The corrupt architecture, the pulsing runes, the suffocating air, they were all extensions of Malachi's will, but they were also vulnerabilities, carefully placed components of a machine that could be broken if the right pressure was applied. The nexus was a wound, and they were here to cauterize it, not with fire, but with the searing light of their unbroken spirits. The air grew heavier still, the thrumming intensifying, a palpable countdown to whatever ultimate horror Malachi intended to unleash. The nexus pulsed, and with each throb, the world felt a little closer to its doom. The air, already thick with a miasma of despair and raw magic, seemed to churn with a new, unsettling energy. It wasn't just the ambient thrum of the nexus that Gregor felt in his bones, but a subtle shift, like the stirring of a slumbering beast. The shadows, which had previously writhed with the promise of unseen watchers, now began to coalesce, to take on form. These were not mere phantoms conjured by the oppressive atmosphere. These were the active participants, the devoted instruments of Malachi's grand, horrific design. Emerging from the deeper recesses of the abyssal chamber, from alcoves and fissures that had previously appeared to be mere geological imperfections, came the servants of the deep. They moved with a unified, unnerving grace, their forms silhouetted against the sickly, pulsating light of the runes. They were not a cohesive army, nor a uniform congregation. Instead, they were a grotesque mosaic of corrupted life, each bearing the unmistakable mark of Malachi's pervasive influence. Some were humanoid, their flesh stretched and pallid, eyes sunken and burning with an unnatural, fervent light. Their robes, once perhaps of fine weave, were now tattered and stained, clinging to their emaciated frames like shrouds. A faint, shimmering aura, the color of bruised twilight, pulsed around them, an outward manifestation of the dark power they channeled. Others were far more unsettling. Twisted, gaunt figures, their limbs disproportionately long, scuttled on all fours, their movements jerky and insectal. Their skin was a sickly, translucent gray, revealing a network of dark veins that pulsed with an unholy luminescence. Grotesque mutations were common: extra digits, warped spinal columns, and mouths that seemed to split too wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. These were creatures that had likely been something else, perhaps once mortal, once human, before centuries of exposure to Malachi's corrupting whispers and the ambient energies of this hellish nexus had reshaped them, body and soul. They were the husks, animated by a malevolent will, their former identities long since consumed. A third faction, though less numerous, radiated an even more terrifying aura. These were beings that seemed to be woven from the very shadows and despair of the Nexus. Their forms flickered and shifted, as if they were not entirely anchored to this plane of existence. Wisps of ethereal darkness clung to them, and their eyes, when they could be discerned, burned with a cold, ancient hunger. These were the entities Malachi had courted, the denizens of the deeper, darker planes, lured by the promise of amplified power and the opportunity to feast on the unraveling of reality. They moved with a predatory silence, their presence a palpable weight, a chilling reminder of the cosmic horrors that lurked just beyond the veil. What united them all was their absolute devotion, their unshakable fanaticism. Their faces, even those that were grotesquely warped, held expressions of ecstatic devotion. They moved not with the hesitant steps of those forced into service, but with the eager, almost desperate haste of zealots. They chanted, a low, guttural drone that wove itself into the ambient thrum of the Nexus, each syllable a prayer to the darkness, a plea for Malachi's return. The words were alien, a language of forgotten curses and blasphemous pacts, but the intent was clear. They were not merely aiding Malachi, they were worshipping him, seeing his ascent as the dawn of a new, terrible age. Celine's breath hitched. "They are conduits," she whispered, her academic curiosity warring with a primal fear. "Each of them is designed to resonate with specific frequencies of the ritual. The more devoted, the more corrupted, the more potent the connection. Malachi isn't just drawing power from the Nexus itself. He's using these beings as living amplifiers, extending his will through them, channeling their very essence into the ritual's matrix." Dorian's voice, usually so detached and analytical, carried a tremor of urgency. "Sensors are detecting a significant increase in bioarcane signatures. The energy output from these entities is considerable. They are not merely cultists in the traditional sense. They are actively being infused with and augmented by the Nexus's energies. Their cellular structure is showing signs of rapid, unnatural adaptation. It appears Malachi has been cultivating them, shaping them over an extended period, preparing them for this exact purpose." Gregor watched as a group of the gaunt, humanoid figures approached a series of smaller runic circles etched into the obsidian floor, distinct from the larger ones powering the central vortex. With reverent gestures, they placed their hands upon the glowing glyphs. A visible wave of energy, a sickly green light, flowed from their palms into the runes, causing them to flare with renewed intensity. The drone of their chanting rose in pitch, a chorus of devotion that vibrated through the very rock beneath Gregor's boots. One of the shadow-wrought entities drifted towards a particularly large, pulsating pillar, its form shimmering as it neared. As it made contact, not with its physical substance, but with an extension of its ethereal essence, the pillar's glow intensified dramatically. The runes etched into its surface seemed to writhe, the emerald and violet hues deepening, casting more predatory shadows. This was not an act of worship, it was an act of symbiosis, a terrifying communion where the entity lent its own dark essence to the ritual, and in return it was amplified, empowered by the concentrated arcane forces. Elias remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the encroaching figures, his hand resting on the hilt of his blessed blade. "They are the ritual's nervous system," he murmured, his gaze fixed on a particularly hulking brute whose skin was covered in weeping sores that glowed with an internal violet light. "Each one is a vital component. They are not merely sacrificing themselves, they are offering themselves, their corrupted life force, to the unfolding catastrophe. Malachi's power is amplified by their desperation, their twisted faith. They believe they are serving a god. They are merely prolonging the agony of their own damnation and hastening the damnation of all others." The sheer number of them became apparent as more emerged from the darkness. What had initially seemed like a vast, empty chamber was revealed to be teeming with these devoted servants. They formed a living, breathing perimeter around the central vortex, their movements coordinated, their chanting a mesmerizing, terrifying symphony. They were the architects of the immediate ritual, the hands that shaped the raw power of the Nexus, guided by Malachi's unseen hand. Gregor gripped Oathkeeper, the familiar weight a small comfort against the rising tide of dread. He understood now, more viscerally than ever, that Malachi was not just a sorcerer seeking power. He was a cult leader, a dark prophet who had gathered a legion of the lost and the broken, promising them salvation in the destruction of all that was. These servants of the deep were the embodiment of that promise, their corrupted forms and fervent devotion a stark testament to the insidious nature of Malachi's influence. They were not simply tools, they were converts, disciples who had willingly embraced the abyss, eager to usher in its dominion. As they continued their somber procession, it became clear that their actions were not random. Some were tending to smaller, secondary conduits, their chants specific and resonant. Others were carrying bowls filled with a viscous, dark liquid that Gregor recognized with a shudder as refined etheric ichor, which they poured into specific runic channels, causing violent bursts of energy. A select few, draped in darker, heavier robes, seemed to be overseeing the process, their gestures directing the flow of the lesser servants. These appeared to be the high priests, the favored instruments of Malachi's will, their connection to the Nexus and their master far more profound. One, in particular, stood out, a figure so shrouded in darkness that it was difficult to discern any features, yet Gregor could feel its gaze, cold and ancient, sweep over their position, a silent acknowledgment of their intrusion. Celine pointed a trembling finger towards a cluster of the gaunt, humanoid figures. "Look," she whispered, her voice strained. "They are not just channeling energy, they are receiving it. See the way their bodies are convulsing? That is the raw energy of the Nexus being forced into them, reshaping them, empowering them. It's a terrifying form of forced evolution, driven by dark magic. They are becoming living weapons, designed to unleash the full might of this ritual upon any who dare to oppose it." The sheer scale of the operation was staggering. It wasn't just the central vortex that was being powered. The entire chamber was a massive, interconnected arcane engine, and these servants of the deep were its intricate, living gears. Each chant, each gesture, each drop of ichor was a precisely calculated action, contributing to the escalating power of the ritual. The air crackled with the energy they were generating, a palpable tension that spoke of imminent activation. Gregor felt a surge of grim determination. These weren't mindless thralls. They were individuals who had made a choice, however corrupted, however desperate, to embrace this path. Their fanaticism was a form of strength, a dangerous strength that had to be overcome. Their unwavering faith in Malachi was a shield, and that shield needed to be shattered. He looked at Elias, at Celine, at Dorian's silent presence within their shared consciousness. They were not driven by blind faith, but by knowledge, by a will to protect. That difference, he knew, would ultimately be their advantage. The servants of the deep were powerful, yes, but they were powered by despair and corruption. Gregor and his companions, on the other hand, were fueled by something far more resilient. The battle for the Nexus was not just a clash of arcane energies. It was a battle of wills, a confrontation between absolute despair and the unyielding flame of hope. The air, already heavy with the cloying scent of unreality and the damp, earthy musk of the abyssal depths, began to warp. It wasn't a physical warping, not in the way light bends around a refractive surface, but a perceptual one. Gregor found his vision flickering at the edges, not with the random static of fatigue, but with a deliberate, invasive smear. It was as if something vast and ancient was trying to peer through the veil of his senses, and the strain of its effort was causing ripples in his perception. He saw, for a fleeting instant, the chamber not as it was, a cavern carved by arcane energies and teeming with corrupted life, but as something far more primal. Jagged, crystalline structures pulsed with an internal, sickly light, and the very rocks seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a slow, monstrous rhythm. These were not physical changes. They were phantom impressions, echoes of a reality Malachi had glimpsed, or perhaps even shaped, in the unfathomable gulfs of his domain. "He's not here," Celine's voice, a strained whisper, cut through Gregor's disorientation. "Not fully. But his presence, it's seeping, like poison through stone." She pressed a hand to her temple, her brow furrowed in a mixture of awe and terror. "I'm getting flashes, glimpses. A landscape of obsidian shards under a sky of weeping stars. The sound of a million whispers, none of them comprehensible, yet all of them promising oblivion. Her eyes, usually so sharp and analytical, were wide, reflecting the phantoms that plagued Gregor as well. It's a raw infusion of his essence. He's a nexus of pure, unadulterated darkness, and even a fraction of that power. It infects everything it touches. Dorian's analytical voice, usually a steady anchor, wavered slightly in their shared mental link. Temporal anomalies detected. Minor, localized distortions. Seconds are stretching into minutes in isolated pockets, and then snapping back. It's disorienting. As if time itself is struggling to keep pace with his will. His influence is bending the fabric of causality around him, even at this distance. Gregor felt the truth of Dorian's assessment deep within his bones. He'd experienced it himself, a moment of intense focus on a single servant, only for the world around him to seem to freeze, the chanting ceasing, the movements of the figures around him becoming unervingly still, before snapping back into chaotic motion. It was like being caught in the dying echoes of a scream, where the sound lingered just a fraction too long. Elias, ever the stoic sentinel, remained outwardly calm, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the inner turmoil. His power is not just a force, it's a perversion, he stated, his voice low and resonant. Look at them. He gestured towards the servants of the deep. They are not merely being empowered, they are being unmade and remade in his image. Their corrupted forms are a testament to his shaping influence. The very air around them crackles with an amplified malevolence, a feedback loop of his will and their fanaticism. It's a contagion of the soul, and he is the source. Gregor watched as one of the gaunt, humanoid figures, its skin stretched taut over protruding bones, reached out to grasp a pulsing runic shard embedded in the floor. As its fingers made contact, a visible wave of emerald energy surged through its arm, but it was not a clean transfer. The creature's body contorted, its limbs spasming uncontrollably, and a guttural shriek escaped its lipless maw. Yet, even in its agony, its eyes burned brighter, its chant intensified, and the shard itself pulsed with a deeper, more furious light. It was a horrifying symbiosis, where pain was transmuted into power, and agony was the fuel for Malachi's ascension. The psychological impact was perhaps the most insidious aspect of Malachi's encroaching presence. Gregor felt it as a creeping despair, a gnawing doubt that whispered insidious suggestions in the back of his mind. What is the point? It murmured. This power is insurmountable. All resistance is futile. Succumb. Embrace the inevitable. It was a subtle, insidious erosion of his resolve, a constant barrage of existential dread that threatened to drown out the flicker of defiance. He saw it in the other servitors too, even those who were not directly channeling energy. A slackness of expression, a vacant stare, a subtle slump of the shoulders that spoke of a spirit already broken, even if the body remained animated. They were not just his soldiers, they were his testament to the futility of hope. He feeds on it, Celine explained, her voice barely audible over the rising cacophony. Despair. Fear. The unraveling of will. His influence is a psychic miasma, designed to break down the resolve of any who would oppose him. It's why he cultivates such a deep corruption within his followers. Their fractured minds are more susceptible to his whispers. And now, as the ritual progresses, as his power grows, that miasma is expanding, bleeding into the very atmosphere of this place. It's a weapon of the mind, as potent as any blade or spell. Gregor could feel the truth of it. The weight of his own anxieties felt heavier, the shadows in the periphery seemed to writhe with more intent, and the gnawing fear that had been a constant companion throughout their descent now felt like a suffocating blanket. Dorian's presence in their link grew more insistent. Energy readings are spiking erratically, not just from the servants, but from ambient sources. The ritual is creating pockets of accelerated entropy. Small areas where the natural laws are fraying. I'm detecting a localized temporal acceleration in that alcove to our left. The rock face is visibly aging, crumbling at an impossible rate. And over there, his thought stream shifted focus, a zone of extreme cold. Not just a lack of heat, but an active draining of thermal energy. It's as if he's bleeding raw potentiality into the environment, creating localized pockets of extreme states that are then feeding back into the ritual's matrix. It's a chaotic, almost playful application of power, but with terrifying implications. Gregor forced himself to focus, to push back against the encroaching despair. He tightened his grip on Oathkeeper. "He's playing with us," he grunted, the words feeling like gravel in his throat. "He's showing us what he's capable of, even before the ritual is complete. He's demonstrating his power through these distortions, through the amplified abilities of his servants, through the sheer weight of his presence. He wants us to feel helpless. He wants us to break before the real fight even begins." He looked at Elias, whose unwavering gaze met his. Elias's faith, forged in the fires of his order, was a bulwark against such insidious influences. Celine, though visibly shaken, was already analyzing the patterns, seeking understanding even in the face of overwhelming dread. And Dorian, though experiencing the temporal distortions acutely, was still piecing together the mechanics of Malachi's power. They were not broken, not yet. One of the more grotesque servants, a hunched figure whose lower jaw had been replaced by a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, was writhing near a nexus conduit. Instead of channeling energy outward, it was absorbing it, its entire form glowing with an unholy violet light. As it absorbed the raw arcane power, its corrupted flesh seemed to ripple and reform, its limbs elongating further, its spine arching into a more predatory curve. A low, chittering sound emanated from its maw, a sound that scraped against Gregor's very sanity. This was not mere amplification. This was transformation. Malachi wasn't just using his servants. He was actively remaking them, forging them into more potent, more terrifying instruments of his will. The sheer speed of the change was astounding, a testament to the raw, untamed power he wielded. This was no longer about subtle influence. It was about brute force alteration. "It's accelerated evolution, twisted by his malice," Celine murmured, her eyes wide with horrified fascination. "He's injecting them with pure arcane potential, forcing their biology to adapt at an unnatural rate. Those changes you see, they are designed for destruction, for piercing defenses, for overwhelming opponents. He is crafting specialized abominations, each a unique manifestation of his dark desires." Gregor saw it then. A servitor that had previously moved on two legs now scuttled on all fours, its back impossibly hunched, its arms ending in wickedly sharp claws that gouged deep furrows in the obsidian floor with every movement. Its head swiveled on a slender neck, its eyes, multifaceted and glowing red, scanning the chamber with predatory alertness. It was a hunter, a predator born from corrupted flesh and amplified by dark magic. The very fabric of reality seemed to groan under the strain of Malachi's expanding influence. Faint, spectral images flickered at the periphery of Gregor's vision, glimpses of impossible geometries, of swirling nebulae of shadow, of entities that defied mortal comprehension. These were not mere hallucinations. They were intrusions, slivers of Malachi's own alien consciousness bleeding into the world. He was a being of immense power, and his mind, if it could be called such, was vast and terrifying. Even as he focused his energy on the ritual, fragments of his being, echoes of his domain, were seeping through the cracks he was creating. It was a testament to his sheer scale, his unfathomable depth. He was not merely a sorcerer. He was a cosmic horror, and his power was a force that threatened to unmake the very foundations of existence. "He's bleeding raw power," Dorian projected, his mental voice strained. "The ambient energy levels are fluctuating wildly. It's like a leaky faucet, but the faucet is spewing forth the primordial forces of creation and destruction. These localized distortions are not just a side effect, they are a deliberate display, a demonstration of his dominion over the fundamental forces. He's showing us that he can bend time, warp space, and manipulate fundamental energies at will. He's not just building power, he's asserting his mastery over reality itself." Gregor felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. This wasn't a battle against a powerful mage. It was a struggle against a force of nature, a primal entity that viewed reality as its plaything. A low hum, almost imperceptible at first, began to emanate from the very stones of the chamber, a resonant frequency that vibrated not just in their ears, but in their very bones. It was a deep, sonorous tone, laced with a subtle dissonance that spoke of immense, barely contained power. This was the sound of Malachi's will solidifying, of his influence taking root. It was the prelude to something far greater, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by a master of chaos. The servants of the deep responded, their chanting rising in volume and intensity, their movements becoming more synchronized, more purposeful. They were the instruments, and Malachi's encroaching presence was the conductor, drawing forth a terrifying crescendo from the depths of the abyss. Gregor knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the core, that the true manifestation of Malachi's power had only just begun. The air thrummed with a malevolent energy, a palpable force that pressed in on Celine from all sides. The ritual, a grotesque symphony of corrupted magic and abject devotion, was reaching its crescendo. Gregor's senses were already overwhelmed by the encroaching dread, the insidious whispers of despair, but Celine's mind, though strained, was racing. Her usual role as the keeper of ancient lore, the decipherer of forgotten tongues, felt woefully inadequate against this raw, unadulterated surge of power. Yet, it was precisely that knowledge, a vast and meticulously catalogued repository of arcane practices and forbidden rituals, that she now desperately wrung for any weakness, any vulnerability. She traced the flow of energy with an almost visceral understanding, her gaze darting between the pulsing runic conduits, the frenzied servants of the deep, and the swirling vortex of distorted reality at the ritual's heart. This was not a simple spell. It was a complex, multifaceted operation, a grand design painstakingly woven by Malachi's will. To disrupt it would require more than a single, decisive blow. It would demand precision, timing, and an intimate understanding of the intricate mechanisms at play. "It's not just about raw power," she muttered, her voice a low, urgent hum that barely registered against the rising cacophony. "It's about the structure, the sequence. He's building something, brick by brick, with stolen life force and twisted intent." Her eyes narrowed, focusing on the larger conduits that snaked across the cavern floor, their emerald light pulsing in a synchronized rhythm. These conduits, they are channeling the ambient energies, yes, but they're also acting as anchors. Without them, the ritual's framework would collapse. They stabilize the influx, preventing a catastrophic overload before Malachi is ready to fully contain it. She recalled texts from the Obsidian archives, brittle scrolls detailing the dangerous art of etheric weaving, a practice that involved the manipulation of raw, unbound energies. The principles were strikingly similar, though Malachi's application was monstrously perverted. "If we can sever the flow through the primary anchors," she reasoned aloud, her mind already sketching out potential points of intervention, "we can starve the core. It won't stop the ritual entirely, not at this stage, but it will significantly weaken the final surge. It will buy us time, precious time." Gregor grunted, his knuckles white on Oathkeeper. "Sever them how?" "They're pulsing with enough energy to vaporize a lesser mage." Celine's gaze swept over the servants, their forms contorting and reforming under the unholy energies. "Not by brute force. That would be like trying to stop a tidal wave by throwing stones at it. We need to disrupt the pattern. Malachi's influence is absolute, but the ritual itself, the very mechanics of it, relies on established pathways. There are nodes, critical junctions where the energy converges before being channeled to the central vortex. If we can introduce a counter-frequency, a dissonant wave at those junctions, we can create feedback. Force the energy back upon itself." Her mind flashed to the ancient diagrams of the sunken city's great orrery, a celestial engine powered by intricate crystalline matrices. The principles of resonant disruption, of creating destructive interference patterns, were universal. The servants are not just conduits, they are also stabilizers. Their presence, their chanting, it harmonizes the energies. But they are also bound to specific focal points. If those focal points are destabilized, their connection to the overall matrix weakens. She pointed a trembling finger towards a cluster of servitors gathered around a particularly large, pulsating crystal. "See how they orbit it. They are attuning themselves to its frequency. If we can overload that crystal, not with more energy, but with a precisely tuned anti-energy, it will create a resonance cascade. It will disrupt their attunement, and in turn, destabilize the conduit it's linked to." Dorian's mental voice, though strained by the temporal anomalies, offered a glimmer of hope. Precise frequency modulation. It's theoretically possible. If Celine can identify the core resonant frequency of those crystals, I can attempt to generate a harmonic counterwave. But the margin for error is microscopic. A miscalculation could amplify the existing energies, or worse, shatter the entire structure prematurely, releasing a wave of uncontrolled power. The pressure was immense. Celine, the scholar, the historian, was being thrust into the role of battlefield tactician. Her battlefield was not a physical plane, but the very fabric of arcane causality. She had to translate abstract knowledge into tangible action, and fast. The whispers of despair were a constant hum in the background, a temptation to freeze, to succumb to the overwhelming sense of futility. But the sight of Gregor, Elias, and Dorian, each facing their own brand of torment, ignited a fierce protectiveness, a stubborn refusal to yield. "The secondary focal points are key," she reiterated, her voice gaining a steely edge. "Malachi is drawing power from multiple sources simultaneously, funneling it through these conduits to the main ritual. We can't hope to disrupt all of them, but if we can cripple even 2 or 3 of the primary channels feeding the core, the ritual's momentum will falter. It will buy Gregor the time he needs to reach Malachi directly, should he manifest further." She shifted her focus, her eyes scanning the intricate network of glowing lines etched into the floor. "This convergence point here," she indicated a spot where 3 major conduits intersected, "is a critical junction. If we can introduce a disruptive pulse here, it will refract the incoming energies, creating localized pockets of chaotic flux. It won't be enough to stop the ritual, but it will overload the immediate servitors tied to this node, and potentially damage the conduit itself." She paused, her breath catching in her throat as a particularly potent wave of Malachi's presence washed over them. The obsidian floor rippled, and the very air seemed to thicken. "The problem is the sheer scale," she admitted, frustration lacing her tone. "He's integrated so much power, so many disparate energies, that it's almost impossible to isolate a single point of failure. It's like trying to unravel a Gordian knot made of pure chaos." But then, her gaze fell upon a series of smaller, almost secondary runes etched around the periphery of the main ritual circle. They were subtle, easily overlooked amidst the blinding light and raw power. She remembered reading about harmonic dampeners, ancient safety mechanisms designed to absorb excess energy and prevent uncontrolled feedback during unstable rituals. Malachi, in his arrogance, had likely incorporated them, believing his mastery to be absolute. "Wait," she breathed, her eyes widening. "The dampeners. He's used them, but perhaps not perfectly. They are designed to absorb residual energy, to smooth out the fluctuations. If we can force them to absorb a specific type of disruptive energy, a targeted wave of arcane dissonance, it might cause them to overload. And when they overload, they won't just absorb energy. They'll release it, but in a chaotic, uncontrolled manner. It's like a magical pressure release valve, but one that's been deliberately jammed." This was it. This was the angle. It wasn't about stopping the inflow, but about corrupting the outflow, about turning Malachi's own safety measures against him. "Dorian," she projected, her mental voice sharp and clear, cutting through the din. "I need you to analyze the arcane signature of these dampeners. They're designed to absorb ambient arcane energy, but they have a specific resonant frequency they respond to. If I can identify that frequency, can you generate a counterwave that will force them to absorb it, to the point of saturation and then rupture?" Dorian's reply was hesitant but firm. "It's a risk, Celine. If they rupture, the backlash could be immense. But, yes, if you can give me the precise frequency, I can attempt to create a harmonic inversion. It will require all my focus, and I'll need to be incredibly close to the target points." Celine nodded, her mind already racing through her mental lexicon, sifting through ancient treatises on esoteric energies and forgotten runic scripts. "There are symbols here," she murmured, pointing to the peripheral runes, "that relate to resonance manipulation. They speak of echoes of silence and the shattering of stillness. This suggests a specific harmonic signature, one that is designed to absorb and nullify sound, or in this case, arcane vibrations. If I can decipher the exact tonal value of that nullification, I can construct its antithesis." She was working against an invisible clock, each tick punctuated by the intensifying thrum of the ritual. The servants of the deep were becoming more agitated, their chants rising to a fever pitch. Gregor was a whirlwind of steel and fury at the front lines, holding back the tide of corrupted flesh, but Celine knew his strength, and Elias's stoic defense would only last so long against the sheer, overwhelming power Malachi was amassing. "The key is the timing," Celine stressed, her gaze fixed on the central vortex where the fabric of reality seemed to be tearing apart. "We can't disrupt the dampeners too early, or Malachi will simply compensate. We need to wait until the ritual has gathered enough momentum, until the energy flow is at its peak. That's when the dampeners will be most stressed and most vulnerable to overload. She felt a surge of academic excitement, a familiar thrill that always accompanied a complex problem, even one that promised utter annihilation. It was a testament to her core nature, the scholar who found solace and purpose in understanding, even when faced with unimaginable horror. There are 3 primary dampening arrays around the ritual's perimeter. If we can overload all 3 simultaneously, the resulting backlash should create a significant ripple effect. It will cause a temporary disruption in the energy flow, destabilize the servitors connected to those arrays, and, most importantly, create a window. A brief, precious window for Gregor to act. The world outside her immediate focus began to blur. The groaning of the cavern, the guttural cries of the servants, the oppressive weight of Malachi's presence, it all receded, replaced by the sharp, clear lines of arcane theory. She was no longer just Celine, the archivist. She was Celine, the tactical analyst, the architect of a desperate gambit. Her mind, honed by years of deciphering ancient texts, was now a weapon, forging a path through the encroaching darkness. The ritual was a complex mechanism, and she, a scholar armed with forbidden knowledge, was about to introduce a fatal flaw. The race was on, not just against time, but against the very unraveling of existence, and Celine was determined to make every second count. The raw, unadulterated power radiating from the ritual's core was a physical blow, a testament to Malachi's unfettered ambition. Dorian, despite his own internal struggles with temporal dissonance and the phantom echoes of his lost village, felt it viscerally. It wasn't just a threat to his personal quest for vengeance, it was an existential menace, a monstrous force capable of eclipsing entire worlds. The flickering embers of his grief, once fueled solely by the memory of his burned home and the screams of his people, now coalesced into something more, a nascent, burning resolve. He had been a hunter, a tracker of aberrant entities, a solitary figure driven by a singular, dark purpose. But witnessing the scale of Malachi's malevolence, the absolute devotion of his twisted followers, and the desperate fight Celine and Gregor were waging, something shifted within him. The detached predator began to feel the tendrils of a far grander, more terrifying responsibility. The whispers of his past, the ghosts that clawed at the edges of his perception, were no longer just fuel for his vendetta. They became a stark warning. He saw his village, not as a singular tragedy, but as a microcosm of the potential devastation Malachi represented. If this ritual succeeded, if this unholy power was unleashed upon the world, the flames that consumed his home would be but a spark compared to the inferno that would engulf everything. The hunter's instinct, honed through years of tracking prey through forgotten wilds and across shattered landscapes, began to reorient itself. It was no longer about tracking down the architects of his personal ruin, it was about defending the fragile remnants of existence itself. He saw Celine, her mind a beacon of arcane intellect in the encroaching darkness, desperately trying to unravel the intricate mechanics of Malachi's grand design. He saw Gregor, a bulwark of grim determination, facing down horrors that would shatter the sanity of lesser men. They were fighting for something beyond themselves, something far greater than individual survival or revenge. They were fighting for the world, for the very concept of a future. And Dorian, the solitary hunter who had long ago severed his ties to any semblance of community, felt an unexpected tug, a primal urge to protect not just his own path to retribution, but the potential for others to even have a path. The memory of his village, its familiar structures reduced to ash and its inhabitants silenced forever, was a wound that would never truly heal. But now, instead of merely replaying the horror, he began to see it as a blueprint for what must not happen again. The searing agony of his loss was being transmuted, refined by the crucible of this immediate crisis. It was no longer just about the pain he had endured. It was about preventing that pain from being inflicted on a cosmic scale. This was not a choice born of altruism, not yet. It was a grim, pragmatic realization that his personal quest for vengeance would be rendered meaningless if the world itself was annihilated. He needed to protect the stage upon which his vengeance was to be enacted. Dorian's mental connection with Celine, usually a channel for tactical information and shared observations, now carried a heavier weight. His thoughts, though still fractured by the temporal anomalies that plagued him, conveyed a newfound urgency, a commitment that transcended his previous solitary focus. The resonance of these dampeners, their arcane signature, is indeed distinct. Celine, I can work with this. The energy they are designed to absorb, it leaves a specific harmonic imprint. If you can pinpoint the frequency of that imprint, I can craft a counter-frequency. It will be like striking a tuning fork against its echo, but instead of amplification, we'll induce catastrophic interference. The sheer complexity of the ritual, with its interwoven energies and cascading effects, was daunting. Celine's analysis of the harmonic dampeners, those seemingly innocuous runes etched around the ritual's perimeter, was a stroke of genius. Dorian understood the theory. These were fail-safe mechanisms, designed to absorb and dissipate excess arcane energy, preventing the ritual from spiraling out of control before Malachi was ready to fully harness its power. They were like pressure relief valves, intended to ensure a smooth, controlled release of power. But Malachi, in his boundless arrogance, had integrated them into his design, likely believing his mastery was so absolute that they would never be truly tested. But the risk, Celine, Dorian continued, his mental voice tinged with a grim pragmatism born of countless dangerous encounters. If we overload them, they won't just fail to absorb the energy. They will rupture. And when they do, the backlash, it will be explosive. It will unleash a torrent of raw, uncontained arcane energy. It could be as devastating as Malachi's final surge, perhaps even more so, precisely because it will be so uncontrolled. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. The temporal distortions I'm experiencing, they make precise manipulation incredibly difficult. Each temporal ripple, each phantom echo of a past moment, could throw off my calculations by a fraction of a degree, and that fraction could be the difference between success and utter annihilation. But, he added, the resolve hardening in his tone, if we don't attempt this, Malachi succeeds. And that outcome is demonstrably worse. My village is already a testament to that. The memory of the cinders, the stench of burnt flesh, the silent, accusing eyes of the few survivors who had looked to him for answers he didn't possess. It was a visceral reminder of his failure. He had been too late then. He would not be too late now. His personal quest for vengeance against the entities responsible for that atrocity was a burning ember, but this ritual, this threat to the entire world, was a wildfire. He had to extinguish the wildfire first. Only then could he tend to his personal ember, if there was anything left to tend to. Celine's mental projection returned, sharper, more focused than before. I have identified the primary dampening array. The runes correspond to stabilizing nullification. They are designed to absorb and neutralize arcane resonance within a specific spectrum. I can feel the hum of their intended frequency, a low, resonant thrum that is almost imperceptible beneath the ritual's roar. It's a subtle note, a whisper of silence in the storm of power. I believe I can isolate its precise harmonic value. Once I have it, Dorian, you must be ready. You will need to project a counter-frequency that is its exact inverse, a wave of pure dissonance, designed to flood the nullification matrix. It will be like forcing a sound-dampening chamber to absorb a deafening roar. Dorian's mental presence sharpened, his focus narrowing. The temporal anomalies that usually plagued his thoughts seemed to recede, pushed back by the sheer force of his will. Send me the frequency, Celine. I will attune myself. The closer I am to the primary array, the more accurate my projection can be. I will need to be within 50 paces. And I will need a clear line of projection, unobstructed by any significant arcane interference. Can Gregor hold the servitors back from that sector for even a few critical moments? The question hung in the shared mental space, a delicate balance of need and possibility. Dorian, the hunter, was now asking for tactical support, for space to execute a crucial maneuver. He was no longer a lone wolf operating in the shadows. He was an integral part of a desperate counteroffensive. The transformation was subtle, almost imperceptible, but profound. His resolve was no longer just about settling a personal score. It was about protecting the world from suffering the same fate as his home. It was a heavy burden, heavier than any spectral prey he had ever hunted, but he was willing to bear it. The memory of his village was no longer a source of pure anguish. It was a grim, unwavering motivation. He would not let another village, another world, be reduced to ashes. The hunter had found a new quarry, a far more terrifying one, and he was ready to burn with resolve to bring it down. The air around Dorian seemed to shimmer, not just with the temporal distortions that were his constant companions, but with an internal luminescence, a nascent power that was beginning to coalesce. The raw emotion that had been a chaotic storm within him, grief, rage, despair, was now being channeled, refined by the stark reality of the situation. He looked at the swirling vortex of corrupted energy at the ritual's heart, at the writhing forms of the servants of the deep, and he saw not just the instruments of Malachai's will, but the potential victims of his unchecked ambition. His village had been destroyed by forces that seemed unstoppable, forces that had paid no heed to the lives they extinguished. He would not allow that to happen again. His mind, honed by years of tracking spectral entities and navigating the fractured landscapes of broken timelines, began to process Celine's arcane data with an almost terrifying efficiency. The frequency she was relaying, a complex series of resonant harmonics, was not just a series of numbers and symbols, it was a blueprint for destruction. He saw the way the dampeners were designed to absorb specific wavelengths of arcane energy, to smooth out the jagged edges of volatile power. And he saw, with chilling clarity, how introducing a precisely calculated inverse frequency would not merely disrupt their function, but fundamentally break them. "I have it, Celine," Dorian projected, his mental voice layered with a newfound resonance. "The frequency is etched into my being. I can feel its anti-pattern, its discordant echo. I will need to be close. Very close. 50 paces, as I said. The closer I am, the more potent and focused the counterwave will be. I can feel the temporal flux around the primary array. It's volatile. But I can anchor myself. I will have to. The fate of what's left of my world depends on it." He thought of his village again, of the laughter that had once filled its streets, of the quiet strength of its people. That strength, that innocence, had been extinguished in an instant. The memory was a raw wound, but it was no longer solely a source of pain. It was a testament to what he was fighting for. He was fighting for the possibility of laughter, for the chance of quiet strength. He was fighting to ensure that no other community, no other world, would suffer the same silent extinction. His resolve, once a singular focus on personal vengeance, had expanded. It was no longer just about hunting down the individuals responsible for his tragedy. It was about dismantling the very forces that allowed such tragedies to occur. Malachi, with his insatiable hunger for power and his utter disregard for life, represented the apex of that destructive ambition. And Dorian, the hunter who had been consumed by his own loss, was now willing to channel that very loss into a force for preservation. He looked at Gregor, his face a mask of grim determination as he held back the tide of corrupted flesh. He saw Elias, his stoic presence a shield against the encroaching despair. They were fighting on the front lines, but Celine and Dorian were fighting in the unseen currents of arcane power. Their battle was just as critical, just as vital. Dorian knew that his path had been one of solitary pursuit, of cloaked movements and silent kills. But in this moment, standing alongside Celine, fighting for a shared cause, he felt a connection, a reluctant camaraderie forged in the fires of desperation. He was still Dorian, the hunter, but he was also now something more. He was a defender, a bulwark against oblivion, his burning resolve fueled by the ashes of his past and the desperate hope for a future that might yet be saved. The ritual was a testament to Malachai's power, but Dorian's growing commitment was a testament to the enduring spirit of resistance, a spirit that, even in the darkest of times, refused to be extinguished. Chapter 9. Gregor's Gambit. The air crackled, not just with the raw arcane fury of Malachai's ritual, but with the silent, desperate calculations playing out in the minds of Gregor and Dorian. Gregor, a man carved from the unforgiving granite of the world, had always operated on a primal calculus of survival and profit. He'd navigated treacherous landscapes, bartered with ruthless factions, and dealt with entities that would curdle a lesser man's blood, all with a singular, self-serving focus. His ambition was a gnawing hunger, a desire to carve out a secure niche in a world that offered no quarter. He'd seen the grandeur of arcane power, the potential for dominion, and he'd been drawn to it like a moth to a flame, albeit a flame that threatened to immolate him. But the spectacle unfolding before him was something else entirely. The swirling vortex of raw, untamed energy at the ritual's heart was a physical manifestation of chaos, a force that dwarfed any individual ambition. The hulking, grotesque forms of Malachai's servitors, their roars echoing the primal screams of a dying world, were not mere obstacles to be overcome for personal gain. They were harbingers of an extinction-level event, creatures born from the very abyss that threatened to swallow everything. Gregor, whose mind had always been sharp, quick to assess threats and opportunities, was now confronted with a reality that made his past aspirations seem like petty squabbles over withered scraps. He'd always operated with a clear understanding of risk versus reward. A perilous expedition into the Shadowfell could yield ancient artifacts worth a king's ransom. A daring raid on a merchant caravan could fill his coffers for months. But this was a gamble of a different order. The stakes weren't mere wealth or power, they were existence itself. The harsh, unforgiving world he knew, with its brutal beauty and its constant struggle for survival, was about to be erased, replaced by an unnatural void or an even more terrifying perversion. His ingrained survival instincts, honed by a lifetime of dodging death, were screaming a single undeniable truth. This was not about gaining an advantage, it was about preventing absolute annihilation. Gregor gritted his teeth, the sound a low growl lost in the cacophony of the ritual. He'd seen the glint in Malachi's eyes, a manic hunger for power that transcended mere mortal desire. The man wasn't just seeking to rule, he was seeking to rewrite reality, to impose his twisted vision upon the very fabric of existence. And the servitors, those abominations writhing in their unnatural animation, were the instruments of that insane will. They were not loyal soldiers, they were extensions of Malachi's insatiable hunger, and they moved with a terrifying, unthinking purpose. He parried a claw swipe from a hulking beast, the force of the blow jarring his arm to the bone. The creature's hide was like corrupted obsidian, impossibly dense, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent, phosphorescent light. Gregor's sword, usually a precise instrument of death, felt like a child's toy against such a foe. He'd always prided himself on his ability to exploit weaknesses, to find the chinks in an opponent's armor. But these creatures, born of pure arcane corruption, seemed to possess no such vulnerabilities. They were a tide of pure destructive force, and he was but a single, increasingly weary, rock in its path. The initial thrill of the arcane spectacle, the raw power that had so captivated him, had long since soured into a gnawing dread. He remembered the whispers of the Voidborn, the entities that existed beyond the veil of reality, and he recognized the horrifying similarities. Malachi wasn't just tapping into a new source of power, he was opening a portal to realms of existence that were inimical to all life. And the price for this reckless endeavor, Gregor realized with a chilling certainty, would be paid by every living thing, not just those who stood on this desecrated ground. His own motivations, which had seemed so clear and compelling moments before, now felt hollow and insignificant. What was the value of a treasure hoard if the world that contained it no longer existed? What was the point of carving out a kingdom if it was to be a kingdom of dust and echoes? The harsh, pragmatic core of Gregor's being, the part that had always understood the brutal realities of survival, was reasserting itself with an iron fist. This was not a game of conquest, it was a desperate struggle for survival, a battle for the right to simply continue existing. He saw Dorian, a figure of grim focus, his movements precise even amidst the chaos. Dorian, too, had his own demons, his own obsessions. But there was a clarity in his actions, a directed purpose that Gregor had once envied. Now, Gregor understood. Dorian wasn't just driven by personal vengeance. He was driven by a fierce, primal need to prevent a greater catastrophe. He was fighting to preserve the very possibility of a future that Gregor, in his short-sighted ambition, had almost overlooked. The very ground beneath Gregor's feet seemed to pulse with the unnatural energy of the ritual. It was a sickly, vibrant thrum that resonated deep within his bones, a constant reminder of the overwhelming power Malachi was wielding. He felt the press of that power like a physical weight, a suffocating presence that made it difficult to draw breath. It was a power that promised dominion, that whispered of ultimate control, but Gregor now saw the truth behind those seductive promises. It was the power of oblivion, the force that would unmake rather than build. His survival instincts, which had always served him well in the harsh realities of his world, now urged him to flee, to escape this epicenter of madness. But where could he run? Malachi's ambition was not confined to this single location. The energy he was manipulating had the potential to ripple outwards, to corrupt and consume everything. The harsh, unforgiving world that Gregor knew, with all its dangers and its brutal truths, was still a world he understood, a world he could navigate. This new reality, shaped by Malachi's twisted ambition, was an unknowable horror, a complete negation of everything he had ever fought for. He saw Celine, her brow furrowed in intense concentration, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as she attempted to counter the arcane onslaught. She was a scholar, a manipulator of energies far more complex than he could ever fully comprehend. But even she, with her mastery of the arcane, seemed overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Malachi's power. The battle wasn't just being fought with steel and sorcery, it was being fought on a fundamental level, a contest for the very nature of reality. Gregor tightened his grip on his sword. The glint of the ritual's core, the pulsating heart of Malachi's ambition, was a terrifying beacon. It represented everything he had ever craved: power, dominion, the ability to reshape the world to his will. But now, standing on the precipice of true annihilation, he understood the cost. The rewards were not worth the risk. The ultimate price of failure was too steep, a price paid not just by him, but by every soul, every creature, every blade of grass in existence. His survivalist nature, stripped bare of its avarice, now focused on a single, desperate imperative: survive. And survival, in this context, meant stopping Malachi, by any means necessary. The hunter's reckoning had begun, not with a glint of gold, but with the cold, hard fear of oblivion. He was no longer Gregor the opportunist, he was Gregor the defender, a reluctant bulwark against the encroaching darkness. The servitors pressed their relentless assault, their monstrous forms a constant, churning threat. Gregor found himself fighting not just for his own life, but for the very ground he stood upon, for the right of the world to simply be. He dodged a blast of corrupted energy that scorched the earth where he'd been standing moments before, the heat radiating outwards like a furnace. The air was thick with the stench of ozone and something far more foul, the miasma of unholy power. He could feel the tendrils of despair trying to worm their way into his mind, whispering insidious doubts, reminding him of the futility of his struggle. But the harsh realities of his past rose to meet those whispers. He remembered the gnawing hunger of a famine, the biting cold of a blizzard that had claimed the lives of those he traveled with, the brutal efficiency of a raid that had left him the sole survivor. He had faced death before, and he had always found a way to endure, to push through the pain, to cling to the fragile thread of life. This, however, was a different kind of threat. It was not the sharp, sudden bite of a predator, but a slow, suffocating erosion of everything that made existence bearable. He lunged, his sword finding a momentary gap in a servitor's rocky hide, scoring a shallow gash. The creature roared in pain, a sound that was more animalistic than anything else, and swung a massive, clawed hand, forcing Gregor to scramble back. He could feel the fatigue setting in, the ache in his muscles, the burning in his lungs. But a new kind of resolve was hardening within him, a grim determination forged in the fires of self-preservation. Malachi's ambition was a wildfire, and Gregor, the seasoned survivor, knew that sometimes the only way to survive a wildfire was to stand your ground and fight it, or at least to try and contain it. The potential rewards that had once driven him, the untold riches, the arcane secrets, the power to command respect, now seemed like dust in the wind. They were ephemeral, meaningless in the face of utter destruction. The harsh, brutal world he knew, the world of jagged peaks and treacherous swamps, of scarce resources and constant danger, was a world that existed. It was a world where he could carve out his own existence, where he could find his own measure of success. Malachi's vision was a perversion, a terrifying void that offered nothing but oblivion. He glanced at Dorian, whose focus remained unbroken, a testament to a resolve far deeper than Gregor had ever possessed. Dorian was fighting for something more than personal survival. He was fighting for the memory of what was lost, for the hope that such tragedies would not be repeated. Gregor, for all his cynicism, could understand that. The sheer, unadulterated horror of Malachi's ambition was a threat that transcended individual desires. It was a threat to the very concept of life, of experience, of meaning. He saw a surge of energy flow from the ritual's core, a blinding wave of light that pulsed outwards, causing the servitors to momentarily falter. It was a controlled release, a carefully managed surge of power, and Gregor recognized it for what it was, a testament to Malachi's mastery, but also a terrifying glimpse of the true destructive potential he wielded. This was not merely a powerful spell, this was the unmaking of reality. Gregor's mind, usually so quick to spot an angle, a weakness, a profitable opportunity, was now struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the threat. His survivalist instincts, however, were unclouded. They screamed a warning, a primal urge to escape, to preserve himself. But another newer imperative was beginning to emerge, a desperate need to prevent the utter annihilation of the world he knew, however harsh it might be. The potential rewards of Malachi's success were zero. The potential price of failure was everything. This was a calculation even Gregor could understand, a stark, undeniable truth that cut through all his previous ambitions. He was no longer fighting for gain. He was fighting for the basic right to continue existing, to endure, to survive in the harsh, unforgiving world that was his home. The hunter's reckoning had led him to a battle for survival, a battle against a force that threatened to erase even the memory of his existence. The sheer, unadulterated power radiating from Malachi's ritual was a physical force, a suffocating pressure that made Gregor's breath hitch. Each beat of the monstrous, arcane heart of the ritual seemed to reverberate through his very bones, a discordant symphony of destruction. He saw the raw energy lash out, not with the precision of a practiced mage, but with the uncontrolled fury of a starved beast. And the servitors, lumbering and grotesque, were its extensions, their roars a guttural testament to the unnatural life coursing through them. Gregor's mind, a steel trap honed by years of ruthless negotiation and brutal skirmishes, worked furiously, sifting through the overwhelming chaos for a sliver of opportunity. His instincts, sharp and unforgiving, screamed that brute force alone wouldn't win this. Malachi wasn't just wielding power, he was unleashing an existential threat, a tide that threatened to drown all of existence. Gregor's past life, a tapestry woven with threads of cunning gambits and calculated risks, felt impossibly distant. He remembered haggling for passage through goblin-infested territories, the thrill of a successful ambush on a heavily guarded caravan, the cold calculation of weighing a man's life against a handful of coin. Those were games of dominion, of carving out a space in a world that respected only strength and ruthlessness. But this was a different beast entirely. This was a fight for the very right to play the game, for the continued existence of the board itself. He watched Dorian, a figure of grim, unwavering focus, his movements economical and deadly, a stark contrast to the wild, untamed power erupting from the ritual's core. Celine, too, was a whirlwind of arcane defense, her spells a fragile dam against a raging flood. They were the skilled artisans, the ones who understood the intricate workings of power. But even the most skilled artisans needed time, and time was a luxury they did not have. The servitors were relentless, their attacks a brutal symphony of rending claws and crushing blows. Gregor parried a swipe from a hulking monstrosity, the impact jarring his arm to the shoulder. The creature's hide, like volcanic rock fused with corrupted ichor, shrugged off his blade's keen edge. He'd always prided himself on his ability to exploit weaknesses, to find the hairline fracture in an opponent's defense and exploit it with surgical precision. But these creatures, born of Malachi's mad ambition, seemed to possess an unnatural resilience, a defiance of conventional damage. They were the embodiment of raw, destructive force, and Gregor, for all his skill, felt like a solitary raindrop against a hurricane. The desire for profit, for power, for a secure future, had been Gregor's driving force for so long. Now, faced with the prospect of utter annihilation, those desires felt like childish whims. What was wealth without a world to spend it in? What was power without subjects to rule? He saw a servitor, its eyes burning with a malevolent green light, lunge toward Celine. The mage was locked in a desperate struggle, weaving intricate patterns of light and energy, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. The sheer scale of Malachi's ritual was overwhelming, the arcane energies swirling around it like a tempest. Gregor knew he couldn't match Malachi's power directly. His strength lay not in arcane mastery, but in something far more primal, the ability to adapt, to exploit, to sow chaos where order was least expected. He needed to create a distraction, a significant enough disruption to pull attention away from the ritual's conductors, to buy Dorian and Celine the precious seconds they needed to implement their own countermeasures. This wasn't about a grand strategy, it was about a desperate, tactical maneuver, a high-stakes gamble born of necessity. Gregor's mind, usually a hive of calculations concerning profit margins and survival odds, now churned with a different kind of calculus. He observed the patterns of the servitors' attacks, the way they seemed to coalesce around the ritual's emanations, acting as both shields and conduits. They were extensions of Malachi's will, but they were also physical beings, bound by a semblance of material reality. And where there was material reality, there were vulnerabilities, exploitable weaknesses. He remembered a particularly nasty skirmish in the sunken city, where a desperate gambit involving a collapsing ruin had bought him enough time to escape a far superior force. The principle was the same, just on a far grander, more terrifying scale. He needed to create a focal point of pure, unadulterated chaos, something that would draw the servitors' unthinking aggression away from the core. He scanned the immediate vicinity, his eyes darting across the ravaged landscape. There were discarded arcane foci, shards of shattered enchantments, and the very ground itself seemed to groan under the strain of the ritual's power. He saw a massive, crystalline shard, a remnant of a powerful ward that had been shattered, pulsing with residual energy. It was unstable, radiating waves of disruptive magic that seemed to agitate the servitors whenever they drew too close. It was crude, risky, and likely to cause collateral damage, but it was a start. Gregor's combat style was aggressive, designed to overwhelm and disorient. He wasn't a defensive fighter. He was a predator who thrived in the heart of the storm. He needed to become that storm. "Dorian," Gregor grunted, his voice rough and strained, barely audible above the cacophony. He didn't take his eyes off the approaching servitors. "Celine, I need a diversion. Something big." Dorian, his sword ablur as he deflected a blast of raw energy, shot a sharp glance at Gregor. "What kind of diversion?" His voice was tight, strained. "The kind that makes them forget why they're standing here," Gregor replied, a grim smile touching his lips. "Give me 30 seconds of clear air. 30 seconds of uninterrupted focus, and I'll give you a reason for Malachi to look away from his toys." Celine, her hands weaving spells with blinding speed, nodded curtly. "We can provide a surge. Focus your energy, Gregor. We'll amplify whatever you do." Gregor didn't waste another moment. He drew his blade, its familiar weight a small comfort in the face of overwhelming power. He sprinted towards the crystalline shard, dodging a sweeping claw that gouged a trench in the earth where he had been standing. The shard pulsed erratically, a beacon of unstable arcane energy. He needed to make it sing, to make it scream its defiance at Malachi's ritual. His plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal, but the alternative was far worse. He was a gambler by nature, and this was the highest stakes hand he had ever been dealt. With a guttural roar, Gregor plunged his sword into the base of the crystalline shard. It wasn't a precise strike, but a forceful, shattering blow. The shard, already unstable, fractured further, its internal energies lashing out with renewed ferocity. The air around it crackled, the residual magic igniting in a cascade of volatile sparks. The servitors, drawn by the sudden surge of raw, untamed power, hesitated for a fraction of a second, their unnatural senses detecting the potent disruption. Gregor pressed his advantage, channeling his own energy, the primal ferocity that had always been his hallmark, into the fractured crystal. He wasn't a mage, but he understood the fundamental principles of force and energy. He was like a blacksmith striking an overheated anvil, coaxing a destructive resonance from the unstable material. "Now, Celine," Gregor bellowed, forcing his voice to cut through the rising din. As if on cue, a wave of pure arcane energy, directed by Celine and Dorian, slammed into the already volatile shard. It was a focused torrent, designed not to destroy, but to overload, to force the unstable magic into a catastrophic release. The crystalline structure groaned, protesting the overwhelming influx of power. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, glowing with an intense, blinding light. The servitors, confused and agitated by the competing arcane signatures, began to mill about, their attention divided. Some turned towards the erupting shard, while others remained fixated on Dorian and Celine, their instincts warring between the immediate threat and the source of the original disruption. Gregor, his armor glowing with reflected light, felt the vibrations of the overloading shard course through the ground. He was too close, far too close, but he needed to be there to ensure the diversion was potent enough. He could feel the raw power building, a coiled spring about to snap. This wasn't about finesse, it was about brute, chaotic force. He was leveraging the inherent instability of Malachi's corrupting influence, turning its own volatile nature against it. He saw one of the larger servitors, its immense frame rippling with unnatural energy, lunge towards the shard, its massive claws outstretched. This was exactly what he had intended. With a deafening roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality, the crystalline shard erupted. It wasn't an explosion of fire or concussive force, but a blinding, multidimensional cascade of raw, untamed magic. Ethereal tendrils of chaotic energy lashed out in all directions, tearing through the air, scorching the earth, and momentarily disorienting even the hardened Gregor. The servitor that had lunged towards it was caught in the epicenter of the blast, its form flickering and distorting as the raw magic tore at its unnatural structure. It let out a piercing shriek, a sound of pure agony, before dissolving into a cloud of corrupted dust and crackling arcane residue. The other servitors recoiled, their movements jerky and erratic. The sudden violent eruption of uncontrolled magic was a potent deterrent, a stark reminder of the dangers inherent even in Malachi's own corrupted power. They flinched, their glowing eyes darting between the fading aftershocks of the blast and the figures of Dorian and Celine, who were now pressing their advantage. Gregor, though buffeted by the wave of magical force, felt a surge of grim satisfaction. He had bought them time. He had created the chaos. Now it was up to them to make it count. He could feel the drain on his own stamina, the raw energy expenditure of channeling his will into the shard, but the primal hunter in him knew this was his moment. He saw Malachi himself, his form silhouetted against the pulsating core of the ritual, his head snapping towards the site of the explosive diversion. For the first time, Gregor saw a flicker of something other than pure, manic concentration on the sorcerer's face, a flash of annoyance, perhaps even a hint of surprise. It was a minuscule crack in Malachi's godlike facade, but it was enough. Gregor knew that the servitors would eventually regroup, that Malachi's control would reassert itself, but in that brief window, the balance had shifted, however slightly. He had disrupted the flow, injected an element of unpredictability into Malachi's meticulously orchestrated symphony of destruction. Gregor, breathing heavily, his muscles screaming in protest, scanned the battlefield. The servitors were still a formidable threat, their movements now more cautious, their attention fractured. But the focus had been momentarily drawn away from the ritual's core. Dorian was already moving, a whirlwind of steel and focused intent, engaging the more immediate threats that had been diverted by the blast. Celine was weaving a more complex spell, her hands tracing intricate sigils in the air, her brow furrowed with concentration. Gregor knew his role in this gambit was nearly complete. He had played his part, the disruptive force, the agent of chaos. Now, he had to ensure he survived the fallout of his own plan. He braced himself, his sword held defensively, ready for the inevitable backlash from the enraged sorcerer and his twisted creations. He had thrown a wrench into the gears of Malachi's grand design, and he knew, with the certainty of a seasoned survivor, that the machine would fight back with all its might. This was not the end of the fight, but merely a brutal, necessary interlude. The gamble had paid off, but the true reckoning was yet to come. He had bought time, and in a fight for existence, time was a currency more valuable than any gold. He needed to stay alive to see if that currency could be spent wisely. He watched as Dorian and Celine worked in tandem, their movements precise and coordinated, a stark contrast to the chaotic energy that had just been unleashed. It was a dance of survival, each step calculated, each movement imbued with desperate purpose. Gregor knew his intervention, while costly, had been essential. He had managed to divert the attention of the ritual's protectors, creating a brief window of opportunity for his allies. The gamble had been a success, but the echoes of the shattered shard were still reverberating, a testament to the immense power he had unleashed. He had no illusions about the long-term impact of his actions. Malachi was too powerful, the ritual too entrenched. But he had planted a seed of disruption, a moment of chaos in the heart of absolute order. And sometimes, in a world as brutal as this one, a seed of chaos was all you needed to sow the beginnings of change. He felt the telltale hum of arcane energy building again, a sign that Malachi was reasserting his control, drawing the servitors back to their primary objective. But for a precious few moments, the tide had turned. He had proven that even in the face of overwhelming power, a well-timed disruption could create an opening. This was the essence of his craft, the art of the opportunist, the gambit played out on the grandest stage imaginable. He had disrupted the ritual. He had done his part. Now, he simply had to survive to see the results. The residual energy from the crystalline shard's detonation still thrummed in Gregor's bones, a jarring counterpoint to the ragged rhythm of his breathing. The servitors, though momentarily disoriented, were already beginning to reorient themselves, their grotesque forms turning back towards the pulsating heart of Malachi's abomination. Gregor knew that the brief window of chaos he had engineered was rapidly closing. His role in the gambit, the shockwave of disruption, was complete. Now, he had to pivot, to exploit the very instability he had unleashed. The summary's directive echoed in his mind: infiltrate, disrupt, sever. This wasn't about brute force against the servitors. They were merely the gatekeepers. The true targets, the conduits of Malachi's power, lay deeper within the arcane maelstrom. He scanned the immediate vicinity, his gaze falling upon a series of obsidian pillars that seemed to anchor the swirling energies of the ritual. They pulsed with a dark, sickly luminescence, each one acting as a focal point, a nexus through which Malachi was siphoning power. These were not mere decorations. They were the arteries of the ritual, and they were heavily guarded. Figures cloaked in shadows, their movements unervingly fluid and silent, detached themselves from the periphery, their weapons glowing with a malevolent, concentrated energy. These were Malachi's inner circle, the sorcerer's most devoted, or perhaps most desperate, disciples. They were the fanatics, the ones who believed in Malachi's vision of a twisted new world, and they would defend his conduits with their lives, and with every foul spell they commanded. Gregor's mind, a whetstone honed by a lifetime of survival, catalogued the threats. The servitors were a blunt instrument, their strength undeniable but their tactics predictable. The inner circle, however, were a different breed. They were wielders of arcane arts, their attacks precise and lethal. He couldn't afford a direct confrontation with them in the open. His strength lay in surprise, in striking at the seams of their defenses, in turning their own rigid adherence to Malachi's design against them. He needed to become a ghost, a phantom that slipped through their patrols, striking at the foundations of their master's power. He ducked behind a jagged outcropping of earth, the ground still smoking from the arcane backlash. The air tasted of ozone and corrupted magic. He could see Dorian engaging a trio of servitors, his blade a silver arc of defiance, holding them back with sheer skill and unwavering resolve. Celine, meanwhile, was a beacon of protective light, weaving a shimmering shield that deflected stray bolts of energy, her focus absolute. They were the bulwark, the shield that allowed him the freedom to become the spear. He appreciated their dedication, their willingness to hold the line, but he also knew their focus was singular: containment and direct assault on the primary threat. His gambit required a different approach, a subtle infiltration that would exploit the very structure of Malachi's ritual. "They're drawing power through those pillars," Gregor muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper. He pointed with his chin towards the obsidian monoliths. "Each one is a conduit, a weak point if I can get close enough." The problem, of course, was the getting close enough part. The obsidian pillars were surrounded by a cordon of fanatical guardians, their vigilance absolute, their movements synchronized with an almost unnatural precision. They were the devout, the zealots who saw Malachi's ritual as a sacred act, and any who dared to interfere as heretics deserving of utter annihilation. Gregor had dealt with zealots before, in the grim back alleys of forgotten cities and the desolate plains patrolled by cultists. Their fervor was a dangerous weapon, their conviction blinding them to reason, and making them immune to conventional intimidation. He needed a way to bypass them, to create a diversion that would draw their attention away from the conduits, even for a fleeting moment. A direct assault would be suicide, a waste of his limited energy and a drain on the already strained resources of Dorian and Celine. He needed to be a surgeon, not a berserker, excising the veins of power without collapsing the entire structure prematurely. His mind raced, sifting through a lifetime of desperate stratagems. He recalled ambushing a caravan of heavily armed cultists by collapsing a narrow mountain pass, using the terrain itself as his weapon. He thought of infiltrating a heavily fortified guild hall by creating a riot in the marketplace below, the ensuing chaos masking his entry. The principle was the same: create a larger, more immediate threat to distract from the true objective. His gaze fell upon a cluster of lesser arcane conduits, smaller obelisks that hummed with a raw, untamed energy. They seemed to be feeding into the larger pillars, like tributaries flowing into a main river. They were also less heavily guarded, though still protected by a scattering of servitors and a few lone cultists. It was a risk, a calculated gamble, but it presented an opportunity. If he could overload these secondary conduits, perhaps the resulting surge of uncontrolled energy would be enough to momentarily stun the guardians of the primary pillars, creating the opening he desperately needed. "Celine!" Gregor called out, his voice a rough bark that still managed to carry over the din. "Can you give me a surge? Something unpredictable." Celine's head snapped towards him, her eyes, usually pools of serene arcane light, now burning with fierce determination. "Unpredictable how, Gregor? This is not the time for your games." "Not a game, mage. A necessity," Gregor retorted, already moving. He dodged a sweeping arc of black energy that narrowly missed his head, the cultist who'd unleashed it hissing a prayer to Malachi. Those smaller pillars. They're feeding the main ones. If I can destabilize them, overload them, it might create a cascade. Draw their attention, give me a path. Celine's brow furrowed, her mind working at an impossible speed. She understood the inherent danger, the potential for a feedback loop that could consume Gregor, or even destabilize their own carefully constructed defenses. But she also saw the desperate logic in his mad plan. A controlled overload is difficult, she admitted, her voice strained. But if we focus our efforts, we might create a temporary surge, enough to cause disruption. That's all I need, Gregor confirmed, his boots crunching on the scorched earth. He sprinted towards the nearest cluster of secondary conduits, his movements fluid and economical. He was no longer the imposing warrior of the front lines. He was a shadow, a predator weaving through the periphery. The cultists guarding the conduits turned as he approached, their eyes widening in surprise, then hardening into a grim resolve. They raised their weapons, ancient blades inscribed with sigils of dark power, their lips moving in silent incantations. Gregor didn't engage them directly. Instead, he focused on the central conduit of the cluster, a shard of corrupted crystal throbbing with malignant energy. He drew his blade, not to strike the cultists, but to channel his own raw, primal energy into the conduit. It was a crude method, akin to forging metal with pure, unthinking force, but he knew it would resonate. He struck the crystal with the pommel of his sword, a sharp, jarring impact that sent ripples of distortion through the air. The cultists lunged, their attacks sharp and precise, but Gregor was already moving, weaving between their blows, his focus locked on the conduit. "Now, Celine!" he roared, channeling every ounce of his will, his frustration, his desperate hope, into the vibrating crystal. He felt a surge of power flow from Celine, a directed torrent of arcane energy that slammed into the secondary conduit, amplifying its already unstable state. The crystal glowed brighter, its pulse accelerating, the dark energy within it churning like a trapped storm. The cultists faltered, their incantations interrupted by the sudden, violent flux of power. They looked from Gregor to the conduit, confusion and fear flickering in their zealous eyes. The conduit shuddered, the raw magic within it reaching a critical mass. Gregor threw himself backwards, rolling away from the impending blast. The cultists, caught between their duty to defend and the terrifying power unleashed, were too slow to react. With a deafening shriek of tortured magic, the secondary conduit erupted. It wasn't a localized explosion, but a chaotic wave of pure, untamed energy that surged outwards, washing over the cultists and the nearby servitors. The servitors, their brute forms unable to process such volatile arcane energy, convulsed and then dissolved into puddles of viscous, steaming ichor. The cultists fared little better, their protective wards shattered, their bodies contorted and blackened before collapsing into dust. The detonation sent shockwaves through the ritual, a jarring tremor that even Gregor could feel through the soles of his boots. The obsidian pillars, the primary conduits, flickered. Their steady, dark luminescence wavered, momentarily dimmed by the unexpected surge of uncontrolled power. The guards surrounding them, the fanatical inner circle, were momentarily stunned, their heads turning towards the source of the explosion, their disciplined formation broken. This was the opening. Gregor didn't hesitate. He sprinted towards the nearest obsidian pillar, his path now clearer, though not entirely safe. A few servitors, more resilient or perhaps simply slower to react, still lumbered towards him, but their focus was fractured, their movements sluggish. He weaved through them, using their clumsy charges to his advantage, propelling himself forward with their momentum. He saw a flicker of movement from Dorian, who had managed to break free from his engagement and was now providing covering fire, his sword a deadly dance against any servitors that strayed too close to Gregor's path. He reached the base of the first obsidian pillar. It hummed with a palpable energy, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through his very core. The air around it was thick with power, making it difficult to breathe, difficult to think. A lone cultist, clad in obsidian armor etched with wards of warding and silencing, stood sentinel, his eyes burning with a fanatical light. He raised a staff crackling with dark energy, ready to unleash a torrent of destructive magic. Gregor didn't give him the chance. He threw a handful of alchemical flashbangs he had prepared, crude but effective. They exploded with blinding light and deafening noise, momentarily disorienting the cultist. In that instant, Gregor was on him, his sword ablur. It wasn't a duel of skill, it was a brutal, efficient takedown. He drove his blade through the cultist's chest, silencing his incantations and shattering his conviction. The cultist slumped to the ground, his dark armor offering little protection against Gregor's focused aggression. With the cultist dealt with, Gregor turned his attention to the pillar itself. He knew he couldn't destroy it outright. It was too deeply embedded in Malachai's ritual, too saturated with arcane energy. His objective was disruption, to sever the flow, to introduce an element of discord that would cripple the ritual's efficiency. He produced a series of arcane disruptors, small, crystalline devices designed to emit chaotic energy frequencies, capable of interfering with and destabilizing magical matrices. They were experimental, risky, and had a tendency to backfire, but they were precisely what he needed. He jammed the first disruptor into a fissure near the base of the pillar, twisting it with all his might. The crystal glowed an angry red, then blue, then a sickening yellow, emitting a discordant whine that grated on Gregor's teeth. The pillar shuddered violently, its dark luminescence flickering erratically. A wave of nauseating energy washed over Gregor, threatening to buckle his knees. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure. This was the nature of true disruption. It hurt, it destabilized, and it demanded a price. He jammed a second disruptor into another fissure, then a third. The pillar began to groan, a deep, guttural sound like a dying beast. The swirling energies around it became more chaotic, less focused. Strands of dark magic snapped and frayed, dissipating into the air like smoke. The effect was immediate and profound. The servitors that had been patrolling the area around this pillar suddenly faltered, their movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated. Some simply stood frozen, their unnatural life force sputtering. Others turned on each other, their corrupted instincts overriding Malachai's command. Gregor could feel the strain on his own body, the raw energy of the pillar pushing back against him, attempting to purge him like an infection. His armor was hot to the touch, his vision blurred at the edges. But he pushed on, his resolve hardening with each pulse of the pillar's failing energy. He needed to strike at the heart of the connection, to sever the main artery. He spotted a nexus point, a knot of interwoven energy streams near the middle of the pillar, glowing with an intense, malevolent light. It was higher up, more exposed, and far more dangerous to reach. "Dorian! Celine! Buy me time!" Gregor bellowed, his voice hoarse. He leaped, his specialized climbing gear allowing him to scramble up the obsidian surface. The cultist reinforcements were beginning to arrive, their movements quick and purposeful, their attacks sharp and deadly. Dorian engaged them with renewed ferocity, his sword a silver shield, while Celine unleashed volleys of arcane energy, creating barriers and disrupting their advance. Gregor reached the nexus point, his hands searing as he gripped the raw, unstable energy. He pulled out his final disruptor, a larger, more potent model. He jammed it deep into the heart of the nexus, twisting it with a savage force. The pillar let out a piercing shriek, a sound of pure agony that echoed across the ravaged landscape. The dark luminescence flared blindingly, then abruptly extinguished. The nexus point imploded, sending a shockwave of raw, untamed magic outwards. Gregor was thrown clear, tumbling end over end before landing heavily on the scorched earth. He gasped for air, his body screaming in protest, but a grim satisfaction spread through him. The first pillar, a vital conduit of Malachai's power, was dead. The ritual flickered violently, its intricate patterns of energy collapsing in on themselves. Across the battlefield, the remaining servitors stumbled, their movements becoming even more erratic, their power waning. Even Malachai, visible in the distance, seemed to recoil, his focus visibly disturbed. He had done it. He had struck a decisive blow, not with overwhelming force, but with calculated disruption. The first conduit was neutralized. But he knew this was only the beginning. There were more pillars, more conduits, and more fanatical guardians to face. The fight was far from over, but for the first time since this nightmare had begun, Gregor felt a flicker of genuine hope. He had proven that even in the face of an apocalyptic ritual, a single, well-placed gambit could create cracks in the seemingly invincible facade of power. He had bought them time, and more importantly, he had shown them that Malachai's absolute dominion was not as absolute as he believed. Now, he had to get to the next conduit, and the next, before Malachai could recover and reassert his control. The hunt for the heart of the ritual had truly begun. The air crackled with a raw, unholy energy, a tempest born from Malachi's warped designs. Gregor felt it thrumming beneath his skin, a frantic pulse that mirrored the desperate rhythm of his own heart. The first obsidian pillar lay shattered, a testament to his gambit, but the victory was ephemeral. The lingering tendrils of corrupted magic coiled around him, whispering promises of oblivion, seeking to reclaim the brief sanctuary he had carved out. Servitors, their forms already reforming from the chaotic energies, were drawn to the disturbance like carrion birds to a corpse. Their clumsy yet persistent advance was a constant, grating reminder of the enemy's relentless nature. Dorian and Celine were a whirlwind of steel and light at the periphery. Gregor could see Dorian, a lone wolf against a pack of rabid hounds, his blade a shimmering defiance against the encroaching darkness. Celine, her face a mask of pure concentration, wove intricate shields of protective energy, her focus absolute. They were the anchor, the bulwark against the tide, allowing Gregor the precious seconds he needed to press his advantage. But he knew their strength, like his own, was not infinite. Every parry, every spell, chipped away at their reserves, and the sheer numbers of the enemy were a crushing weight. Gregor's gaze swept across the landscape, a grim inventory of the remaining threats. The remaining obsidian pillars, each a gaping maw of stolen power, pulsed with a malevolent luminescence. They stood like grim sentinels, surrounded by a phalanx of Malachi's devotees, the inner circle. These were not mere cultists, they were the hardened core, the ones who had drunk deep from Malachi's poisoned well, their faith a formidable weapon. Their movements were fluid, their attacks precise, laced with dark magic that whispered of forbidden pacts and agonizing rituals. Gregor knew that a direct confrontation with them, at this stage, would be a suicidal endeavor. His strength lay in the shadows, in the element of surprise, in exploiting the weaknesses he could find within the enemy's rigid structure. He detonated the lesser conduits, a calculated risk that had paid off handsomely, creating a wave of chaotic energy that had temporarily stunned the guardians of the primary pillars. The servitors, their primitive minds incapable of processing such volatile arcane feedback, had either dissolved or turned on each other in their confusion. But the inner circle, the true protectors, had merely faltered. Their zealotry had pulled them back from the brink of chaos, their eyes now fixed on Gregor, the anomaly who dared to disrupt their sacred rites. He sprinted towards the second obsidian pillar, a dark monolith that seemed to drink the very light from the air. Its surface rippled with contained power, a visible testament to the torrent of energy flowing through it. A lone cultist, clad in ornate, sigil-etched armor, stood guard. The cultist's face was a mask of unwavering devotion, his eyes burning with a fanatical light. He raised a staff crackling with dark energy, his lips moving in a silent incantation, but Gregor was already in motion. He didn't waste time with pleasantries or feigned challenges. He hurled a handful of alchemical flashbangs, relics of his past, crude but brutally effective. They detonated with a blinding flash and a deafening roar, a concussive blast that momentarily ripped through the cultist's concentration. It was the opening Gregor needed. He closed the distance in an instant, his blade a silver streak in the gloom. It wasn't a duel, it was an execution. Gregor's sword found its mark, piercing the cultist's dark armor, silencing the incantation and extinguishing the fanatical fire in his eyes. The cultist collapsed, a heap of obsidian and despair. The pillar itself hummed, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through Gregor's bones. He knew he couldn't simply shatter it. These pillars were not merely objects, they were anchors, conduits woven into the very fabric of Malachi's ritual. His goal was not destruction, but disruption. He needed to sever the flow, to inject chaos into the meticulously orchestrated symphony of dark magic. From a pouch at his belt, he withdrew a series of arcane disruptors. They were experimental devices, designed to emit discordant energy frequencies, capable of destabilizing magical matrices. They were volatile, prone to backfire, but they were his best, perhaps his only chance. He jammed the first disruptor into a fissure near the pillar's base, twisting it with all his might. The device flared, cycling through angry hues of crimson, sapphire, and a sickly chartreuse. A high-pitched whine, like a banshee's shriek, emanated from it, grating on Gregor's nerves. The pillar shuddered violently, its dark luminescence flickering erratically. A wave of nauseating energy washed over Gregor, a palpable pushback from the pillar's defenses, threatening to buckle his knees. He gritted his teeth, his entire body tensing against the assault. This was the price of interference. The ritual fought back, attempting to purge him like a foreign body. He pressed on, jamming a second disruptor into another fissure, then a third. The pillar's groans deepened, morphing into a guttural roar, the sound of a dying leviathan. The swirling energies around it became visibly agitated, strands of dark magic snapping and dissipating like frayed threads. The effect was immediate. Servitors patrolling nearby faltered, their movements becoming jerky, uncoordinated. Some froze mid-stride, their unnatural animation sputtering. Others, their corrupted instincts overriding Malachi's control, turned on their brethren, their programmed aggression warped into primal chaos. Gregor felt the strain on his own body intensifying. The raw energy of the pillar was a tangible force, pushing against him, attempting to unravel his very essence. His armor felt scorching hot, his vision blurred at the edges, the cacophony of the battlefield a dull roar in his ears. But his resolve, forged in the crucible of countless desperate battles, hardened with each pulse of the pillar's failing power. He needed to sever the main artery, the heart of the connection. His gaze locked onto a nexus point. A knot of interwoven energy streams near the pillar's midpoint, glowing with an intense, malevolent light. It was higher, more exposed, and infinitely more dangerous to reach. "Dorian! Celine! I need time!" Gregor bellowed, his voice raspy with exertion and the strain of the arcane energies. He leaped, his specially designed climbing gear biting into the obsidian surface, his movements a desperate scramble up the sheer face of the conduit. Reinforcements from the inner circle were converging, their disciplined advance a chilling spectacle. Their attacks were swift and deadly, arcane bolts and spectral blades lancing through the air. Dorian met them head-on, his sword a silver whirlwind, his body a shield against the onslaught. Celine unleashed torrents of pure arcane energy, weaving shimmering barriers and disrupting their formation, her efforts a desperate attempt to buy Gregor the precious moments he needed. Gregor reached the nexus, his hands searing as they gripped the raw, unstable power. He pulled out his final disruptor, a larger, more potent model. With a guttural cry, he jammed it deep into the heart of the nexus, twisting with a savage, primal force. The pillar let out a piercing shriek, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony that echoed across the ravaged landscape. The dark luminescence flared blindingly, an incandescent white, then abruptly winked out. The nexus point imploded, a silent, devastating wave of raw, untamed magic radiating outwards. Gregor was flung clear, tumbling end over end, the world a blur of light and shadow. He landed heavily on the scorched earth, his body screaming in protest, but a grim, hard-won satisfaction spread through him. The second pillar, another vital artery of Malachi's power, was dead. The ritual flickered violently, its intricate tapestry of energy collapsing in on itself. Across the battlefield, the remaining servitors stumbled, their movements becoming even more erratic, their unnatural animation faltering. Even Malachi, a distant, spectral figure at the epicenter of the ritual, seemed to recoil, his form momentarily distorted, his concentration visibly shattered. He had done it. He had struck another decisive blow, not with brute force, but with calculated disruption. The second conduit was neutralized. But Gregor knew this was far from over. There were more pillars, more conduits, and more fanatical guardians to face. The fight was a brutal, grinding war of attrition, and the cost was mounting with every passing moment. He felt a deep ache in his bones, a weariness that went beyond the physical. His abilities, pushed to their absolute limit, were beginning to fray at the edges. Yet, a flicker of something akin to hope, however grim, ignited within him. He had shown that Malachi's absolute dominion was not as absolute as he believed. He had bought them time that Dorian and Celine were now desperately trying to maintain. Now he had to reach the next conduit, and the next, before Malachi could recover and reassert his terrifying control. The hunt for the heart of the ritual had truly begun, and the path forward was paved with sacrifice. The third pillar stood like a sentinel of despair, its obsidian surface pulsating with a sickly green light. The air around it was thick with a suffocating aura, a palpable manifestation of corrupted life force. The guardians here were more numerous, a tightly packed formation of the inner circle, their faces etched with grim determination, their weapons radiating a potent, chilling energy. Gregor could feel their collective will, a solid wall of fanaticism designed to repel any intrusion. He knew a direct assault was suicide. The flashbangs and alchemical tools that had served him before would be a mere flicker against such a concentrated defense. He needed something more. He scanned the surrounding terrain, his eyes darting between the pillar, the approaching wave of enemies, and the scattered remnants of the battle. He saw a cluster of smaller arcane nodes, similar to those he had overloaded earlier, but these were still intact, humming with raw power, feeding into the main conduit. They were less guarded, a tactical vulnerability. "Celine!" he called out, his voice a hoarse rasp, strained by the constant exertion. "Can you target those nodes? A focused burst, something to overload them. I need a diversion, a significant one." Celine, her own reserves depleted, her protective aura flickering precariously, nodded grimly. "I will try, Gregor. But their defenses are strong. This may drain me further." "It's a gamble, mage," Gregor replied, his eyes fixed on the encroaching cultists. "But it's the only one we have." He drew his blade, the familiar weight a small comfort in the chaos. He needed to be a phantom, a shadow that slipped through the cracks, while Celine created the momentary tempest that would allow him to do so. As Celine gathered her arcane might, a palpable shift occurred in the ritual's energy. A wave of oppressive darkness rolled across the battlefield, a silent scream from Malachi himself as he felt the disruption of the second pillar. The remaining servitors, previously disorganized, seemed to reanimate, their movements regaining a semblance of their programmed aggression, their eyes glowing with a renewed, malevolent light. Gregor knew this was the moment. Celine unleashed a torrent of pure arcane energy, a blinding white lance that struck the cluster of smaller nodes. They erupted in a spectacular display of chaotic magic, a cascade of emerald and amethyst light that washed over the cultist guardians. The blast was deafening, the energy wave disorienting. Several cultists staggered, their formations breaking, their hands flying to their ears. This was Gregor's cue. He didn't charge the pillar directly. Instead, he sprinted towards the flank of the now disrupted cultist ranks, using the chaos as cover. He moved with a predatory grace, a blur of motion amidst the swirling energies. He bypassed the stunned guardians, his boots barely disturbing the scorched earth. He was a ghost, a whisper of defiance in the heart of the enemy's stronghold. He reached the base of the third pillar. The cultist who had been closest to the blast, a hulking figure clad in rune-etched plate armor, stumbled back towards it, his focus momentarily shattered. Gregor didn't hesitate. He lunged, his blade seeking the gaps in the cultist's formidable defenses. The cultist roared, raising his massive warhammer, but Gregor was too quick. He ducked beneath the wild swing, his sword slicing through the cultist's exposed throat. The cultist gurgled, his lifeblood spilling onto the obsidian surface, his death cry a final, desperate testament to his faith. With the immediate threat neutralized, Gregor turned his attention to the pillar itself. He produced his arcane disruptors, the familiar cold weight of them a small reassurance. He jammed the first one into a deep fissure, twisting until the crystal glowed a furious, unstable orange. The pillar shuddered, the green luminescence flickering like a dying flame. A wave of nausea washed over him, stronger this time, the ritual's resistance intensifying. His vision swam. His muscles screamed. He felt a searing pain bloom in his chest, as if an unseen hand were crushing his heart. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. He jammed in the second disruptor, then the third. The pillar groaned, its sickly green light dimming, replaced by chaotic flashes of violet and black. The ground beneath Gregor's feet trembled. The very air seemed to vibrate with the pillar's agony. He felt a profound weariness settle into his bones, a deep, gnawing exhaustion that threatened to pull him under. His connection to his own abilities felt strained, as if the raw power of the ritual was actively suppressing it. This was the true cost. It wasn't just the physical toll, the wounds that would eventually heal. It was the internal sacrifice, the draining of his life force, the erosion of his own power to fuel the disruption. He was burning himself out, sacrificing pieces of his own resilience to break Malachi's hold. He glanced back, a fleeting look at Dorian, who was locked in a brutal dance with two servitors, his movements growing slower, his strikes less precise. Celine was a pale silhouette, her arcane shields visibly thinning, her energy almost depleted. Gregor knew he was running out of time, for himself and for them. He needed to reach the nexus of this pillar, to deliver the final blow. He pulled himself up, his body protesting with every movement. He scrambled up the pillar's surface, his fingers raw, his muscles burning. The cultist reinforcements, having regained some semblance of order, were now closing in, their arcane bolts streaking towards him. He reached the nexus, a knot of pulsating emerald energy. He pulled out his final disruptor, the largest and most volatile of the bunch. As he jammed it into the heart of the nexus, he felt a searing agony rip through him, far worse than anything before. It felt as if his very soul were being torn apart. He screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pain and defiance. The pillar let out a deafening shriek, a sound that ripped through the very fabric of reality. The emerald light flared, then imploded, sending a shockwave of pure, untamed energy outwards. Gregor was hurled backwards, tumbling through the air, the world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of pain and fractured light. He landed hard, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Darkness encroached, heavy and suffocating. He felt a profound sense of emptiness, as if a vital part of him had been irrevocably severed. He had succeeded. The third pillar was dead. But the cost was immense. He lay there, broken and spent, the echoes of Malachi's enraged roar a distant rumble. He had gambled with his own life, his own essence, and he had won. But he wondered, as the darkness began to claim him, if he had sacrificed too much. Had he truly shifted from pure self-interest to a grudging acceptance of shared responsibility? Or was this just another desperate act of survival, a gambler's final, reckless throw of the dice? He didn't know. All he knew was the crushing weariness, the overwhelming sense of loss, and the chilling realization that the battle was far from over. He had bought them more time, but at what price to himself? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as Gregor slipped into unconsciousness. The world swam back into focus, a throbbing symphony of pain and awareness. Gregor coughed, a ragged, rasping sound that tore at his throat. Dust and the acrid stench of burnt magic filled his nostrils. He lay on the scorched earth, the remnants of his final, desperate gambit still singing in his very bones. The third pillar was gone, a spectral void where its oppressive presence had once stood. But the victory felt hollow, a bitter draught laced with the poison of his own depleted essence. He pushed himself up, a monumental effort that sent shards of agony through his exhausted frame. His vision swam, the edges of his perception blurred and distorted. The battlefield was a tableau of grim resilience and encroaching despair. Dorian and Celine, silhouettes against the flickering residual energies, were still fighting. Gregor's gambit, that desperate gamble with his own life force, had indeed bought them time. He saw Dorian, his movements more measured now, his defenses more economical, but still holding the line against a dwindling, yet still dangerous, contingent of cultists. Celine, her face a mask of pale exhaustion, was no longer weaving grand protective barriers, but her spells were more focused, precise, aimed at disrupting and disabling rather than overwhelming. Gregor's focus sharpened, fueled by a desperate surge of will. His own actions had been a desperate, calculated plunge into the heart of Malachi's ritual. He had shattered not just an obsidian pillar, but a piece of his own carefully constructed shell of self-preservation. The sheer recklessness of it, the willingness to burn himself out for a chance at disrupting the enemy's plan, was a stark contrast to the solitary survivor he had once been. He had always been a pragmatist, a survivor who calculated risks and exploited opportunities with cold efficiency. But here, in the throes of Malachi's dark machinations, something fundamental had shifted. He staggered towards Dorian, his legs like lead. "Report," Gregor croaked, the word barely audible. Dorian deflected a shadowy blade with a weary parry. "Holding. But they're regrouping. Malachi, he's still drawing power, even with the pillars failing. His will is a tangible force." He grunted as he shoved a cultist back, his sword leaving a trail of corrupted energy in its wake. "We need to find the core, the source of his strength. These pillars are just conduits, Gregor. They're arteries, but not the heart." Celine's voice, thin and strained, carried over the din. "The energy signatures are erratic. The disruptions have fractured the primary flow, but there are secondary channels, residual currents Malachi is drawing upon. It's like trying to dam a river with a handful of stones. The water will always find another path." She sent a bolt of pure energy at a charging servitor, the creature dissolving into wisps of dark smoke. "We need a more direct approach." A way to sever the main artery, not just nick the veins. Gregor nodded, his mind beginning to work through the haze of exhaustion. His gambit had been about disruption, about creating chaos to sow seeds of opportunity. He hadn't known for certain what Dorian and Celine would do with the breathing room he'd provided. He'd acted on instinct, a desperate lunge against an overwhelming enemy, a primal urge to strike back at the force that threatened to consume them all. But now, in the wake of his self-immolation, he saw the broader picture. His actions, while seemingly aimed at immediate disruption, had inadvertently created a window for them to gather intelligence and prepare for a more decisive strike. He had seen the tremor in Malachi's spectral form when the third pillar imploded, the momentary flicker of disorientation. That was not just the loss of a power source. It was a blow to his meticulously crafted control, a crack in the facade of his absolute dominion. It was proof that he was not invincible, that his grand design could be undone. This realization, more than the physical pain, was a potent elixir. The core, Gregor mused, his voice still raspy but with a growing undercurrent of resolve. Where do we find it? Celine gestured vaguely towards the roiling epicenter of the ritual, a vortex of swirling, unstable energies. It's deep within his stronghold, Gregor. That's where he's focused his power, where the nexus of his corrupted magic lies. The pillars were designed to anchor that power, to spread it. Without them, he's drawing directly from his personal reserves, amplified by something else. Dorian grunted, wiping a bead of sweat and something darker from his brow. Something that's making him unstable. We saw it. He's not as untouchable as he appears. And your little fireworks display, Gregor, it's bought us the chance to exploit that. He looked at Gregor, a rare glint of something akin to grudging respect in his eyes. You went all out. Risked everything. Gregor merely grunted in response. He had never been one for grand pronouncements or self-congratulatory gestures. Survival was the only currency that mattered. But as he looked at Dorian and Celine, two individuals who had once been strangers, then reluctant allies, and now, something more, he felt a subtle shift within himself. The burning desire for self-preservation, the instinct that had driven him for so long, was now intertwined with a nascent sense of shared purpose. He had acted out of desperation, yes, but also out of a dawning realization that their fates were intertwined. Malachi's victory would be his own doom, and the doom of everything they fought for. We don't have much time, Gregor stated, his gaze fixed on the pulsating heart of Malachi's ritual. He'll try to re-establish control, to reinforce his power. We need to strike now, while he's vulnerable. Celine nodded, her eyes burning with a fierce determination that belied her physical exhaustion. I can sense the primary source. It's a convergence of immense, corrupting power. It emanates from a central point within his sanctum. But the defenses, they will be absolute. Defenses can be bypassed, Gregor said, a grim smile touching his lips. The exhaustion was a heavy cloak, but the adrenaline, the raw defiance of his own failing body, was a potent stimulant. He had thrown himself into the fire, not just to disrupt the pillars, but to create a chaotic diversion, a maelstrom of energy that would mask their true objective. While Malachi's attention had been fixed on the collapsing pillars, on Gregor's desperate, self-destructive assault, Dorian and Celine had been able to gather crucial intel, to pinpoint the true heart of the enemy's power. His gambit had been more than just a tactical move, it had been a catalyst. It had forced Malachi to expend energy, to react, to expose vulnerabilities. And it had brought Gregor face to face with a truth he had long tried to ignore, that sometimes the greatest strength lay not in calculated self-interest, but in a willingness to sacrifice, to put something larger than oneself on the line. The instinct for survival was still there, a deep-seated drive, but it was now tempered by a burgeoning sense of responsibility. He was no longer just Gregor, the lone wolf, the survivor. He was Gregor, the one who had dared to disrupt the symphony of damnation, the one who had helped forge a path, however perilous, towards a chance at survival for more than just himself. The weight of his actions, the burning exhaustion, was a testament to the shift. He had gambled not just with his life, but with his very nature, and in the crucible of Malachi's ritual, he had emerged, battered and broken, but fundamentally changed. Chapter 10. The Hunter's Fury. The crackling residue of Gregor's self-immolation still hung in the air, a potent, albeit fading, testament to his desperate gamble. The unnatural stillness that followed the cacophony of collapsing arcane constructs was a precarious illusion. Malachi, though reeling, was far from defeated. His power, a noxious tide that had threatened to drown them all, was now a wounded beast, lashing out with unpredictable fury. This was the moment. The fragile opening, carved out of pure sacrifice, was a fleeting chance, a sliver of opportunity against an enemy of unfathomable darkness. Dorian felt it deep within his marrow, a primal thrumming that resonated with the dying echoes of Gregor's sacrifice. The detached, analytical hunter, the creature of meticulous planning and cold observation, was being subsumed. In his place, a different entity was emerging, forged in the fires of witnessing this encroaching corruption, in the phantom echoes of past failures. The detached facade, honed over years of survival, of burying the dead and moving on, was cracking. It was a furious, protective instinct that surged now, a visceral need to rend, to tear, to obliterate the very source of this blight. His trauma, once a carefully contained reservoir of pain, was now a roaring inferno, fueling a terrifying new ferocity. He moved before the thought fully formed, a blur of motion propelled by a force beyond mere skill. The cultists, their ranks thinned and their formations shattered by Gregor's cataclysmic strike, were still a threat, a writhing mass of fanaticism and dark ambition. But Dorian's focus was singular. He wasn't just defending, he was hunting. His blade, usually a tool of precise dismemberment, now sang a song of brutal retribution. Each swing was an invocation of every loss, every life extinguished by such insidious forces. He saw not individual cultists, but extensions of Malachi's will, conduits for his corrupting influence. A hulking brute, clad in scarred obsidian armor that seemed to absorb the very light, charged at him, a jagged cleaver held high. Dorian didn't evade. Instead, he met the charge head-on, his shoulder driving into the cultist's chest with bone-jarring force. The impact sent a jolt up his arm, but the cultist stumbled, his momentum broken. Before the brute could recover, Dorian's sword, guided by pure, unadulterated rage, flashed. It wasn't a clean cut, it was a savage cleaving, aimed not to end the life, but to sever the connection. The blade bit deep into the obsidian, splintering it, and then plunged into the flesh beneath. A guttural roar, not of pain but of outrage, tore from the cultist's throat before he crumpled, a broken husk. Celine's voice, strained but clear, cut through the din. "Dorian! The main nexus. Gregor's disruption has created a momentary weakness. He's pouring what residual power he can muster into reinforcing the Sanctum's primary defenses, but it's fragmented. I can sense a path, but it's narrow, unstable." Dorian grunted, parrying a series of frantic stabs from another cultist. His movements were economical, brutal, each strike designed to disable or annihilate with maximum efficiency. He was no longer the observer. He was the storm. His senses, honed by years of tracking prey through treacherous landscapes, were now hyper-alert, attuned to the subtle shifts in the battlefield, to the faint emanations of dark energy. He saw the fear in the eyes of the cultists who now faced him, a fear born not just of his swordsmanship, but of the raw, untamed fury that radiated from him. "Tell me where," Dorian commanded, his voice a low growl. He pushed off a cultist, spinning with a blinding speed that belied his exhaustion. His blade arced, catching a spell in mid-flight, a bolt of sickly green energy, and scattering it harmlessly. The ease with which he dispatched the cultist who had attempted the spell was chilling. There was no flourish, no wasted motion. Just swift, brutal finality. "To the west," Celine replied, her voice wavering slightly. "Past the shattered remnants of the second pillar. There's a convergence of ley lines there, corrupted and twisted. Malachi is anchoring his power through it, creating a localized pocket of immense darkness. It's the heart. But the Guardians there will be formidable." Dorian didn't hesitate. He broke formation, a calculated risk that would have been unthinkable moments before. Dorian, the hunter, always sought to maintain the optimal position, to control the flow of combat. But this was not about control, it was about obliteration. He sprinted, his boots churning the scorched earth, his eyes locked on the distant ruined structure that had once housed the second pillar. The cultists, caught between their faltering assault and Dorian's sudden, decisive pivot, hesitated. Some tried to intercept him, but they were too slow, too disorganized. They were like gnats buzzing around a predator. He felt the ambient magic shift, a palpable wave of oppressive energy washing over him as he neared the ruined pillar. It was the raw, unfiltered power of Malachi's will, a suffocating aura that sought to crush any who dared to trespass. It clawed at his mind, whispering doubts, dredging up the specters of his past. He saw the faces of the villagers, the hollow eyes of the children, the burning homesteads. He felt the phantom warmth of a forgotten fire, the ache of a lost hand. But this time, the specters did not paralyze him. They fueled him. The pain was not a wound to be nursed, but a weapon to be wielded. He burst through the jagged remnants of the obsidian structure, his sword already arcing. Two hulking figures, their bodies seemingly carved from shadow and imbued with a malevolent sentience, blocked his path. These were not mere cultists. These were Malachi's hounds, constructs of pure, condensed dark magic, designed to guard the deepest sanctums. Their eyes glowed with an internal malevolent light, and their limbs moved with an unnerving, disjointed grace. The first hound lunged, its clawed hands extended, aiming to rend Dorian's flesh. Dorian met the strike not with a block, but with a calculated deflection. He angled his blade, guiding the hound's own immense force against it, sending it staggering back. As it stumbled, Dorian pivoted, his body a coil of unleashed power. His sword swept in a vicious arc, aiming for the nexus of the hound's shadowy form. The blade met resistance, a sickening squelch as it tore through the unnatural substance. A guttural, inhuman shriek erupted from the hound as tendrils of dark energy bled from the wound. The second hound, enraged by its companion's injury, attacked with a flurry of blows. Dorian found himself on the defensive for a precious few seconds, his sword a blur of steel as he parried and deflected. The force of the hound's attacks was immense, each blow capable of shattering bone. But Dorian was no longer the meticulous planner. He was a force of nature. He saw the openings, the microseconds where their attacks overlapped, where their dark energy flickered. He feinted, drawing a wild, desperate lunge from the second hound. As its massive arm swept past, Dorian dropped low, sweeping his leg beneath the hound's stride. The construct, unbalanced, toppled forward. Before it could recover, Dorian surged to his feet, his sword plunging upwards, seeking the core of its being. This time, the resistance was less, the dark energy more volatile. A blinding flash erupted from the point of contact, followed by a wave of raw, negative energy that buffeted Dorian, sending him skidding backward. When his vision cleared, the two hounds were gone, their shadowy forms dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a faint, lingering scent of ozone and decay. He was breathing heavily, his muscles screaming in protest, but a grim satisfaction settled in his chest. He had faced Malachi's personal guard and emerged victorious. This was the new Dorian. This was the hunter unbound. Dorian! The entrance! It's just ahead. Celine's voice crackled with urgency. He pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the burning pain in his limbs. Ahead, barely visible through the swirling residual energies of the ritual, was a massive, arching gateway, wreathed in an unnatural darkness that seemed to writhe and pulse. This was it. The heart of Malachi's power. As he approached the gateway, a figure emerged from the oppressive gloom. It was not a cultist, nor a construct. It was a woman, cloaked and hooded, her face obscured by shadow, but her presence radiated a cold, ancient power. Her eyes, visible in the dim light, burned with a chilling, emerald hue. "You tread where you are not welcome, interloper." Her voice was a low, resonant hum, filled with the weight of ages and an undercurrent of pure malice. Malachi's sanctum is not for mortal eyes, nor mortal hands. Dorian's grip tightened on his sword. He recognized the aura, the signature of a guardian bound to protect the most sacred of places. This was no mere soldier. This was a being of significant arcane power, likely bound by ancient pacts. "Malachi's darkness ends here," Dorian stated, his voice low and steady, devoid of any trace of fear. The hunter was back, but he was more than just a hunter now. He was a harbinger of reckoning. The cloaked figure chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like leaves skittering across a barren grave. "Such bravado! You think you can simply walk in and dismantle what has taken millennia to build? You are but a flicker, a candle against the storm." "And storms," Dorian retorted, his gaze unwavering, "can extinguish even the brightest flames." He advanced, his sword held ready. The guardian raised a hand, and a surge of emerald energy pulsed outwards, slamming into Dorian like a physical blow. He staggered, his breath catching in his chest, but he held his ground. The energy was corrupting, leeching at his vitality, attempting to sow discord within his very being. "You feel it, don't you?" the Guardian hissed, her voice laced with a cruel delight. "The touch of true power. The erosion of your will. You are already lost." Dorian gritted his teeth. He felt the drain, the subtle insidious creep of the dark energy. It was a familiar sensation, a whisper of the despair he had fought so hard to overcome. But he remembered Gregor's sacrifice, Celine's unwavering resolve, and the faces of those he fought to protect. His trauma was not a weakness to be exploited, it was a wellspring of resilience. He channeled that pain, that burning sense of injustice, not into rash aggression, but into a focused, devastating counter. He ignored the outward pressure, the suffocating aura, and instead drew upon the core of his own being, the unyielding spirit that had carried him through unimaginable hardship. He focused his intent, not on brute force, but on disruption. With a guttural roar, Dorian unleashed a torrent of his own power, a wave of raw, unrefined fighting spirit. It wasn't the elegant, controlled magic of Celine, nor the devastating arcane explosions of Gregor. It was pure, primal combat prowess, amplified by his sheer will to survive and to protect. His power slammed into the Guardian's emerald energy, not canceling it, but shattering it. The emerald light fractured, momentarily blinding Dorian, but it was a victorious blindness. When his vision returned, the Guardian was reeling, her composure broken. Her aura flickered, revealing a fleeting glimpse of a gaunt, ancient face etched with surprise and a flicker of fear. "Impossible," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "A mortal cannot defy the ancient pacts so easily." "I am more than a mortal," Dorian declared, his voice resonating with newfound strength. "I am the consequence of your master's cruelty." He surged forward, closing the distance with impossible speed. The Guardian attempted to conjure another spell, but her movements were sluggish, her focus broken. Dorian's sword struck true, not a killing blow, but a disabling one. The blade sliced through her outstretched arm, severing her connection to the ambient magic. With a shriek of pure agony, the Guardian collapsed, her cloaked form dissolving into dust and shadow. The oppressive darkness within the gateway wavered, the writhing tendrils receding slightly. The path was open. Dorian stood at the threshold, his chest heaving, his body aching, but his resolve as hard as tempered steel. He could feel the raw, potent power emanating from within the sanctum, a dark symphony that was reaching its crescendo. This was not just about defeating Malachi, it was about dismantling the very foundation of his corrupted existence. The hunter had found his prey, and the hunt had just begun. He stepped through the gateway, leaving the ruined battlefield behind, venturing into the heart of the beast. The detached observer was gone, replaced by a force of nature, a guardian forged in the crucible of loss, ready to unleash the fury of his past upon the encroaching darkness. The air within Malachi's sanctum was thick, not with the dust of ages, but with the cloying stench of raw, untamed magic and something far more primal, fear, curdled and amplified. Dorian pushed through the archway, his senses immediately assaulted by the sheer, suffocating presence of power. This was the inner sanctum, the nexus where Malachi's corrupted will pulsed like a diseased heart. The space unfurled before him, not a grand hall of opulent design, but a cavernous expanse carved from obsidian-like stone that seemed to drink the very light. Luminescent veins of sickly green energy snaked across the walls and ceiling, throbbing in time with an unseen, unholy rhythm. He wasn't alone. Figures began to coalesce from the shadows, their movements fluid, unervingly silent. These were not the ragged cultists he had carved through moments before, nor the brute constructs he had shattered. These were the elite. Their forms were varied, some human-like but unnaturally tall and gaunt, others warped and twisted into shapes that defied natural anatomy. Their eyes, where visible, burned with the same cold emerald light that had emanated from the fallen guardian. Each bore intricate markings etched into their skin or woven into their armor, sigils that hummed with latent power. They were the Praetorians, Malachi's most devoted and most dangerous servants, the keepers of his deepest secrets and the enforcers of his terrifying dominion. A low growl rumbled in Dorian's chest, a sound that was more animal than human. His awareness, already heightened by the adrenaline coursing through his veins, flared. He felt the system's presence, a subtle hum beneath his skin, offering him tactical readouts, analyzing the immediate threats. Threat assessment, Elite Praetorian Guard, X5. Augmented Strength, Class 4. Augmented Resilience, Class 3. Arcane Augmentation, Minor, Protective Wards/Empowered Strikes. Hostile Intent, Maximum. 5 of them. Positioned strategically, forming a loose semicircle that boxed him in. They moved with a synchronized grace that spoke of long training and absolute obedience. The leader, a hulking figure with armor like polished bone, stepped forward, his gauntlet hand resting on the pommel of a wickedly curved blade. The defiler, its voice was a multi-tonal rasp, like stones grinding together. You have defiled the sacred spaces. You have dared to trespass where only the chosen may tread. Dorian didn't bother with a verbal response. Words were a luxury he couldn't afford, and honesty was a weapon he had long since discarded. His sword, Shadowfang, felt an extension of his own fury, its familiar weight a comfort in the face of this encroaching dread. He could feel the residual energy of Gregor's sacrifice, a faint warmth that bolstered his resolve. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for the sliver of hope Gregor had bought with his life. The bone-armored Praetorian lunged, its speed astonishing for its size. The blade, infused with emerald energy, carved a searing arc through the air, aimed directly at Dorian's head. He didn't block, he twisted. His body moved with a fluidity that felt alien, a product of countless hours of training and the system's subtle guidance. The blade hissed past his ear, close enough to singe his hair. As it swept by, Dorian drove the hilt of Shadowfang into the Praetorian's jaw with a sickening crack. Critical hit. Stamina cost, 5. Damage, moderate. Effect, stun, minor, 0.5 s. The Praetorian recoiled, a guttural snarl escaping its throat. It was a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Dorian spun, his left leg sweeping out in a low arc, catching the Praetorian's knee. The bone armor offered little resistance to the focused force. The creature staggered, and Dorian followed up with a brutal elbow strike to its temple. But the other 4 were already in motion. 2 lunged from his flanks, their movements like predatory cats. One wielded a pair of wicked, serrated daggers, the other a heavy, spiked mace. Dorian's vision narrowed, his focus sharpening to an almost painful degree. He saw the trajectories, the openings, the microseconds of vulnerability. He dodged the mace, the spiked head whistling past his shoulder, missing by a hair's breadth. As the wielder recovered, Dorian redirected the momentum of his dodge into a powerful kick to the Praetorian's chest. The impact was like hitting a stone wall, but the creature grunted, its augmented resilience absorbing the worst of it. Simultaneously, he parried the daggers with Shadowfang, the clash of steel ringing sharply in the cavern. The Praetorian with the daggers was fast, their movements a blur of flashing steel, but Dorian's blade was an extension of his will. He blocked, deflected, and countered, his footwork a dance of survival on the razor's edge. New skill acquired, Blade Dance, Rank E. Passive, increases evasion chance by 15% during rapid weapon exchanges. A faint warmth spread through Dorian's limbs as the skill integrated. It wasn't a conscious decision to activate it, it was an instinctual reaction, guided by the system and honed by his own desperate need. The daggers danced around him, but now, with Blade Dance active, they felt slower, more predictable. He saw an opening, a slight hesitation in the dagger wielder's rhythm. Dorian feinted left, drawing a wild swing, then pivoted sharply right. Shadowfang swept low, severing the Praetorian's hamstring. A choked cry, and the creature collapsed. Praetorian Guard eliminated. Experience gained, 500. Loot drop, minor health potion, X1, obsidian shard, X3, The notifications flashed in his peripheral vision, a cold, clinical counterpoint to the brutal reality of the fight. He ignored them, his attention already on the remaining 3. The mace wielder was recovering, its eyes blazing with renewed fury. The 5th Praetorian, a lean, almost serpentine figure, was weaving through the others, its hands glowing with nascent emerald energy. Threat assessment, Elite Praetorian Guard, X3. Arcane augmentation, minor, protective wards/empowered strikes. Elite Praetorian Sorcerer, X1. Arcane Augmentation, Moderate, Energy Blast / Debilitating Aura. Hostile Intent, Maximum. A sorcerer. That explained the unsettling stillness emanating from one of them. Dorian's jaw tightened. He had faced mages before, but these were different. These were bound to Malachi, infused with his corrupting power. The sorcerer raised its hands, and the air around it began to shimmer, coalescing into crackling bolts of emerald energy. The remaining 2 Praetorians advanced, their movements coordinated, designed to keep Dorian pinned down, vulnerable to the sorcerer's assault. "Hold the line!" the bone-armored Praetorian roared, its voice laced with pain but undeterred. It charged again, its blade a blur. Dorian met the charge, not with brute force, but with precision. He deflected the blade upwards, guiding it past his face, and then drove his shoulder into the Praetorian's chest. The augmented strength was immense, pushing back against Dorian's own augmented power. Attribute check. Strength. Success. Force dispersal. He felt the strain in his muscles, the burning in his lungs, but he held firm. While he grappled with the bone-armored brute, he kept a peripheral awareness of the mace wielder and the sorcerer. The mace swung again, a wide, crushing arc. Dorian dropped, rolling beneath it. The spikes gouged furrows in the obsidian floor. As he came up, Shadowfang was already in motion. He thrust forward, aiming for the mace wielder's exposed throat. The Praetorian reacted, bringing its mace down in a desperate defensive maneuver. The impact of steel on steel sent shockwaves up Dorian's arm, but Shadowfang bit deep, embedding itself in the mace's haft. Weapon constraint, Shadowfang temporarily stuck. A wave of heat washed over him. The sorcerer. It unleashed a barrage of emerald energy bolts. Dorian cursed, abandoning his attempt to free Shadowfang. He threw himself sideways, rolling across the floor as bolts of destructive energy seared the air where he had been moments before. One grazed his shoulder, a searing agony that felt like molten lead. Damage taken, moderate. Debuff applied, corrupting aura, minor. Effect, -5% to all stats for 30 seconds. Regeneration rate reduced. He gritted his teeth against the pain, the system's interface a cold, logical presence in his mind, cataloging his injuries, calculating probabilities. He needed Shadowfang back. He needed to break their formation. The bone-armored Praetorian was recovering, its emerald-infused blade already seeking him. He dodged its initial thrust, the air whistling around him. He could feel the corrupting aura weakening him, a subtle erosion of his strength and speed. He needed to fight through it, to push beyond it. He saw his chance. The sorcerer was preparing another spell, its hands crackling with power. The mace wielder was still struggling to dislodge Shadowfang from its weapon. The bone-armored Praetorian was focused on overwhelming him with brute force. Dorian made a choice. He feinted an attack towards the bone-armored Praetorian, then suddenly spun, ignoring the incoming blade. He threw himself towards the mace wielder, not to fight, but to retrieve his weapon. He grabbed the hilt of Shadowfang, wrenched it free with a burst of augmented strength, and simultaneously delivered a brutal head butt to the mace wielder's helm. The Praetorian staggered back, momentarily dazed. With Shadowfang back in his grasp, Dorian unleashed a furious flurry of attacks on the bone-armored Praetorian. He wasn't looking for a clean kill, he was looking for disruption. He hacked at its limbs, severing tendons, shattering armor, anything to slow its relentless advance. The Praetorian roared, its movements becoming ragged, but it continued to press the attack, fueled by fanaticism and Malachi's power. While Dorian occupied the Praetorian, the sorcerer unleashed another volley of energy bolts. This time, however, Dorian was ready. He didn't dodge them all. He positioned himself so the bone-armored Praetorian was between him and the sorcerer, using the hulking creature as a living shield. The bolts struck the Praetorian, searing through its armor, eliciting roars of pain. Enemy Praetorian guard damaged by allies' attack. The Praetorian guard was meant to be disciplined, but the unorthomatic tactics, the sheer ferocity of Dorian's assault, were breaking their cohesion. The bone-armored Praetorian, wounded and enraged, lunged at Dorian with a final, desperate attack. Dorian met the charge, but instead of fighting force with force, he used the Praetorian's own momentum against it. He sidestepped at the last second, letting the Praetorian stumble past him. As it passed, he swung Shadowfang in a vicious upward arc, aiming for the exposed spine. The blade bit deep, severing the spinal cord. The bone-armored Praetorian collapsed, its emerald eyes flickering out. Praetorian Guard eliminated. Experience gained, 500. Loot drop, Bone Armor Fragment, X1, Essence of Resilience, X1, 2 left. The mace wielder was still groaning, shaking its head, trying to clear the fog of Dorian's assault. The sorcerer, however, was the real threat. It stood at a distance, its hands pulsing with dark energy, its focus solely on Dorian. Dorian's breath hitched. The corrupting aura debuff was still active, draining his strength. He needed to end this quickly. He glanced at the loot drop notification. Essence of Resilience. That was something. He would have to examine it later. The sorcerer unleashed a concentrated beam of emerald energy, far more potent than its previous bolts. It tore through the air, a searing line of destruction aimed directly at Dorian's chest. He didn't have time to dodge. System alert. Incoming high-energy arcane attack. Evasion probability, 12%. Recommend defensive protocol, shield bash, if available, or active dodge. He didn't have shield bash. His focus snapped to his active skills. He had blade dance, but that was for weapon combat. He needed something more. He searched his mental inventory of learned skills, his fingers instinctively tightening around Shadowfang. Then, an idea, born of desperation and the system's constant stream of tactical data. He didn't have a shield, but he had his blade. He had his augmented strength. As the beam closed in, Dorian dropped into a low crouch, bringing Shadowfang down in a horizontal sweep. He channeled every ounce of his augmented strength, every spark of his fighting spirit, into that single action. Skill activated, Kinetic Deflection, Rank D. Effect, redirects incoming kinetic energy. Requires precise timing and significant stamina. He felt the impact not as pain, but as a concussive force that threatened to rip his arms from their sockets. The emerald beam struck Shadowfang, and for a terrifying moment, Dorian felt his will begin to buckle. The sheer power was overwhelming. But he held on, gritting his teeth, his muscles screaming. Then, as per the skill's function, he redirected. With a violent twist of his body, he channeled the energy of the beam back towards its source. Shadowfang sang as it deflected the torrent, sending a concentrated blast of emerald energy hurtling back at the sorcerer. The sorcerer's eyes widened in disbelief, then horror. It attempted to conjure a defensive ward, but it was too slow, its spell still in its nascent stages. The redirected beam struck it full in the chest. A deafening shriek echoed through the sanctum. The sorcerer's form exploded in a shower of emerald light and black ichor. Elite Praetorian Sorcerer eliminated. Experience gained, 800. Loot drop, Sorcerer's Orb, X1, Corrupted Mana Crystal, X3, Greater Health Potion, X1. Silence descended, broken only by Dorian's ragged breaths. The corrupting aura debuff vanished, leaving behind a dull ache in his shoulder. He slowly rose, surveying the aftermath. The mace wielder lay unconscious, its mace cracked and smoking. The other Praetorians were reduced to scorched remains and scattered fragments of bone and obsidian. He walked over to the fallen sorcerer, his boots crunching on shattered fragments of its orb. The orb itself lay intact nearby, a pulsating sphere of condensed, corrupted mana. He picked it up, feeling its malevolent energy thrum against his palm. This was powerful, dangerous, but it was also a resource. He then moved to where the bone-armored Praetorian had fallen. He knelt, carefully collecting the essence of resilience. It was a small, fist-sized crystal that pulsed with a faint, warm light. He didn't know its exact properties, but the name suggested it would be useful. Finally, he retrieved his greater health potion, a shimmering, viscous liquid. He uncorked it and downed it in a single gulp. A wave of revitalizing energy coursed through him, mending the damage to his shoulder and replenishing his stamina. Greater health potion consumed. Health restored, 100%. Stamina restored, 100%. He stood, his body aching but his resolve solidified. He had faced Malachai's elite and emerged victorious. It was a testament to his growing power, to the system's aid, and to the sheer stubbornness that refused to let him fall. But he knew this was only the beginning. The true heart of Malachi's power lay deeper within this sanctum, and he could feel its oppressive aura growing stronger, a siren song of corruption beckoning him forward. The Praetorians were just the outer guards. What lay ahead would be far more terrifying. He tightened his grip on Shadowfang, the familiar weight a reassuring anchor in the swirling darkness, and pressed onward. The hunter's fury had been unleashed, but the prey was still elusive, hidden within the labyrinthine depths of Malachi's corrupted domain. Dorian stood amidst the debris of his latest victory, the acrid tang of spent magic still clinging to the air. His breathing, though ragged, was steadying, the adrenaline surge beginning its slow, familiar ebb. He surveyed his personal arsenal, a collection born not of riches, but of necessity and brutal experience. His gear was functional, imbued with subtle enchantments that spoke of a hunter who understood the value of every edge, every advantage. His primary weapon, Shadowfang, remained sheathed at his hip. The obsidian-hued blade pulsed with a latent coldness, a testament to the dark energies it had absorbed and the souls it had claimed. It was more than just a sword, it was a symbiotic extension of his will, capable of adapting to his combat style through the system's influence. Its current iteration boasted the Vampiric Edge enchantment, a cruel gift from a fallen knight whose life force it had drained, allowing Dorian to siphon a fraction of his opponent's vitality with each successful strike. This, coupled with its shadow infusion property, which allowed it to phase through less robust magical defenses, made it a formidable tool against the magically inclined. Beside Shadowfang hung his secondary blade, Whisperwind. This lighter, more agile weapon was crafted from a rare, enchanted silver alloy, its edge honed to a molecular sharpness. Whisperwind was designed for speed and precision, its primary enchantment, momentum transfer, allowing Dorian to imbue his strikes with the kinetic energy of his dodges and parries. A swift sidestep followed by a precisely aimed thrust could send an opponent reeling, their own momentum turned against them. It was the perfect complement to Shadowfang, allowing for a fluid transition between brutal offense and agile defense. Strapped to his forearms were his gauntlets, grasping claws. Forged from the scaled hide of a subterranean drake, these gauntlets were more than mere protection. Their reinforced digits could extend into razor-sharp claws, capable of rending flesh and even chipping through lesser enchanted armor. The Quake Gauntlets modification, acquired from a particularly stubborn earth elemental, allowed Dorian to channel localized tremors through his strikes, destabilizing his opponents and creating openings. He had learned early on that brute force could be enhanced by more subtle, elemental disruptions, and these gauntlets were a prime example. His boots, Pathfinder's Stride, were made from a tough, flexible leather sourced from a displacer beast. They were imbued with a dual enchantment, Silent Step, which significantly dampened the sound of his movement, and Terrain Adaptation, which granted him enhanced traction and mobility across a variety of surfaces, from slick stone to treacherous mud. In the close confines of Malachi's labyrinthine sanctum, where sound and footing could mean the difference between life and death, these boots were invaluable. He could melt into the shadows, appearing and disappearing with unnerving speed, a phantom that struck from unexpected angles. Dorian also carried a variety of specialized tools, meticulously organized within pouches and on his belt. There were vials of potent alchemical concoctions, corrosive acid for melting through armor and obstacles, flashbang powder for disorienting enemies, and smoke bombs to create diversions and cover his movements. He had a spool of incredibly strong, yet gossamer-thin, silk wire, capable of tripping foes, setting up snares, or even creating impromptu zip lines across chasms. Among his more unique items was a set of Tracker's Talismans. These small, carved stones, each etched with a different glyph, could be activated to leave a temporary, invisible mark on a target. Once marked, Dorian could track their general direction and proximity, even through magical interference. He had acquired these from a reclusive shaman in the Whispering Woods, a painful lesson learned after losing a quarry for 3 days in a dense fog. He also possessed a small, intricately carved wooden flute. It served no offensive purpose, but the melody of tranquility it played had the ability to briefly soothe aggressive beasts and even disrupt the concentration of low-level spellcasters. It was a desperate measure, a tool of last resort, but one that had saved his skin on more than one occasion when direct confrontation was impossible. The system's integration into his combat was seamless, a constant stream of data flowing into his consciousness. It provided real-time threat assessments, analyzed enemy attack patterns, and suggested optimal countermaneuvers. More than just passive information, however, the system actively contributed to his progression. Each skill he learned, each stat point he gained, was meticulously catalogued and utilized. His arcane resistance had been steadily increasing, a necessary adaptation to the pervasive magical energies within Malachi's domain. His dexterity and agility stats were constantly being pushed to their limits, allowing him to perform feats of acrobatics and evasive maneuvers that would be impossible for an ordinary man. His combat style was a brutal ballet, a fusion of raw power, cunning strategy, and the system's analytical prowess. He was not a brute who relied solely on overwhelming force, nor a duelist who danced with elegant precision. Dorian was a hunter, a predator who adapted his methods to his prey. Against magically augmented foes like the Praetorians, his approach was multifaceted. He exploited their reliance on arcane energies, using his Shadow Fang to disrupt their spellcasting or his gauntlets to shatter their magical foci. He had learned to use the environment to his advantage. The obsidian-like stone of Malachi's sanctum, while offering little in the way of natural cover, was riddled with energy conduits and precarious structures. A well-placed strike from his grasping claws could send shards of enchanted rock raining down, or a precisely aimed whisper-wind thrust could destabilize a hanging crystal formation. He had even used the ambient magical energy of the sanctum itself, subtly weaving it into his attacks through his enchanted gear, a dangerous practice that pushed his mana manipulation skill to its limits. His signature move, honed through countless battles, was the Phantom Flurry. It began with a rapid series of evasive maneuvers, amplified by Pathfinder's stride and Whisperwind's momentum transfer, making him appear to be everywhere at once. As his opponents struggled to track his impossible movements, he would then transition into a devastating series of strikes with Shadow Fang, each blow laced with the vampiric energy he had siphoned, culminating in a final, overwhelming assault that aimed to break their defenses and their spirit. The system's prediction algorithms were crucial here, calculating the optimal angles and timings for each strike, ensuring maximum damage output with minimal expenditure of his own stamina. Against the Praetorians, he had employed a strategy of calculated aggression. He had allowed them to form their semicircle, using the narrow confines to his advantage, limiting their ability to flank him. He had deliberately drawn out the fight with the bone-armored Praetorian, using its predictable, brute force attacks to create openings for his more agile strikes, all while monitoring the sorcerer's positioning. The moment the sorcerer committed to its powerful beam attack, Dorian saw his opportunity. He had not just dodged, he had danced with the energy, using his grasping claws and his augmented strength to subtly alter his trajectory at the last possible second. His activation of kinetic deflection was a testament to his growing mastery of the system's capabilities. It was a high-risk, high-reward skill, one he had practiced extensively in training simulations but had never before deployed in a live combat scenario against such a potent arcane assault. The raw power of the sorcerer's beam had threatened to overwhelm him, to shatter his bones and incinerate his flesh. But by channeling his focus, his will, and every ounce of his augmented strength through Shadow Fang, he had not only survived but had turned the enemy's own power against them. The redirection of that energy blast was a display of sheer controlled fury, a brutal counterattack that had ended the sorcerer's threat decisively. The acquisition of the sorcerer's orb and the essence of resilience were significant. The orb, he knew, was a potent source of corrupted mana, capable of fueling powerful spells or, in his case, being refined and repurposed for his own enchantments. The essence of resilience was even more intriguing. The name itself suggested its purpose was to bolster his natural fortitude, perhaps increasing his resistance to physical and magical damage. He would need to study these items, to understand their full potential and integrate them into his arsenal, further enhancing his ability to confront whatever horrors Malachi had waiting for him. Dorian felt a grim satisfaction settle over him. He was evolving, adapting, becoming a more effective hunter with each encounter. The raw power of the Praetorians had been formidable, their devotion to Malachi unwavering, but their rigid adherence to formation and doctrine had been their undoing. Dorian, on the other hand, was a creature of adaptation, his fighting style a testament to his resilience and his willingness to embrace the system's guidance. He was not just surviving. He was progressing, growing stronger, and honing the tools of his trade into instruments of unparalleled destruction. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but he was ready. His arsenal was formidable, his skills honed, and his hunter's fury was far from extinguished. It was merely being tempered, like steel in a forge, into a weapon of terrifying precision. He picked up the sorcerer's orb, its corrupting energy a cold weight in his hand, a promise of further power to be unlocked. His gaze swept over the scattered remnants of his vanquished foes, each piece a potential component in his ever-growing arsenal. He was the Ashen Hunter, and his tools were as grim and unforgiving as the battles he fought. The residual heat of the battle still prickled Dorian's skin, a phantom warmth against the creeping chill of Malachi's domain. He clutched the sorcerer's orb, its corrupting pulse a steady counterpoint to his own racing heart. The victory was sweet, sharp as the edge of Shadowfang, but it was a fleeting reprieve. Malachi was a master of shadows, not just the physical kind that clung to these corrupted halls, but the insidious ones that festered in the mind. The true test, Dorian knew, was yet to come. It began subtly, a flicker at the edge of his vision, a whisper like dry leaves skittering across stone. He dismissed it, attributing it to exhaustion, to the lingering psychic residue of the Praetorians' defeat. But the whispers grew, coalescing into familiar voices, tinged with an echo of the dread that had once defined his life. "Dorian, my son." The voice, achingly familiar, sent a jolt through him. His mother. He froze, the orb slipping slightly in his grip. He hadn't heard her voice, not truly, since the night the fire had consumed his village, since the inferno had claimed everything he held dear. He clenched his jaw, forcing the image of her gentle smile from his mind. It was a trap. He knew it was a trap. "Why did you leave me, Dorian?" This was Gregor, his childhood friend, his sworn brother. The accusation hung heavy in the air, laced with a pain that was too real, too sharp to be a mere illusion. Dorian's gut twisted. Gregor's fate, his desperate pleas as the raiders surged through their homes, were a scar he carried deep. He had failed Gregor. He had failed them all. The illusions sharpened, coalescing into spectral figures that shimmered in the oppressive gloom. He saw his mother, her face etched with sorrow, her ethereal form reaching out to him. He saw Gregor, his eyes burning with betrayal, his spectral hand clenched into a fist. Then, the landscape around him began to warp, the cold, obsidian walls dissolving to reveal the charred ruins of his village. The smell of smoke, acrid and suffocating, filled his senses. He saw the flames, ravenous and all-consuming, licking at the remains of his home. He heard the screams, a cacophony of terror and despair, echoing in his mind. "You could have saved them, Dorian," a voice hissed, low and venomous, slithering from the heart of the spectral conflagration. "You had the power, even then. But you were too weak. Too afraid." Dorian staggered back, his breath catching in his throat. The taunt struck at the deepest wounds, at the gnawing guilt that had haunted his dreams for years. He had been a boy, terrified and outmatched, but the voice didn't care about his youth. It preyed on his perceived failures, amplifying them, twisting them into monstrous accusations. His hand tightened around the sorcerer's orb. Its coldness was a grounding sensation, a tangible link to the reality of his present fight. He could feel the corrupting energy within it, a raw, untamed power. He focused on that power, on the potential it represented, not as a temptation, but as a weapon. Malachi offered oblivion, a seductive promise of release from pain. But Dorian had chosen a different path. He had chosen to fight. "You are a fool, Dorian," the voice continued, a silken caress of pure malevolence. "This fight is futile. Malachi's power is absolute. Surrender. Embrace the void. It is the only true peace." Dorian's knuckles were white where he gripped Shadowfang's hilt. He could feel the blade's latent energy thrumming, a silent promise of swift, decisive action. But this was not a foe he could cleave with steel. This was a battle of the mind, a war for his very soul. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to shut out the spectral visions, the accusatory whispers. He dredged up other memories, not of loss, but of defiance. The first time he had felt the system's subtle guidance, the thrill of a perfectly executed maneuver, the grim satisfaction of protecting the innocent, however fleetingly. He thought of Celine, her fierce loyalty, her unwavering belief in him, even when he himself had doubted. Their alliance was fragile, forged in the crucible of necessity, and Gregor's condemnation still stung, but Celine's presence, her quiet strength, was a beacon in the encroaching darkness. He thought of Gregor, too, not the spectral accuser, but the friend he had lost, the memory he cherished. Gregor would have wanted him to fight, not to succumb to despair. "No," Dorian gritted out, his voice rough but firm. "This is not futile. I have a purpose." The illusions flickered, the whispers momentarily faltering. Malachi's influence was powerful, insidious, but it was not absolute. Dorian's will, forged in countless battles, tempered by loss, was proving more resilient than the entity anticipated. He focused on the essence of resilience he had acquired, imagining its properties seeping into his very being, bolstering his mental fortitude, creating a shield against the psychic onslaught. He began to visualize his village not as a scene of destruction, but as a place of life, of joy. He saw the laughter of children, the warmth of the hearths, the shared meals under the starlit sky. He held on to those images, imbuing them with his own strength, pushing back against the spectral flames. "You cling to phantoms, Dorian," the voice sneered, its tone losing some of its earlier confidence. "Love, friendship, hope. These are illusions. Power is real. Oblivion is real. Embrace them." "Power born of malice is a cage," Dorian retorted, his voice gaining strength. "And oblivion is simply the end of all things. I choose to live. I choose to fight." He felt a surge of energy, not from the orb, but from within himself. It was the system, responding to his defiance, feeding his will. His stats, his skills, the very essence of his progression, all coalesced into a singular focus. He was not just a warrior. He was a hunter, a survivor, a force of nature adapting to overcome any obstacle. The spectral figures began to recede, their forms thinning like smoke. The charred ruins of his village dissolved, replaced once more by the cold, hard reality of Malachi's sanctum. The whispers faded, leaving behind only the oppressive silence, a silence that now felt less like a threat and more like an absence. Dorian let out a shaky breath. The illusion had been broken, but the psychological toll was immense. His mind felt bruised, battered, but not defeated. He had faced the specters of his past and chosen to forge a future. He had drawn strength not from the promise of corrupting power, but from the memory of what he had lost, and the nascent hope of what he could still protect. He looked down at the sorcerer's orb. Its tempting allure was still present, but it was no longer the primary focus. He understood now that Malachi's greatest weapon was not its physical might, but its ability to sow despair. And in resisting that despair, Dorian had discovered a deeper wellspring of strength within himself. The essence of resilience was more than just a stat boost, it was a symbol of his enduring spirit. He wouldn't be tempted by easy power, by the seductive whisper of oblivion. He would carve his path through the darkness, one hard-won battle at a time, armed with his skills, his tools, and the unyielding resolve of a hunter who refused to be broken. The phantom loved ones were gone, the village ruins faded, but the purpose they inspired remained, burning brighter than any illusion Malachi could conjure. He would honor their memory by living, by fighting, and by ensuring that no one else suffered the fate that had befallen his home. The test of his willpower had been passed, but the war for his soul, and for the world, was far from over. He tucked the orb securely into his pouch, its cold presence a reminder of the darkness he fought, both without and within. The path ahead was perilous, but for the first time since entering this accursed place, Dorian felt a flicker of something akin to grim optimism. He was still standing, and he was still fighting. The silence that descended after the spectral onslaught was not a respite, but a prelude. Dorian's breath, ragged and uneven, filled the void. His mind, though bruised, felt strangely clearer, the phantom weight of guilt and accusation lifted. The sorcerer's orb pulsed in his pouch, a cool, steady presence that felt less like a temptation now and more like a tool, a dangerous one, but a tool nonetheless. He had stared into the abyss of his own failures, conjured by Malachi's insidious magic, and he had not flinched. He had held onto the flickering ember of his purpose, fanning it into a defiant flame. But the ritual chamber was far from yielding. The air, thick with residual arcane energies, began to thrum with a new, more potent vibration. It wasn't the insidious whisper of doubt or the spectral echoes of loss. This was a raw, unadulterated force, the very essence of Malachi's power coalescing. The obsidian floor beneath Dorian's boots began to ripple, not with shadow, but with a searing emerald light, like molten jade bubbling up from the earth's core. He instinctively drew Shadowfang, its familiar weight a comfort, its edge gleaming with an inner luminescence that seemed to mock the encroaching darkness. From the heart of the surging light, a form began to coalesce. It was not a physical entity in the traditional sense, but a manifestation of pure, corrupted energy. It had no discernible features, no eyes to meet his gaze, no mouth to speak its threats. It was a churning vortex of power, a living storm of emerald and black, crackling with raw, destructive potential. Dorian felt the very air around it warp, the temperature plummeting, then soaring, a chaotic symphony of elemental fury. This was the Guardian, the final ward before whatever lay beyond this chamber. This was Malachi's fury, unleashed. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was not a creature he could outmaneuver with skill alone. His agility, his mastery of combat arts, would be but a fleeting defense against such raw power. This was a test of his very being, a challenge that demanded he tap into reserves he hadn't known he possessed. He glanced at his system interface, a flicker of his core stats appearing in his peripheral vision. Dorian, level 42. HP, 870 of 1,200. MP, 550 of 900. Stamina, 780 of 1,100. Strength, 65, plus 5. Dexterity, 82, plus 8. Constitution, 70, plus 7. Intelligence, 55, plus 4. Wisdom, 60, plus 5. Charisma, 40, plus 3. Essence of Resilience, active, minor boost to mental fortitude. Skills, Shadowfang Mastery, Novice, Stealth, Adept, Beast Taming, Apprentice, Basic Alchemy, Journeyman, Tracker's Insight, Expert, Parry and Riposte, Expert, Evasion, Master, Soulbound Companion, Inactive, Sentinel Wolf, Survivalist's Instinct, Expert. The numbers were a stark reminder of his journey, of the progress he'd made since his humble beginnings. Yet, facing this entity, they felt woefully inadequate. His HP was already depleted from the previous encounter, his MP lower than he liked, and his stamina, while high, was a finite resource. The Guardian pulsed, sending a shockwave of raw energy that slammed into Dorian, staggering him. It wasn't a physical blow, but a psychic one, a deluge of oppressive force that threatened to crush his will. He gritted his teeth, planting his feet firmly. The essence of resilience flared, a faint warmth spreading through his mind, helping him resist the crushing mental pressure. But it was not enough. He needed more. He needed to push. Pushing past the limit. The thought echoed in his mind, a mantra he had unconsciously adopted. He had always operated within the perceived boundaries of his abilities, but true growth, true strength, came from shattering those limits. He focused on his core attributes, not just as numbers on a screen, but as fundamental aspects of his being that he could, to some extent, influence. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, drawing upon the memory of every desperate fight, every moment he had been on the brink of collapse, and somehow found the strength to endure. He pictured his stamina bar, not as a gauge, but as a reservoir of raw energy, a wellspring that could be drawn deeper. He pushed. He willed his body to respond, to find that extra ounce of endurance, that last flicker of strength. His stamina began to tick down at an accelerated rate, the numbers dropping faster than normal regeneration could compensate. But with each drop, a corresponding surge of primal energy coursed through him. It was agony, a searing pain that threatened to consume him, but it was also exhilarating. His movements, when he finally opened his eyes, became sharper, more precise. His reaction time, already honed to a razor's edge, seemed to enter a new dimension. The Guardian unleashed a torrent of emerald fire, a wave of pure destruction that would have vaporized him moments before. But now, Dorian moved. It wasn't just evasion, it was an instinctual dance with death. He weaved, he ducked, he slid, the flames licking at his heels, the heat scorching his exposed skin. He felt the edges of his stamina bar nearing critical levels, the system flashing warnings, but he ignored them. He was beyond the numbers now. He saw an opening. A brief, almost imperceptible lull in the Guardian's assault as it gathered its power for another devastating strike. This was his chance. He channeled every ounce of his newfound, amplified stamina into his legs, propelling him forward like a coiled spring released. Shadowfang sang through the air, imbued with a power that felt alien, yet undeniably his. He didn't aim for the ephemeral form of the Guardian. That would be like trying to stab smoke. Instead, he focused on the nexus of its power, the point where the emerald light seemed most concentrated, the heart of the storm. He struck with a ferocity that surprised even himself, a desperate, all-or-nothing lunge. The impact was cataclysmic. Shadowfang, empowered by Dorian's desperate exertion, tore through the Guardian's energy field. The emerald light flared violently, a blinding supernova of raw magic. A guttural roar, not of pain, but of pure, unadulterated rage, echoed through the chamber. Dorian was thrown backward, his body slamming against the obsidian wall, the impact jarring him to the bone. His vision swam, and for a terrifying moment, he felt his consciousness teetering on the brink. His HP bar plummeted, flashing red. 150/1200. He was critically injured. But the Guardian was faltering. The churning vortex of energy began to unravel, its form destabilizing. The emerald light flickered, its intensity dimming. He had struck a decisive blow. But Malachi was not a foe to be defeated by a single strike, however powerful. The chamber itself seemed to recoil from the blow, the obsidian walls groaning, threatening to collapse. And from the dissipating energy of the Guardian, a new threat emerged. It was a shard, a fragment of the Guardian's essence, imbued with the raw, untamed power of the storm. It hurtled towards Dorian, faster than anything he had seen, a harbinger of his imminent demise. His stamina was depleted, his MP critically low, his HP a mere sliver. He was spent. Every instinct screamed at him to surrender, to let the darkness claim him. But then, he remembered. He remembered the faces of those he had lost, the spectral accusations, and the resolve that had burned them away. He remembered Celine, her faith, his promise to protect. He remembered the feel of Shadowfang in his hand, the thrill of his own progression, the knowledge that he was more than just a survivor. He was a hunter. His eyes fell upon the sorcerer's orb, still warm in his pouch. It pulsed, not with malice now, but with a latent, volatile power. Malachi's power, yes, but power nonetheless. He had refused its direct influence, its corrupting embrace. But could he harness it, just this once, without succumbing? Could he wield the enemy's own weapon against him? The shard was almost upon him. There was no time for calculation, no room for doubt. He made a choice. A dangerous, desperate choice. He reached into his pouch, his fingers brushing against the smooth, unsettling surface of the orb. He didn't pull it out, didn't hold it in his hand. Instead, he focused his will, his meager remaining energy, on the orb itself. He willed it to release its power, not into him, but outward, as a shield. The orb responded. Not with a surge of corrupting energy, but with a deafening crackle of arcane force. A dome of shimmering, violet energy erupted around Dorian, just as the shard impacted. The sound was deafening, a symphony of shattering magic and raw power. The dome buckled, groaned, and threatened to collapse under the immense pressure. Dorian felt the feedback, a jarring shockwave that vibrated through his very bones. He could feel the orb's power draining rapidly, its connection to him straining. He grit his teeth, pouring every last iota of his will into maintaining the shield. He felt his MP bar vanish, replaced by a sea of red. 0900. He was using raw willpower now, fueled by desperation and the primal instinct to survive. The violet dome flickered, threatening to wink out of existence. The shard, though blunted, was still pushing, its malevolent energy seeping through the cracks. In that moment, Dorian felt a connection to the orb that was deeper than mere proximity. He felt its history, its purpose, its inherent nature as a conduit for immense power. And he understood. This power, while dangerous, was not inherently evil. It was a tool, corrupted by its wielder, but its essence was simply energy. And he, Dorian, was a master of channeling and redirecting energy. He pushed back. Not with brute force, but with a subtle redirection. He focused on the flow of the orb's power, finding the currents within its volatile output, and guided them. He began to weave them, to shape them, not into a shield, but into a counterstrike. He wasn't just deflecting anymore, he was preparing to attack. He channeled his own rapidly fading life force, his dwindling stamina, his raw, unyielding will, into the swirling violet energy. He was forging something new, something born of desperation and resilience, a desperate gambit. He was using Malachi's own corrupted power, amplified by the orb, and refined by his own will, to strike back. The shard finally broke through the weakened dome, not with the devastating impact it had intended, but with a sputtering, diminished force. It slammed into Dorian's chest, a searing pain that made him gasp, but it did not pierce him. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed, its energy drawn into the nascent counterstrike he was forging. With a final, guttural roar, a sound that was more beast than man, Dorian unleashed the energy he had gathered. It wasn't a beam, or a wave, but a concussive blast, a localized explosion of pure, unadulterated force. It was the Sorcerer's Orb's raw power, shaped by Dorian's desperate will, amplified by his own diminishing life force, and directed with pinpoint accuracy. The blast struck the remnants of the Guardian's essence, the core from which the shard had emerged. The resulting explosion was blinding, deafening. Emerald light, black void, and a searing violet converged in a spectacular, cataclysmic display. The very foundations of the ritual chamber groaned and shuddered. Dorian was thrown clear of the blast radius, landing hard on the now-scorched obsidian floor, his vision entirely consumed by the maelstrom of energy. When the light finally faded, and the ringing in his ears subsided, Dorian lay gasping for breath. The chamber was silent once more, but it was a different kind of silence. The oppressive, thrumming energy was gone. The air, though still thick with the scent of ozone and burnt magic, felt strangely lighter. He slowly pushed himself up, his body screaming in protest. Every muscle ached, his vision swam, and he could feel the raw, ragged edges of his being. But he was alive. The Guardian was gone. The chamber, scarred and battered, remained. He looked at his system interface. Dorian, level 42. HP, 10-1200. MP, 0-900. Stamina, 5-1100. Essence of resilience, fading, minor boost to mental fortitude. He had pushed himself beyond the brink, beyond his perceived limits, and he had survived. He had tapped into his reserves, draining himself to the absolute dregs, but he had done it. He had transformed from a survivor to a protector, not through brute force, but through sheer will and an unyielding refusal to break. He had faced the ultimate guardian, the raw fury of Malachi, and had emerged, if not unscathed, then victorious. The ritual chamber, once a terrifying testament to Malachi's power, now felt like a crucible, a place where he had been reforged, hardened, and made ready for whatever lay beyond. The path ahead was still fraught with danger, but he had proven, to himself and to whatever dark forces watched, that he was more than capable of facing it. He was a hunter, forged in fire, and he would not be broken. Chapter 11, Celine's Gambit. The residual hum of raw, untamed magic still vibrated through the obsidian floor, a phantom echo of the Guardian's demise. Dorian, battered and pushed to the absolute brink, was a testament to the sheer, unadulterated will required to survive Malachi's trials. But his victory, hard-won and costly, was only one facet of the larger struggle. While he had faced the monstrous manifestation of corrupted energy, Celine was engaged in a different, perhaps more insidious, battle, one waged in the silent language of ancient runes and intricate arcane diagrams. Her focus had been singular, a stark contrast to Dorian's desperate, visceral fight. The moments following Dorian's desperate gambit had been a blur of agonizing sounds and blinding light, but for Celine, there had been a period of intense, almost surgical, concentration. The air in the chamber, thick with the scent of ozone and burnt magic, was still charged, but now it was with the residual energies of a ritual in its final throes. She had felt the violent surge as Dorian's counterstrike tore through Malachi's constructs, a seismic shockwave that sent tremors through the very fabric of the ruin. Yet, her attention remained locked on the intricate patterns etched into the chamber's periphery. She knelt by a section of the wall, her fingers tracing the cool, unyielding surface. Before her lay spread open a tattered grimoire, its vellum pages brittle with age, filled with arcane script that spoke of forgotten ages and forbidden arts. Beside it, a series of hastily sketched diagrams, rendered by her own hand, attempted to make sense of the maddening complexity of Malachi's ritual. Each glyph, each line, each confluence of power, was a piece of a vast, malevolent puzzle. The nexus, it's not just drawing power from the ley lines, she murmured, her voice a low whisper, barely audible above the residual hum. She ran a fingertip over a particularly dense cluster of runes, her brow furrowed in concentration. It's weaving them, twisting them into a single, concentrated conduit. Malachi isn't merely siphoning, he's reshaping the very flow of ambient ether. Her understanding of arcane mechanics, honed through years of rigorous study and countless sleepless nights deciphering ancient texts, was her primary weapon. While Dorian battled the physical manifestations of Malachi's power, Celine was unraveling the very architecture of his sorcery. She had identified the ritual's core components, a series of 9 focusing crystals, each pulsating with a distinct hue, embedded at strategic points around the chamber, a central amplification matrix, where the energies converged, and the intricate network of runes that acted as both conduits and regulators, ensuring the controlled siphoning of power. The crystals, they're not merely amplifiers, she deduced, her gaze flicking between the grimoire and the wall. They're anchors, binding specific aspects of the etheric flow. This one, she pointed to a faintly shimmering azure crystal, draws upon the raw, untamed energies of the Earth's heart. And this one, her finger moved to a smouldering crimson, channels the volatile energies of raw emotion, fear and rage mostly, judging by the resonance. The complexity was staggering. Malachi had not simply performed a ritual, he had engineered a masterpiece of arcane manipulation, a system designed for maximum efficiency and devastating effect. His goal, she now understood with chilling clarity, was not merely to gather power, but to corrupt it, to twist the pure, life-giving ether into a weapon of unimaginable destruction. She found herself tracing the flow of energy depicted in her diagrams, following the ethereal lines that connected the focusing crystals to the central matrix. The grimoire spoke of ancient rituals that sought to harmonize with the world's natural etheric flows, to draw upon them respectfully and with a balance that ensured stability. Malachi's approach was the antithesis of this. It was a violent, rapacious tearing, a violation of the natural order. He's creating a feedback loop, she realized, a cold dread creeping into her voice. Each crystal feeds into the next, amplifying the corruption, purifying the raw energy into something more potent, more destructive. The whole network is designed to concentrate this twisted energy, to forge it into a singular, devastating release. Her eyes scanned the final diagram, the one that attempted to map the culmination of the ritual. A single, blinding point of light was depicted at the center of the amplification matrix, radiating outwards with chaotic, destructive force. This was the endgame, the point of no return. If Malachi succeeded in fully coalescing this corrupted energy, the resulting backlash would be catastrophic, not just for the immediate vicinity, but potentially for the entire region. The ancient ruins themselves, imbued with millennia of residual magic, would likely become ground zero for a magical cataclysm. The sorcerer's orb, she mused, recalling Dorian's earlier struggles. It's a key component, a focal point for the corrupted energy. But it's also volatile. Malachi's control over it is absolute, but the orb itself possesses a raw, untamed power that even he struggles to fully contain. That's why Dorian could potentially disrupt it, or at least interfere with its function. She knew her task was far more delicate than Dorian's brutal confrontation. He could afford to expend raw power, to push his limits and risk injury. She, however, operated on a knife's edge. Any miscalculation, any stray spark of uncontrolled magic, could trigger the very backlash she sought to prevent. Her strength lay not in overwhelming force, but in precision, in understanding the intricate weave of Malachi's design and finding the single thread that, when pulled, would unravel the entire tapestry without bringing the whole structure crashing down. She picked up a small, obsidian shard, a discarded fragment from the Guardian's demise that had landed near her. It pulsed faintly with residual emerald energy. She held it between her thumb and forefinger, feeling the faint, discordant thrum. "This is what is weaponizing," she whispered. The raw chaos, stripped of its life, its purpose, twisted into pure destruction. Her eyes fell upon a specific passage in the grimoire, detailing ancient warding techniques used to disrupt ley line convergence. The language was archaic, the concepts abstract, but the underlying principle resonated with her current predicament. It spoke of introducing a counter-frequency, a specific harmonic resonance that could destabilize the flow of energy without shattering the conduits themselves. A harmonic disruption, she breathed, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Not a direct severance, which would be too explosive, but a subtle redirection. Like introducing a dissonant note into a perfectly tuned symphony. It would cause the energies to chafe against each other, to destabilize the amplification matrix, and hopefully, overload the focusing crystals before the final coalescence. The challenge, however, was identifying the precise frequency. Malachi's ritual was not a standardized ancient ceremony, it was a unique, horrifying innovation. The grimoire offered theoretical frameworks, but practical application required an understanding of the specific energies Malachi was manipulating. She returned to her diagrams, to the swirling patterns of her own hastily drawn lines, trying to find the hidden symmetry within Malachi's chaos. She recalled the faint traces of ether she had sensed upon entering the chamber, the unique signature of Malachi's corrupted magic. It was a bitter, acrid tang, like spoiled wine, layered with the echoes of raw, primal fear. This was the signature she needed to counteract. Her fingers began to move with renewed purpose, sketching additional diagrams, overlaying new runes, attempting to model a counterspell. It wasn't about creating an attack, but about crafting a precisely tuned disruption. She needed to weave a spell that would resonate with the corrupted ether, not to amplify it, but to subtly introduce dissonance, to create an internal friction that would prevent the energies from converging into their final, devastating form. "The key lies in the feedback loop," she muttered, tapping a finger on a diagram of the central amplification matrix. "If I can introduce a disruptive harmonic at a critical junction, it should cascade. The focusing crystals, designed to handle a specific, amplified flow, will begin to destabilize under the internal strain. They'll start to reject the corrupted energy, causing a localized backlash within the matrix itself." She envisioned the process, a ripple effect, starting small, like a single pebble dropped into a still pond, but growing, expanding, until the entire system was thrown into disarray. The raw power Malachi was siphoning would begin to chafe against itself, unable to find a stable pathway, overloading the very conduits that were meant to channel it. Her MP reserves, while not as depleted as Dorian's, were far from full. This kind of intricate spellcasting, requiring immense concentration and precise manipulation of etheric currents, was taxing. She could feel the drain, a subtle but persistent tug on her magical reserves. She had to be efficient, to make every mote of ether count. She consulted the grimoire again, searching for enchantments related to harmonic resonance and energy redirection. She found fragments of ancient rituals, incantations designed to soothe volatile etheric flows, to mend tears in the fabric of reality. These were the building blocks, the raw ingredients for her counterspell. The orb, it's the linchpin, she realized. Malachi is using it to stabilize the process, to maintain a semblance of control over the immense energies he's gathering. If I can disrupt its influence, its ability to act as a central anchor, the entire ritual becomes inherently unstable. This was where her true gamble lay. Dorian had directly interacted with the orb, forcing it to unleash its power in a controlled burst. Celine's approach was far more subtle, aiming to undermine its function without directly engaging its volatile core. She needed to create an external disruption, a wave of counter-resonance that would interfere with the orb's internal equilibrium, making it incapable of fulfilling its role as the ritual's anchor. She began to weave the incantation, her voice low and steady, each syllable carefully enunciated. The air around her began to shimmer, not with raw power, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration. She wasn't summoning a storm, she was coaxing a discord. Her hands moved in intricate gestures, tracing patterns in the air that mirrored the diagrams on her parchment, her focus absolute. The grimoire spoke of the silent song of unraveling, an ancient technique used by lawmasters to dismantle potent magical constructs without triggering their defensive mechanisms. It was a dangerous art, requiring an intimate understanding of magical architecture and a profound control over one's own etheric output. "The focusing crystals," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the pulsating gems around the chamber. "They are designed to channel specific energies. If I introduce a conflicting resonance, they will begin to reject the energy, creating internal feedback. It's like trying to pour water into a sieve that's already full." She could feel the shift in the chamber's atmosphere. The oppressive hum, the deep thrum of Malachi's siphoning power, was beginning to change. It was still present, still potent, but there was an underlying tension, a subtle dissonance that hadn't been there before. Dorian's earlier strike had wounded the Guardian, destabilized its immediate presence, but it had not fundamentally altered the ritual's core mechanics. Celine's work was about to do just that. She began to chant more forcefully, the words of the ancient incantation flowing from her with a newfound urgency. The air around her thickened, the subtle vibration intensifying. She could feel the distinct signatures of the ether Malachi was drawing upon, the raw elemental forces, the volatile emotional currents, all being twisted and forced into an unnatural convergence. Her counterspell was designed to mimic the chaotic resonance of these energies, but with a crucial difference: it was unfettered, uncorrupted. It was a pure echo of the ether's natural state, a harmonic that would clash violently with Malachi's perversion of it. "The orb," she murmured, her gaze locking onto the faint outline of the sorcerer's orb, still hidden within Dorian's pouch. She could sense its potent, unstable presence, a black hole of corrupted magic at the heart of the ritual. "It's the conductor. Without its steadying influence, the chaotic energies will begin to fight each other." She intensified her chant, pouring more of her dwindling MP into the spell. The subtle shimmering around her coalesced into faint tendrils of pure, white ether, dancing and weaving in the air. These were not destructive bolts, but delicate threads of pure energy, designed to resonate with and subtly redirect the flow of Malachi's corrupted magic. The first signs of the ritual's destabilization began to manifest. The azure crystal, anchoring the earth's raw power, flickered erratically, its steady pulse faltering. Then, the crimson crystal, resonating with emotion, began to emit faint, discordant pulses, like a dying heartbeat. "It's working," Celine breathed, a grim satisfaction tinging her voice. The crystals are starting to reject the corrupted flow. The feedback loop is beginning to fray. She continued her incantation, focusing on weaving a complex web of harmonic resonance that would spread throughout the entire ritualistic array. Her goal wasn't to destroy the components, but to make them incompatible with Malachi's design. She was introducing a fundamental flaw into the architecture of his power, a flaw that would cause the structure to buckle under its own weight. The air in the chamber grew heavy, charged with an unstable energy. The humming of the ritual was no longer a steady drone, but a discordant cacophony, a symphony of conflicting magical forces. The runes etched into the walls, once glowing with a steady, malevolent light, now flickered and sputtered, as if struggling to contain the chaotic energies. She felt a surge of power from Dorian, a desperate push that momentarily stabilized his own systems. This gave her the brief window she needed. She channeled all her remaining focus, all her available ether, into a final, resonant chord. "Let the natural order reclaim its own," she intoned, her voice ringing with a power that belied her physical exhaustion. "Let the discord shatter your corruption." The effect was immediate and dramatic. The focusing crystals flared violently, not with a unified glow, but with a chaotic burst of disparate colors. The emerald light that had emanated from the Guardian's demise now seemed to recoil from the unstable energy. The central amplification matrix, designed to channel and concentrate the corrupted ether, began to buckle and twist, the intricate patterns of runes glowing with an infernal, unstable light. A deep groaning sound echoed through the chamber, not from the walls, but from the very fabric of the magical construct. The sorcerer's orb, its role as the ritual's anchor compromised, began to emit waves of chaotic energy, pushing outwards erratically. Dorian, even in his depleted state, could feel the shift, the sudden instability that rocked the chamber. Celine watched as the intricate weave of Malachi's ritual began to unravel. The carefully constructed conduit, designed to funnel pure destructive energy, was now a tempest of conflicting forces. The corrupted ether, unable to find a stable path, began to chafe against itself, creating a violent internal friction. This was not the clean, controlled destruction of a singular blast. This was a systemic failure, a cascade of magical overload. The focusing crystals, unable to process the conflicting energies, began to overload. Tiny cracks appeared on their surfaces, spiderwebbing outwards, and with each crack, a surge of raw, uncontained magic erupted. The chamber filled with a deafening roar, a sound of pure, unadulterated magical chaos. Emerald light clashed with the nascent white light of Celine's counterspell, and the dark void of the orb's corrupting influence surged outwards erratically. It was a maelstrom of power, a raw, untamed force unleashed by Malachi's own design. Celine shielded her eyes, her body trembling from the sheer magical strain. She had not destroyed the ritual with a single, decisive blow, but she had fractured its core, forcing it to collapse under its own unsustainable weight. The feedback loop she had initiated was now spiraling out of control, turning Malachi's carefully crafted instrument of destruction into a weapon of self-immolation. The sheer energy released was immense. The obsidian floor cracked and buckled, sending shards of rock flying. The air itself seemed to warp and distort, shimmering with an unstable luminescence. Dorian, despite his critical injuries, felt a surge of protective instinct. He knew that if this continued unchecked, the entire ruin could collapse, burying them all beneath tons of ancient stone and corrupted magic. He glanced at Celine, who was now swaying, her face pale and etched with exhaustion. Her gambit had been brilliant, a testament to her deep understanding of arcane principles, but it had come at a tremendous cost. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit, her MP bar likely as depleted as his own stamina. "Celine," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "We need to get out." She nodded weakly, her eyes never leaving the swirling vortex of energy that consumed the center of the chamber. The focusing crystals were now shattering in earnest, their destruction sending shockwaves of raw magic outwards. The central amplification matrix was a twisted mess of fractured runes and arcing energy. Malachi's grand design was collapsing, not under external assault, but from within. Celine's carefully orchestrated discord had sown the seeds of its own destruction. The ritual, designed to unleash a devastating wave of corrupted power, was now simply tearing itself apart, a violent implosion of arcane energy. The chamber groaned, a final, agonizing sound as the ceiling began to rain down dust and debris. The oppressive, thrumming energy that had once defined the space was gone, replaced by the wild, unpredictable fury of a magical system in terminal breakdown. Dorian knew they had only moments before the entire structure became a tomb. He reached out a trembling hand, his own body screaming in protest, toward Celine, his resolve hardening despite his critical condition. They had survived the Guardian, they had disrupted the ritual, but the fight for survival, he knew, was far from over. The path out of this collapsing ruin, still crawling with Malachai's lingering forces, was their next desperate trial. The air in the chamber, still thick with the acrid scent of destabilized ether and the faint, metallic tang of ozone, vibrated with a residual energy that prickled Celine's skin. Dorian's brute force had shattered the Guardian, a violent, necessary act that had bought them precious time, but her own battle was far from over. It had been a whisper against the roar, a subtle manipulation of the underlying currents while he had wrestled with the monstrous manifestation. Now, with the immediate threat neutralized, her focus shifted back to the intricate architecture of Malachai's ritual, a dark tapestry she was painstakingly unraveling. Her fingers traced a sequence of runes on the wall, seeking not the direct pathways of power she had mapped earlier, but the subtle, almost imperceptible fissures within Malachai's design. The grimoire lay open beside her, its ancient pages a repository of lore that spoke of forgotten cycles and the shadowed arts. It was here, within these brittle leaves, that she sought not just a countermeasure, but an understanding, a deeper insight into the forbidden knowledge Malachai himself had tapped into. The warding matrix is designed for containment and redirection, she murmured, her brow furrowed as she compared a passage from the grimoire with her own hastily sketched diagrams. But it's also designed to absorb ambient magical signatures, to feed them into the primary nexus. That's where the corruption begins. She pointed to a specific diagram in the grimoire, a complex illustration depicting a tiered system of energy conduits. These ancient scholars, they understood the inherent dangers of channeling raw ether. They devised redundancies, safeguards, to prevent catastrophic feedback loops. Malachai, however, has perverted this. He's not just siphoning power, he's injecting his own corrupted will into the very fabric of the conduits. The grimoire wasn't merely a textbook, it was a treasure trove of dangerous truths. One particular section, bound with an almost palpable aura of dread, detailed rituals that delved into the very heart of chaotic magic, the raw, unshaped essence that predated creation itself. These were not spells for the faint of heart, nor for those whose disciplines were rooted in order and control. They were arts of manipulation, of bending the primal forces to one's will, often at a terrible psychic cost. The Obsidian Path, she read aloud, her voice barely a breath. A forbidden rite that allows the practitioner to commune with the unmaking forces. It promises dominion over instability, the ability to unravel any established order. A shiver ran down her spine. This was the very essence of Malachai's gambit, to harness the unmaking, the raw potential for chaos, and weaponize it. Her fingers brushed over an illustration depicting a crystalline structure humming with dark energy. Beside it, a warning in archaic script, beware the allure of the void. Its whispers promise power, but its embrace offers oblivion. Celine understood the peril. To delve into such knowledge was to flirt with the precipice of her own sanity. The knowledge itself was a potent force, capable of twisting the mind, of subtly altering the practitioner's perception until they themselves became instruments of destruction. He's not just using the ley lines, he's drawing upon something deeper, something elemental, she reasoned aloud, her voice gaining a quiet intensity. The grimoire speaks of primordial resonance, the echoes of the universe's inception. If he can anchor his ritual to that level of raw, unformed energy, then his corrupted ether becomes infinitely more potent, more fundamentally destructive. She recalled the faint tremors she had felt earlier, not just from Dorian's struggle, but from something deeper, a groan from the very foundations of reality. This was the unmaking force stirring. Malachai was not just a sorcerer, he was a conduit for something ancient and terrible. Her eyes fell upon a passage describing symbiotic corruption, a process by which a practitioner could forge a pact with these chaotic energies, not to control them, but to become them. The cost was immense, a gradual erosion of self, a fading of individual identity until only the primal force remained. The sorcerer's orb, she now understood, was more than just a focusing crystal. It was likely a vessel, a phylactery designed to contain and channel this primordial chaos, acting as a bridge between Malachai and the unmaking. The key isn't just to disrupt the conduits, she mused, tapping a long, slender finger on a particularly dense passage detailing the whispers of the abyss. It's to sever his connection to the source. If I can introduce a resonant frequency that repels the primordial ether, that unmakes his connection rather than amplifying it. The implications were staggering. Such an act would not only cripple Malachai's ritual but could potentially unleash the raw, uncontained primordial energies, a force so volatile it could shatter the very fabric of existence. It was a desperate gamble, a path fraught with unimaginable danger. The grimoire itself warned that attempting to manipulate such forces without proper preparation and spiritual fortitude was akin to inviting a cosmic tsunami to drown one's soul. She found herself sketching furiously, her diagrams becoming more complex, more abstract. She was trying to map not just the flow of energy, but the intent behind it, the corrupting whisper that Malachi had woven into his spell. The grimoire spoke of etheric anchors, specific frequencies that stabilized raw magical energy, and entropic dissonances that could destabilize it. Malachi had created a nexus of both, a self-sustaining engine of destruction. The runes are not just conduits, they are incantations in themselves, she realized, her gaze drifting back to the intricate patterns etched into the chamber walls. Each one is a syllable in Malachi's dark poem, a word in his prayer to the unmaking. She began to chant softly, mimicking the cadence of the runes, trying to feel their underlying vibrations, to discern the subtle shifts in their magical resonance. The grimoire detailed specific rituals for spiritual cleansing and etheric purification, practices that were considered heretical by many established magical orders. These were not about brute force or overwhelming power, but about the meticulous deconstruction of corrupted energies, a subtle undoing of what had been done. It was a form of magical archaeology, digging through layers of imposed will and corruption to find the pristine, original structure beneath. She read about the Silent Scourge, a theoretical counter-ritual designed to introduce a nullifying frequency into a corrupted magical matrix. The text was maddeningly vague, filled with allegories and cryptic warnings, but the core principle was clear: to achieve an effect of opposite resonance, to counteract the ether's perversion with a pure, uncorrupted echo. "It's about finding the void within the void," she whispered, her voice gaining a strange, resonant quality. "Malachi's ritual creates a void of pure destructive potential. If I can introduce a nullifying void, a space of absolute non-resonance, it should collapse inwards." Her MP reserves were steadily depleting, not from casting grand spells, but from the sheer mental exertion of deciphering the forbidden texts and formulating a counter-strategy. This was a battle of intellect and will, a war waged in the silent spaces of arcane theory. The temptation to simply unleash a torrent of raw magic, to overwhelm Malachi's defenses with sheer power, was a siren song, but she knew that would be his victory. His ritual was designed to feed on such raw outbursts, to absorb and amplify them. She found herself tracing a symbol in the grimoire, a swirling vortex of intertwined lines that seemed to writhe on the page. It represented the unraveling sigil, an ancient glyph said to possess the power to dismantle complex magical constructs by introducing a fundamental instability. It was a tool of last resort, a double-edged sword that could just as easily backfire and destroy the caster. This is it," she breathed, a spark of dangerous hope igniting in her eyes. "The unraveling sigil, keyed to the primordial resonance. If I can channel a pure, uncorrupted echo of the ether through it, I can force Malachi's corrupted matrix into a state of critical dissonance." The process would require immense focus, a complete suppression of her own emotional state, and a deep understanding of the symbiotic corruption Malachi had embraced. She had to become a conduit for purity, a beacon of order in the face of utter chaos. The grimoire warned that any trace of fear, anger, or doubt would be immediately absorbed by the primal forces, twisting the ritual and damning the caster. She began to chant, her voice low and steady, a counter-melody to the oppressive hum of the ritual. The words were ancient, alien, spoken in a language that resonated with the primal forces of creation. As she chanted, she visualized the unraveling sigil forming in the air before her, a shimmering construct of pure, white ether. Her hands moved with practiced precision, weaving invisible threads of energy, shaping the ether into the intricate patterns of the glyph. The ambient magic in the chamber, previously a cacophony of discordant energies, began to coalesce, drawn to her pure etheric output. The focusing crystals flickered, their corrupt luminescence dimming slightly, as if sensing a foreign, yet powerful, presence. The raw, untamed energies Malachi were siphoning seemed to stir restlessly, their flow becoming less predictable, more erratic. She felt a tugging sensation, a psychic probe seeking to identify and corrupt her efforts. It was Malachi, or rather, the primal forces he commanded, sensing her interference. The whispers of the void grew louder, insidious, promising power, offering solace in oblivion, urging her to abandon her struggle and embrace the seductive allure of unmaking. "No," she whispered, her voice firm, pushing back against the psychic assault. "I am a scholar. I seek understanding, not destruction for its own sake. Your path leads to nothingness." Her focus sharpened, the unraveling sigil in front of her solidifying, pulsing with a steady, rhythmic light. She pictured the complex weave of Malachi's ritual, the lines of corrupted energy, the anchors he had placed, the sorcerer's orb at its heart. She was not trying to blast it apart. She was attempting to introduce a fundamental flaw, a seed of self-destruction that would cause the entire construct to unravel from within. The grimoire spoke of the echo of the first light, a theoretical counterfrequency that could unravel any form of magical corruption by resonating with the universe's inherent, uncorrupted state. It was a dangerous concept, difficult to grasp, let alone manifest. But Celine, through years of dedicated study and an almost obsessive pursuit of arcane truth, felt a flicker of comprehension, a nascent understanding of how to achieve it. "It's not about power," she reminded herself, her voice a low hum. "It's about precision. It's about finding the resonance that negates the corruption, not fights it." She extended her hands, the unraveling sigil hovering between them. She could feel the strain on her MP, a deep, persistent drain that threatened to pull her under. Yet, there was also a growing sense of exhilaration, a scholar's triumph at finally understanding a complex, dangerous puzzle. The chamber began to groan, not from external forces, but from the internal stresses building within Malachi's ritual. The focusing crystals, particularly the ones anchoring the more volatile elements, began to emit discordant pulses, their steady hum replaced by a grating, unsettling thrum. The intricate runes on the walls flickered erratically, as if struggling to maintain their coherence. Malachi's grip on the primordial energies was not as absolute as he believed. He had woven them into his design, but they retained their inherent chaotic nature, a force that could turn on its master. Celine's counterspell was merely providing the catalyst, the final nudge that would send the entire system spiraling into an uncontrolled cascade. She poured the last vestiges of her MP into the unraveling sigil. It flared with an intense, white light, momentarily eclipsing the corrupted energies of the ritual. A piercing, high-frequency sound filled the chamber, a tone that seemed to vibrate not just through the air, but through the very bones of reality. The effect was immediate. The obsidian floor beneath her feet began to crack. The focusing crystals shattered, not explosively, but with a sound like fracturing ice, sending shards of fractured magic in all directions. The central amplification matrix, the heart of Malachi's design, buckled and twisted, the runes glowing with a frantic, dying light. The sorcerer's orb, its role as a stabilizing anchor now rendered obsolete, emitted a wave of pure, unadulterated chaos, a vortex of void energy that tore through the already destabilized ritual. It was a feedback loop of destruction, Malachi's own creation turning upon itself with devastating efficacy. Celine stumbled back, the immense energy surge washing over her, threatening to tear her apart. She had succeeded. She had unraveled Malachi's gambit, not by brute force, but by understanding, by wielding the very principles of arcane order against his perversion of it. But the cost was steep. She felt a profound exhaustion, a hollowness in her magical core that spoke of extreme depletion. The knowledge she had accessed, the forbidden law she had wielded, had left its mark, a subtle, chilling echo that whispered at the edges of her consciousness. She had walked the precipice and returned, but the shadow of the void would forever linger. The residual hum of destabilized ether still vibrated in Celine's bones, a tangible aftershock of Dorian's explosive intervention. Yet, her focus had long since shifted from the brute force of shattered constructs to the subtle, intricate corruption woven into Malachi's grand design. The grimoire lay open, its brittle pages a testament to forgotten disciplines and perilous knowledge. It was here, amidst the arcane warnings and cryptic diagrams, that she sought not merely a counter, but an antidote. "The matrix is a labyrinth of redirection," she murmured, tracing a finger over a complex diagram of energy conduits that resembled a celestial nervous system. Designed for containment, yes, but more insidiously, for absorption. Every stray etheric signature, every whisper of ambient magic, is funneled, refined, and ultimately tainted, feeding the central nexus. It's a parasitic architecture. The grimoire's pages detailed ancient practices, not of raw power, but of precise manipulation, of bending the fundamental currents of magic. These were the arts of those who understood that true power lay not in a forceful command, but in an intimate understanding of the weave itself. She flipped to a section bound with a palpable sense of dread, its script whispering of the obsidian path. It spoke of communing with forces that predated ordered reality, of harnessing the unmaking, the raw, chaotic potential that existed before the universe solidified its form. "Malachi isn't just siphoning energy," she breathed, the words tasting like ash. "He's become a conduit for the void itself, anchoring his ritual to the primordial resonance of creation's very inception. The sorcerer's orb isn't just a focus, it's a phylactery, a bridge between his will and that abyss." The text warned of the psychic cost, the erosion of self, the seductive allure of oblivion that promised ultimate control by surrendering all identity. It was a tempting path for those who craved dominion, but Celine understood its ultimate destination, utter annihilation of the self. Her gaze fell upon a passage detailing symbiotic corruption. It described a process where a sorcerer didn't control chaotic energies, but rather became them, a gradual merging until the sorcerer was merely a vessel for the primal forces. The cost, as always, was steep, the complete subsumption of their being into the unmaking current. This was Malachi's true ambition, not to wield power, but to embody the very essence of entropy, to become an agent of cosmic dissolution. The whispers of the void were growing louder, not just from the grimoire, but from the very air around her, insidious suggestions that offered an end to all struggle, all pain, by embracing the sweet release of nothingness. The key isn't to overpower his wards, Celine reasoned, her voice a low, determined hum against the oppressive energies. It's to introduce a dissonance, a resonant frequency that repels the primordial ether, that unmakes his connection rather than amplifying it. She visualized the complex weave of his ritual, the anchors he had so carefully placed, the sorcerer's orb at its heart, a pulsing beacon of corrupted intent. She wasn't aiming for a frontal assault, that would be precisely what Malachi anticipated, a surge of raw power to feed his insatiable hunger. Instead, she sought to introduce a subtle flaw, a seed of self-destruction that would cause the entire construct to unravel from within. The grimoire spoke of etheric anchors and entropic dissonances, the building blocks of Malachi's corrupted matrix. These weren't simple spells, but fundamental principles of arcane architecture, twisted and perverted to serve a destructive purpose. She realized then that the runes etched into the chamber walls were not mere conduits, but incantations in themselves, each one a syllable in Malachi's dark prayer to the unmaking. To disrupt his ritual, she would need to speak a counterprayer, a litany of order against his chaos. Her MP reserves were already strained, not from casting grand spells, but from the sheer mental exertion of deciphering the forbidden law and formulating a strategy that demanded absolute precision. This was a war of intellect, a battle waged in the silent spaces of arcane theory. The temptation to unleash a torrent of raw power, to match Dorian's brute force with her own magical might, was a siren song, but she knew that would be Malachi's ultimate victory. His entire ritual was designed to absorb and amplify such uncontrolled outbursts, to feast on the raw energy of desperation. Her fingers, stained with ancient ink, brushed against a complex sigil depicting a swirling vortex of interwoven lines, the unraveling sigil. The grimoire described it as a tool of last resort, a glyph with the power to dismantle complex magical constructs by introducing fundamental instability. It was a double-edged sword, capable of backfiring with devastating consequences, but Celine saw it as her only hope. This is it, she breathed, a dangerous spark of conviction igniting in her eyes. The unraveling sigil, keyed to the primordial resonance. If I can channel a pure, uncorrupted echo of the ether through it, I can force Malachi's corrupted matrix into a state of critical dissonance. The grimoire was maddeningly vague on the specifics, filled with allegorical warnings and cryptic pronouncements. But the core principle was clear: achieve an effect of opposite resonance, counteract the perversion with a pure, uncorrupted echo. It was a concept known as the echo of the first light, a theoretical counterfrequency that could unravel any form of magical corruption by resonating with the universe's inherent, uncorrupted state. It was a dangerous theoretical pursuit, difficult to grasp, let alone manifest, but Celine, through years of dedicated study and an almost obsessive pursuit of arcane truth, felt a flicker of comprehension, a nascent understanding of how to achieve it. It's not about power, she reminded herself, her voice a low hum that seemed to push back against the oppressive energies of the chamber. It's about precision. It's about finding the resonance that negates the corruption, not fights it. I need to become a conduit for purity, a beacon of order in the face of utter chaos. The grimoire explicitly warned that any trace of fear, anger, or doubt would be immediately absorbed by the primal forces, twisting the ritual and damning the caster. She began to chant, her voice low and steady, a counter-melody to the oppressive hum of Malachi's ritual. The words were ancient, alien, spoken in a language that resonated with the primal forces of creation, a language of pure being, untainted by intent or will. As she chanted, she visualized the unraveling sigil forming in the air before her, a shimmering construct of pure, white ether. Her hands moved with practiced precision, weaving invisible threads of energy, shaping the ether into the intricate patterns of the glyph, coaxing it into existence with a focused will that bordered on obsession. The ambient magic in the chamber, previously a cacophony of discordant energies, began to coalesce around her. The focusing crystals, the very heart of Malachi's network, flickered, their corrupt luminescence dimming slightly as if sensing a foreign, yet undeniably powerful, presence. The raw, untamed energies Malachi was siphoning seemed to stir restlessly, their flow becoming less predictable, more erratic, as if sensing an alien force probing their depths. She felt it then, a subtle, probing sensation, a psychic tendril reaching out, seeking to identify and corrupt her efforts. It was Malachi, or rather, the primal forces he commanded, sensing her interference. The whispers of the void grew louder, more insidious, promising power, offering solace in oblivion, urging her to abandon her struggle and embrace the seductive allure of unmaking. They promised an end to her pain, an end to her struggle, a gentle dissolution into the vast, uncaring expanse of non-existence. "No," she whispered, her voice firm, pushing back against the psychic assault with a shield of pure, unyielding will. "I am a scholar. I seek understanding, not destruction for its own sake. Your path leads to nothingness, to a void that consumes all." Her focus sharpened, the unraveling sigil in front of her solidifying, pulsing with a steady, rhythmic light, a beacon of order in the encroaching darkness. She pictured the complex weave of Malachi's ritual, the lines of corrupted energy, the anchors he had placed, the sorcerer's orb at its heart, a monument to his hubris. She extended her hands, the unraveling sigil hovering between them, a tangible manifestation of her intent. She could feel the strain on her MP, a deep, persistent drain that threatened to pull her under, to extinguish her very essence. Yet, there was also a growing sense of exhilaration, a scholar's triumph at finally deciphering a complex, dangerous puzzle. The chamber began to groan, not from external forces, but from the internal stresses building within Malachi's ritual. The focusing crystals, particularly those anchoring the more volatile elements, began to emit discordant pulses, their steady hum replaced by a grating, unsettling thrum. The intricate runes on the walls flickered erratically, as if struggling to maintain their coherence against an invisible tide of disruption. Malachi's grip on the primordial energies was not as absolute as he believed. He had woven them into his design, but they retained their inherent chaotic nature, a force that could turn on its master. Celine's counterspell was merely providing the catalyst, the final nudge that would send the entire system spiraling into an uncontrolled cascade. She poured the last vestiges of her MP into the unraveling sigil. It flared with an intense, white light, momentarily eclipsing the corrupted energies of the ritual. A piercing, high-frequency sound filled the chamber, a tone that seemed to vibrate not just through the air, but through the very bones of reality, a note of pure, unadulterated order that sought to impose itself upon the chaos. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for Malachi's design. The obsidian floor beneath her feet began to crack. The focusing crystals shattered, not explosively, but with a sound like fracturing ice, sending shards of fractured magic in all directions. The central amplification matrix, the heart of Malachi's design, buckled and twisted, the runes glowing with a frantic, dying light, their purpose twisted and undone. The sorcerer's orb, its role as a stabilizing anchor now rendered obsolete, emitted a wave of pure, unadulterated chaos, a vortex of void energy that tore through the already destabilized ritual. It was a feedback loop of destruction, Malachi's own creation turning upon itself with devastating efficacy, a self-inflicted wound that ripped through the very fabric of his ambition. Celine stumbled back, the immense energy surge washing over her, threatening to tear her apart. She had succeeded. She had unraveled Malachi's gambit, not by brute force, but by understanding, by wielding the very principles of arcane order against his perversion of it. But the cost was steep. She felt a profound exhaustion, a hollowness in her magical core that spoke of extreme depletion. The knowledge she had accessed, the forbidden law she had wielded, had left its mark, a subtle, chilling echo that whispered at the edges of her consciousness. She had walked the precipice and returned, but the shadow of the void, the seductive allure of unmaking, would forever linger in the quiet spaces of her mind. The knowledge was a burden, a testament to the precarious balance between creation and destruction, and the thin, often imperceptible line that separated the two. She had faced the abyss and found a way to briefly hold it at bay, but the memory of its tempting whispers would forever be a part of her. The aftermath of Celine's gambit was a silent testament to the maelstrom she had unleashed and then, with a desperate surge of will, contained. The obsidian chamber, once thrumming with Malachi's corrupted symphony of the void, was now eerily still, punctuated only by the faint, lingering crackle of residual ether and the rasp of Celine's own ragged breaths. The very air felt thinned, scoured clean of the oppressive miasma that had choked it moments before. Yet, the victory was not a clean one. It was a victory etched in the deep lines of exhaustion on Celine's face, in the tremor that ran through her hands, and in the chilling void that had briefly, terrifyingly, echoed within her own magical core. She had not simply thwarted Malachi, she had wrestled with the unmaking itself, and the encounter had left an indelible mark. The grimoire lay open at her side, its ancient pages still radiating a faint, unsettling warmth. It had been her guide, her weapon, but it had also been a gateway to understanding the true cost of Malachi's ambition. The obsidian path, the unraveling sigil, the echo of the first light, these were not mere arcane terms, but concepts that had pushed the boundaries of her perception, forcing her to confront the raw, untamed potential that lay at the heart of existence. And in deciphering them, in formulating her counterstrike, she had glimpsed the abyss that Malachi sought to harness. It was a place of absolute negation, of the seductive whisper that promised release from all suffering by ceasing to be. She had felt its pull, a subtle, insidious temptation that promised an end to the endless struggle, the constant vigilance, the gnawing fear. The grimoire had warned of this. It spoke not only of the mechanics of corruption but of the psychic toll it exacted. To wield the unraveling sigil, to channel the echo of the first light, required a purity of intent that was almost impossible to maintain when facing such overwhelming darkness. Any flicker of fear, any surge of anger, any doubt, these would be twisted, amplified, and used against the caster. Celine had fought not just Malachi's ritual, but the very essence of the void that sought to permeate her being. She had to become a conduit for order, a beacon of untainted ether, even as the darkness clawed at her sanity. She recalled the psychic probe, a tendril of Malachi's will, or rather, the will of the forces he commanded, reaching out to ensnare her. It had offered solace, an end to her pain, a gentle dissolving into non-existence. For a fleeting moment, the promise of oblivion had felt appealing. The weight of her responsibilities, the endless pursuit of knowledge, the burden of being one of the few who understood the true threats looming over their world, it all felt so heavy. To simply cease, to become nothing, to escape the relentless pressure, the thought had been a siren song, a whisper of peace in a world of constant war. But Celine was more than just a scholar, she was a protector. Her pursuit of knowledge was not an end in itself, but a means to an end, the preservation of life, of civilization, of the very spark of conscious existence that Malachi sought to extinguish. She remembered the faces of those she had sworn to protect, the hope that flickered in their eyes when they looked to her, the fragile peace that her actions, however brutal, sought to maintain. This was the resolve that burned beneath the exhaustion, the ember of determination that refused to be extinguished by the encroaching shadows. The grimoire's final, chilling pronouncements echoed in her mind, the price of communion with the unmaking is the self. To wield its power is to surrender to its hunger. The path of ultimate control is paved with utter annihilation. Malachi, in his arrogance, believed he could master these forces, that he could become their lord. But Celine understood the truth. He was merely a puppet, a vessel, and his ultimate fate was to be consumed. She had seen the glint of that fate in his eyes, the terrifying emptiness that lurked beneath his pronouncements of power. Her own sacrifice, she realized, was not just the depletion of her MP, the psychic strain, or the lingering touch of the void. It was the burden of knowing. She had witnessed the raw potential of entropy, the seductive allure of nothingness, and she could not unsee it. This knowledge was a heavy cloak, one that would forever separate her from those who lived in blissful ignorance. She had walked the precipice, peered into the abyss, and the experience had irrevocably changed her. But change was not necessarily destruction. She had used the knowledge gained from the forbidden texts not to embrace the void, but to forge a shield against it. She had become a conduit for pure, uncorrupted ether, a brief, brilliant spark of order that had momentarily held the encroaching chaos at bay. This was the essence of her resolve, to confront the darkness, to understand its nature, and to use that understanding to protect the light, even at the cost of her own well-being. She looked down at her hands, still faintly stained with the ancient ink of the grimoire. They had woven spells of preservation, of understanding, and now of unraveling. They were the hands of a scholar, a mage, and a warrior. And they had played their part. Malachi's gambit had been disrupted, his nexus of corruption shattered. The immediate threat had been neutralized, but Celine knew this was not the end. Malachi was a persistent force, a creature of shadow and ambition, and he would undoubtedly seek to rebuild, to find another path to power. The personal cost was undeniable. The exhaustion was bone-deep, a gnawing emptiness that her MP reserves would take days, perhaps weeks, to fully recover from. More insidious was the psychic residue, the faint whispers of the void that still seemed to linger at the edges of her perception, a constant reminder of the darkness she had faced. It was a chilling echo, a testament to the razor-thin line between order and chaos, between existence and oblivion. Yet, amidst the weariness, a flicker of grim satisfaction ignited within her. She had faced a foe that sought to unravel reality itself, a force that promised an end to all struggle by erasing all existence. And she had answered. Not with overwhelming power, but with knowledge, with precision, and with an unwavering commitment to what she held dear. She had chosen sacrifice over surrender, resolve over despair. The grimoire's warnings were stark. The echo of the first light demands a vessel unburdened by fear, unmarred by doubt. To attempt the ritual with a spirit tainted by the void is to invite annihilation. Celine had wrestled with her own inner demons, with the seductive whispers of oblivion that had offered an escape from her burdens. She had acknowledged their presence, understood their allure, and then, with a strength she hadn't known she possessed, she had rejected them. Her belief in the inherent value of life, in the importance of knowledge, in the necessity of struggle, had been the shield that protected her, the anchor that kept her tethered to reality. This was the true nature of her resolve. It was not born of a desire for power or glory, but from a deep-seated, unyielding conviction. She believed in the sanctity of existence, in the preciousness of every spark of consciousness, and she would defend it with every fibre of her being. If that meant walking into the heart of darkness, if that meant confronting the unmaking itself, if that meant enduring the agonizing cost of wielding forbidden knowledge, then so be it. She would sacrifice her strength, her peace, even her very essence, if it meant preserving the possibility of a future where such sacrifices were no longer necessary. The chamber was silent, the residual energies slowly dissipating. Celine pushed herself to her feet, her movements stiff and pained. The battle was won, for now. Malachi's immediate threat was neutralized, his grand design in ruins. But the war was far from over. She had stared into the void and found the strength to turn away, to choose creation over destruction. That was her personal sacrifice, and that was her unwavering resolve. The knowledge was a heavy burden, the experience a haunting memory, but it was a burden she would carry, a memory she would hold on to, for the sake of everything that still existed. She would continue to fight, to learn, to protect, for as long as she drew breath, for as long as the echoes of the first light could still be heard above the whispers of the void. The suffocating pressure in the obsidian chamber finally began to recede, leaving behind an oppressive silence that was almost as unnerving as the cacophony that had preceded it. Celine, still trembling from the psychic backlash of Malachi's failed gambit, pushed herself upright. The grimoire lay open on the floor, its pages scorched in places, its arcane script still pulsing with a faint, residual energy. Her mind, however, was no longer focused on the immediate aftermath, on the physical toll the confrontation had exacted. Instead, it was alight with a furious, almost desperate clarity. She had seen it. Not in a blinding flash of divine revelation, but in the chilling, logical progression of the dark arts she had been forced to confront. Malachi hadn't simply been attempting to summon an entity, he had been attempting to unravel the very fabric of reality, to return it to a state of primordial void. And like any complex ritual, especially one so fundamentally destructive, it had a focal point, a linchpin. A single, critical element that, if disturbed with surgical precision, would cause the entire edifice to crumble. Her gaze fell upon a particularly intricate diagram in the grimoire, a complex geometric pattern interwoven with celestial alignments and what appeared to be anatomical representations of cosmic energy flows. This wasn't merely a depiction of the void's influence, it was a schematic, a blueprint for its insertion into the material plane. And at its very center, pulsing with a dark, alluring light, was an object, or rather, a manifestation. It wasn't a gem, nor a relic in the traditional sense. It was a knot of solidified negativity, a singularity of pure entropy. The grimoire referred to it as the nexus of unbeing. This nexus was the anchor point, the seed from which Malachi's ritual intended to grow, to expand, and ultimately, to consume. It was the precise location where the veil between existence and oblivion was thinnest, where the corrosive essence of the void could be most effectively channeled. Celine ran a weary hand through her sweat-drenched hair. The raw power she had expended, the mental fortitude she had marshaled to resist the void's insidious whispers, had given her a unique perspective. She had felt the ritual's intended flow, had tasted its potential trajectory. And in that visceral, terrifying experience, she had identified the linchpin. It was a point of confluence, a convergence of Malachi's corrupted ether and the nascent tendrils of the void, all focused through the nexus. The implications were staggering. While Malachi himself was a formidable adversary, and the forces he commanded were ancient and terrible, their grand design was not invincible. It was a construct, albeit a powerful one, built upon arcane principles. And every construct, no matter how elaborate, had a weakness. A specific vulnerability that, if exploited, could bring the entire structure crashing down. She traced the lines of the nexus diagram with a trembling finger. The ritual was designed to amplify this singularity, to use it as a lens through which the void could pour into their world. But what if, instead of amplifying it, they could disrupt its focal point? What if they could shatter the Nexus itself, or at least sever its connection to Malachai's carefully constructed channeling network? The grimoire detailed the method of its creation. It required an immense influx of negative emotion, concentrated despair, and the systematic negation of hope. Malachai had spent decades, perhaps centuries, subtly sowing discord, feeding on suffering, and meticulously preparing the ground for this very moment. But the ritual, in its complexity, was also its Achilles' heel. It relied on a perfect, unbroken chain of influence, a cascade of escalating corruption. Any significant disruption at a critical juncture would not only halt the process but could potentially cause a violent backlash, unraveling the channeled energies and turning them against the caster. Celine's mind raced, piecing together the fragments of knowledge gleaned from the grimoire and her own harrowing experience. The Nexus wasn't just a physical manifestation, it was also a psychic anchor. It resonated with the collective despair Malachai had cultivated. To disrupt it would require more than just brute force. It would demand a precise counter-resonance, a surge of energy specifically designed to destabilize that particular frequency of negativity. She remembered a passage, one she had initially dismissed as theoretical conjecture, about the echo of the first light. It spoke of a primordial force, an antithesis to the void, a pure resonance of creation that could, under specific circumstances, overwhelm and nullify nascent entropic energies. It was a dangerous concept, bordering on the heretical, but the grimoire had provided a chillingly precise description of its application. It required a perfect conduit, a channel that was utterly devoid of fear or doubt. Celine had flirted with that edge. She had felt the void's pull, had acknowledged its seductive promise of oblivion. But she had also found something stronger within herself, a fierce, unyielding commitment to existence, to the struggle, to the very act of being. It was this conviction, this refusal to succumb to despair, that had allowed her to wield the unraveling sigil without being consumed. And it was this same inner resilience that might hold the key to disrupting the Nexus. The Nexus was the heart of the storm, the point where the void's insatiable hunger was concentrated. If they could strike at that point, not with the aim of destroying it outright, which might be impossible, but of destabilizing it, of throwing its carefully calibrated balance into disarray, then the entire ritual could collapse. It was a gamble, a desperate one, but it was the only clear path forward. She looked at the symbols for Dorian and Gregor, mentally sketching the ritual's energy flow onto a mental map. The Nexus was located deep within Malachai's sanctum, at the very epicenter of his corrupted domain. Reaching it would be fraught with peril. They would need to navigate defenses designed to repel any intruder, to push through the suffocating aura of despair that Malachai had cultivated. But if they could reach the Nexus, if they could target it with the correct kind of disruptive energy. The grimoire detailed a specific sequence of discordant vibrations, a psychic dissonance designed to fray the very weave of the Nexus. It was a chaotic melody, an anti-song that would shatter the ritual's harmony. Celine didn't possess the raw power to execute such a complex countermeasure alone, especially in her current state of exhaustion. But she could guide them. She could provide the precise specifications, the arcane coordinates, the necessary cadence. This was the true value of her sacrifice, of her perilous journey into forbidden knowledge. It wasn't just about understanding the void, it was about finding its breaking point. And she had found it. The Nexus of Unbeing. It was the single, critical vulnerability in Malachai's grand design. She closed the grimoire, the faint warmth still emanating from its pages. The exhaustion was a heavy cloak, but beneath it, a nascent flame of hope flickered. They weren't just fighting blindly anymore. They had a target. A precise, critical point that, if struck true, could shatter Malachai's ambition and prevent the return of the ancient entity. It was a fragile hope, a sliver of light in the encroaching darkness, but it was enough. It had to be enough. Celine took a deep, steadying breath, the air still tasting faintly of ozone and spent magic. The knowledge settled within her, heavy but vital. The Nexus. That was the key. The precise, vulnerable point where the unmaking truly began. And now, Dorian and Gregor would know where to strike. Their fight would transform from a desperate struggle for survival into a focused, strategic assault. The fate of their world depended on it. Chapter 12. The Siege of the Nexus. The oppressive silence of the obsidian chamber was a deceptive peace. Celine's mind, however, churned with a ferocity that belied her physical exhaustion. The grimoire, its arcane script still faintly humming, lay open before her, a testament to the horrors she had endured and the terrible knowledge she had acquired. Malachai's ambition wasn't mere conquest, it was annihilation, the unmaking of existence itself. The Nexus of Unbeing, that knot of solidified entropy she'd glimpsed through the distorted lens of the void, was the linchpin. It was the seed of oblivion, the anchor point from which the encroaching darkness would bloom and consume. But knowledge, especially knowledge born of such grim necessity, was a weapon. The grimoire had detailed not only the creation of the Nexus but its inherent fragility. It was a construct built on despair, a symphony of negation. And like any complex mechanism, it possessed a critical vulnerability. A single point where the carefully orchestrated flow of corrupted ether and void essence could be disrupted, not with brute force, but with precise, resonant dissonance. Celine had glimpsed this vulnerability in the ritual's intended trajectory, felt it as a terrifying vibration within her own soul. It was a discordant melody that could shatter the ritual's harmony, the echo of primordial creation that could drown out the whispers of nothingness. She looked at Dorian, his broad shoulders set with grim determination, and Gregor, his lean frame coiled like a spring, ready to unleash his coiled power. They were not mere fighters, they were instruments of her newfound knowledge. Her sacrifice, her perilous descent into forbidden lore, had yielded a singular, vital truth. The Nexus was the heart of Malachai's unholy design, and it was vulnerable. The fight was no longer a desperate skirmish for survival, it was a targeted assault. They had a mission, a precisely defined objective that transcended mere bravery. The Nexus, Celine stated, her voice raspy but firm, cutting through the heavy air. It's at the heart of his sanctum, deep within the corrupted core. That's where we strike. She detailed the location, sketching the ritual's intricate energy flow onto a mental map, a map only they could see. Malachai has woven wards and guardians around it, defenses designed to repel any who would dare interfere. But the Nexus itself, it's a focal point of concentrated despair. That's its weakness. Dorian's gaze met hers, a silent understanding passing between them. He was the anvil, the unyielding shield. Gregor, the whirlwind, the subtle blade. Together, they were the hammer. Celine, weakened but resolute, would be the guide, the arcane architect of their assault. I will draw their attention, Dorian rumbled, his voice a low growl that seemed to vibrate the very stones beneath their feet. The strongest of them. The ones that Malachai has imbued with his foulest energies. You too will have your opening. Gregor nodded, his eyes glinting with a hunter's keenness. And I will ensure that opening remains. I know the arteries of this accursed place. I can move through the shadows, disrupt their lines of communication, sow confusion amongst their ranks. He paused, a grim smile touching his lips. Think of me as the whisper that precedes the scream. Celine's breath hitched, a mixture of fear and fierce pride warring within her. I will prepare the counter-resonance, she said, her gaze fixed on the grimoire. The grimoire speaks of a sequence, a psychic dissonance. It's not about brute force. It's about shattering the Nexus's focus, unraveling the knot of despair it's built upon. I cannot channel it alone, not in this state. But I can guide you. I can provide the cadence, the exact frequency needed to disrupt it. She met their eyes, her own burning with an intensity that belied her physical weakness. But I need time. Time for Dorian to create the diversion, time for Gregor to secure the path, and time for me to gather the residual energies. When I give the signal, we move as one. The air crackled with a new kind of energy, one born not of despair, but of desperate, unified purpose. They were no longer merely defending, they were attacking the heart of the rot. Dorian moved first, a mountain of raw power erupting from his place beside Celine. He didn't bother with stealth. He was a battering ram, a force of nature aimed directly at the densest concentration of Malachai's abominations. The ground trembled with his passage, the guttural roars of the hulking guardians that opposed him echoing through the obsidian corridors. He met their charge head-on, his enchanted warhammer, Worldbreaker, a blur of incandescent light against the oppressive darkness. Each impact was a thunderclap, each swing a testament to a strength honed by countless battles and tempered by an unshakable will. He was the vanguard, the shield that absorbed the initial, devastating shockwave, ensuring that the lesser horrors were either obliterated or driven back, clearing a path for Gregor. Gregor, meanwhile, was a phantom. He flowed through the periphery of the ensuing chaos, a creature of shadow and silence. He used the very architecture of Malachai's fortress against its inhabitants. Hidden conduits, forgotten service passages, even the naturally occurring fissures in the obsidian rock, he utilized them all. His movements were fluid, economical, each step calculated to minimize sound and maximize impact. He wasn't engaging in direct combat unless absolutely necessary. His role was that of a saboteur, a harasser, a disruptor of enemy formations. He moved with the unsettling grace of a serpent, appearing and disappearing with unnerving speed. A whispered word here, A subtle tripwire of conjured shadow there, a precisely aimed, alchemical dart that released a cloud of disorienting gas. These were his weapons. He targeted the lieutenants, the ensorcelled mags who bolstered the ranks, the shadowy constructs that served as Malachi's eyes and ears. He severed their lines of magical reinforcement, subtly redirected patrols, and, most importantly, he created pockets of confusion and disarray. His agility was unparalleled. He could scale sheer walls with uncanny ease, traverse narrow ledges that would make a mountain goat falter, and disappear into the deepest shadows as if he were a part of them. He used his knowledge of the Nexus's internal layout, gathered from stolen plans and his own uncanny intuition, to anticipate enemy movements and position himself for maximum disruption. He would leap from a darkened alcove, a flurry of dagger strikes against a patrol of corrupted knights, then vanish before they could even register his presence, leaving them to stumble blindly into Dorian's path or to be isolated and picked off by the ambient magical defenses. Celine, shielded by a makeshift barrier of fluctuating protective runes conjured by the grimoire's residual energy, watched their efforts with a desperate intensity. Her physical strength was depleted, her psychic reserves drained by the earlier confrontation, but her mind was sharp, focused on the task at hand. She could feel the ebb and flow of the battle, the surge of Dorian's power, the subtle shifts in Gregor's presence. More importantly, she could feel the thrum of the Nexus, a malevolent pulse growing stronger as they advanced deeper into Malachi's sanctum. She began the delicate process of preparing the counter-resonance. The grimoire described it as an anti-song, a symphony of precisely tuned discord that would fray the very weave of the Nexus. It required drawing upon the raw, untainted energies that still lingered within her, the remnants of her own will to exist, her refusal to succumb to the void's seductive emptiness. She focused on the memory of sunlight on her skin, the scent of rain on dry earth, the laughter of loved ones, anything that represented the vibrant tapestry of existence, the antithesis of the void's sterile oblivion. This was not merely a matter of willpower, it was an arcane art. The grimoire provided the patterns, the geometric sequences of psychic force, but Celine had to translate them into actionable energy. She visualized the knot of negativity that was the Nexus, saw it pulsating with dark power. Then, with agonizing slowness, she began to weave her own counter-frequency, a shimmering thread of pure defiance, around it. The sounds of battle grew closer, more intense. Dorian's roars were punctuated by the sickening crunch of bone and the hiss of failing enchantments. Gregor's movements, though unseen, were marked by sudden, sharp cries of pain from their enemies, followed by an unnerving silence. They were carving a bloody path, a testament to their combined strength and Celine's strategic guidance. "They're adapting," Celine whispered, her brow furrowed with concentration. Malachi's forces, sensing the disruption, were beginning to funnel their efforts, attempting to contain Dorian and to hunt down the elusive Gregor. The Guardians were not mindless brutes, they were imbued with a malevolent cunning, a reflection of their master. She had to accelerate the process. The protective barrier around her flickered, strained by the ambient magical pressure. She could feel the Nexus pulsing, a hungry maw opening wider. Malachi was close to achieving his goal, and any delay could prove catastrophic. "Gregor," she projected mentally, a silent plea amplified by the grimoire's lingering enchantments. "I need a clear line of sight to the central chamber. The Nexus is now fully exposed, but the defenses around it are hardening. I need you to disable them." "Precisely." A moment of silence, then a distant, sharp crackle of energy, followed by a surge of chaotic feedback that rippled through the corridor. Celine flinched, but her eyes remained fixed on the grimoire. The feedback indicated Gregor's success. The wards around the Nexus, at least momentarily, were disrupted. "Dorian," she called out, her voice strained. "Push through. They're faltering." The roar that answered her was pure, unadulterated fury. The earth shook as Dorian unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the colossal stone golem that had been barring his path. The golem crumbled into dust, revealing a vast, cavernous chamber beyond. And at its heart, suspended in a vortex of swirling shadow, pulsed the Nexus of unbeing. It was a sight that defied mortal comprehension. A point of absolute darkness, yet it seemed to absorb all light, all sound, all hope. It was a singularity, a wound in the fabric of reality, and it throbbed with an insatiable hunger. Tendrils of black energy snaked out from it, connecting to conduits embedded in the chamber walls, drawing power from the despair of 1,000 tormented souls. Gregor appeared at Celine's side, his breathing ragged, his body bearing several fresh wounds. "The primary conduits are severed. For now. But they'll try to re-establish them." He gestured towards the chamber. "Dorian is engaging the final Guardians. It's now or never, Celine." Celine pushed herself to her feet, leaning heavily on the grimoire. Her vision swam, her body screaming in protest. But the sight of the Nexus, the tangible manifestation of everything they fought against, galvanized her. She could feel the raw power gathering within her, the culmination of her struggle, her defiance. She raised the grimoire, its pages glowing with an inner light. "The resonance," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "It must be perfect. A single discordant note, and it will shatter us all." She began to chant, her voice weaving a complex tapestry of arcane syllables, each word imbued with a desperate plea for existence. The grimoire pulsed in time with her incantation, its ancient script flaring with otherworldly energy. The air around her thickened, shimmering with an unseen force. She could feel the raw energy of creation, a fragile ember within her, being coaxed into a raging inferno. Dorian was a maelstrom of destruction in the chamber, his hammer a beacon against the encroaching shadows. He was holding the line, a bulwark against the final, desperate surge of Malachi's corrupted elite. Gregor, ever the opportunist, used the distraction to dart in and out, disabling any lingering defenses and ensuring no one could interfere with Celine. Celine focused on the Nexus. She saw its dark heart, its core of pure entropy, and with a final, desperate surge of will, she unleashed the counter-resonance. It wasn't a sound, not in the conventional sense. It was a vibration, a psychic wave that struck the Nexus like a hammer blow. The Nexus recoiled, its dark pulse faltering. The tendrils of energy connecting it to the conduits flickered and died. A searing white light, born of Celine's pure defiance, erupted from the grimoire, engulfing the Nexus. It was the echo of the first light, a pure, unadulterated force of creation, tearing into the heart of unbeing. The chamber filled with a deafening roar, a sound that was both agony and ecstasy. The Nexus writhed, its dark form contorting as it was assailed by the opposing forces. The carefully constructed edifice of Malachi's ritual began to tremble, its foundations cracking. Celine collapsed to her knees, the grimoire clattering to the floor. She had done it. She had struck the heart of the darkness. The battle was far from over, but the tide had turned. The coordinated assault, born of desperation and knowledge, had found its mark. The siege of the Nexus had begun in earnest, and the first blow had been struck true. The initial assault had breached the outer defenses, but the true test of their mettle was only just beginning. Malachi, a master of corruption and a connoisseur of despair, had not left his sanctum unguarded. His most potent abominations, the lieutenants, were the instruments of his will, extensions of his power channeled directly from the heart of his unholy ambition. These were not mere soldiers or mindless beasts, they were beings forged in the crucible of warped ether and ensnared souls, each one a horrific testament to Malachi's depravity and his cunning. The first to appear was a hulking brute, a grotesque fusion of obsidian plating and raw, pulsing sinew. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but twisted and augmented with chitinous spikes that jutted from its back and limbs. Its eyes, sunken deep within its armored skull, glowed with a malevolent emerald light, the same sickly hue that pervaded the very air of Malachi's domain. This was Vorlag, the Stone Fist, a creature known for its crushing strength and impenetrable defenses, a walking embodiment of the fortress's unyielding nature. "Dorian," Celine's voice, though strained, carried a note of urgency. "Vorlag." His channeling Malachi's resilience. "Direct hits won't be enough. You'll need to find his focus, the point where the energies converge." Dorian grunted, tightening his grip on Worldbreaker. The air around him crackled with defiance. "Focus. Right. Like finding a spark in a mountain of slag." He charged, not with the frenetic energy of a berserker, but with the controlled power of a seasoned warrior. Vorlag met his charge with a deafening roar, its massive fists slamming together, creating a shockwave that buckled the obsidian floor. The clash was cataclysmic. Dorian's hammer met Vorlag's armored fist, and the resulting explosion of energy sent shrapnel of shattered stone and corrupted ether flying. Dorian staggered back, his arms numb from the impact, but his stance remained unbroken. Vorlag, despite its size, moved with surprising speed, its spiked limbs slashing out, seeking to tear Dorian apart. While Dorian engaged the brute, Gregor melted into the shadows. His objective was not to match Vorlag's raw power, but to exploit its weakness. He'd observed the subtle tendrils of emerald energy that pulsed beneath Vorlag's obsidian plating, connecting to its core. Malachi's power was a current, and Vorlag was a conduit. Gregor's task was to disrupt that flow, to sever the connection, even if only for a moment. He moved with the spectral grace of a wraith, his daggers glinting with alchemical reagents. He darted between Vorlag's lumbering attacks, each movement a calculated risk. He wasn't trying to inflict deep wounds, his targets were the glowing veins, the points where the corrupted ether bled through. A swift slash here, a precisely placed injection of a nullifying agent there. Each strike was designed to create a momentary flicker, a brief stutter in Vorlag's defense. Celine, from her position slightly behind the vanguard, maintained a protective aura around them, bolstering Dorian's defenses and providing Gregor with faint whispers of insight. She could feel the immense power flowing through Vorlag, Malachi's cruel will imprinted upon it. She focused on the resonance of that power, searching for the subtle dissonance that Gregor could exploit. Gregor, left flank, she projected mentally, her concentration a tangible force. There's a fissure near its shoulder joint. It's pulsing stronger there. Gregor didn't acknowledge her directly, but his movements shifted. He used a shattered pillar for cover, then launched himself from it, a blur of motion. His dagger found the fissure Celine had indicated, plunging deep. Vorlag roared in pain, a guttural bellow of fury, and its emerald eyes flickered, the light dimming for a fraction of a second. That was the opening Dorian needed. Now, he bellowed, his voice amplified by the raw power he wielded. He brought Worldbreaker down in a blinding arc, not at Vorlag's armored head, but at the point where Gregor's dagger had struck. The hammer's impact was amplified by the momentary disruption in Vorlag's channeled energy. The obsidian plating cracked, then shattered, revealing a core of seething, molten darkness. Vorlag's roar became a strangled shriek as Dorian's hammer plunged deep into its core. The emerald light died, replaced by a searing white inferno as the unmaking energies within it were violently released. The hulking form convulsed, then imploded, collapsing into a pile of inert obsidian shards and dissipating ether. The victory was short-lived. As the dust settled, the air grew heavy with a different kind of menace. A chilling, serpentine hiss echoed from the shadows, accompanied by the scent of ozone and decay. Two new figures emerged, moving with unnerving fluidity. One was a lithe, gaunt creature, draped in tattered, dark robes. Its face was obscured by a veil of perpetual shadow, but the 2 points of crimson light that served as its eyes burned with an unnerving intensity. This was Lysandra, the Whisperer, a sorceress whose power lay in illusions, psychic manipulation, and the insidious erosion of sanity. Beside her slithered a monstrosity of scaled flesh and venomous fangs, a serpentine behemoth that dripped corrosive ichor. Its name was Vex, the Serpent's Kiss, a creature capable of unleashing a potent, flesh-melting poison with a mere flick of its forked tongue. Together, they represented a far more insidious threat than Vorlag's brute force. Psychic assault incoming! Celine cried, her hands flying over the arcane diagrams forming in the air before her. She could feel the tendrils of Lysandra's influence reaching out, seeking to unravel their minds, to sow discord and doubt. Dorian, Vex is your target. Its venom is potent, but it's a physical threat. Gregor, Lysandra is the priority. Break her concentration, sever her connection to Malachi's mental weave. Dorian, his hammer still humming with residual power, braced himself. He could feel the insidious pressure on his mind, the whispers of doubt attempting to worm their way into his resolve. He focused on the simple, brutal clarity of combat, the unyielding truth of steel against flesh. He lunged towards Vex, the serpent's colossal form writhing as it spat globs of viscous, burning acid towards him. Gregor moved with a dancer's precision, darting and weaving to avoid the corrosive spray. His goal was not to engage Lysandra directly, but to disrupt her, to force her to expend energy defending herself rather than attacking. He used the environment to his advantage, kicking up clouds of dust and debris, creating momentary visual obstructions that hindered Lysandra's psychic sight. Lysandra, perched atop a crumbling edifice, let out a sigh that sounded like rustling dry leaves. "You fight valiantly, mortals," her voice echoed, a disembodied whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "But your minds are fragile things, easily broken. Malachi offers a truer peace, an end to the torment of existence." As she spoke, the shadows around Gregor seemed to deepen, coalescing into spectral claws that reached for him. He dodged and weaved, but the illusions were potent, playing on his deepest fears. He saw fleeting glimpses of his past failures, of loved ones lost, of the bleak future that awaited them if Malachi triumphed. "Not real," he spat, his voice a low growl. He activated a latent ability, a burst of focused willpower that momentarily cleared his vision, dispelling the immediate illusions. He then loosed a volley of sharpened obsidian shards, each one enchanted with a disrupting rune. They flew true, shattering the spectral claws and forcing Lysandra to shield herself with a shimmering barrier of dark energy. Meanwhile, Dorian was locked in a desperate struggle with Vex. The serpent's speed was terrifying, its coils capable of crushing steel. Dorian used Worldbreaker not just as a weapon, but as a shield, deflecting the venomous spit and parrying the bone-shattering strikes. He'd managed to score a deep gash along Vex's flank, but the creature's regenerative abilities were formidable, the wound already beginning to knit itself closed. "Celine, the poison!" Dorian grunted, ducking under a sweeping tail attack that gouged a deep trench in the floor. "It's potent. I can feel it trying to seep through my armor." Celine nodded, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. She had felt the subtle shift in Dorian's aura, the creeping touch of Vex's necrotic venom. She began to channel restorative energies, a slow, arduous process that taxed her already depleted reserves. "Hold on, Dorian. I'm weaving an antidote, a counteragent. It will take a moment." As Celine worked, Gregor saw an opportunity. Lysandra, forced to expend energy on defense and the constant barrage of illusions, was becoming predictable. He saw a pattern in her movements, a subtle tells before she unleashed her most potent psychic assaults. He waited for the right moment. Lysandra raised her hands, dark energy swirling around them, preparing to unleash a wave of pure mental agony. "Now!" Gregor shouted, leaping from behind a shattered column. He didn't attack Lysandra directly. Instead, he hurled a small, crystalline orb at the ground directly in front of her. The orb shattered, releasing a blinding flash of pure, unadulterated light, an alchemical creation designed to disrupt concentrated shadow and illusion magic. The flash was instantaneous and overwhelming. Lysandra shrieked, clutching at her eyes, her concentration shattering. The psychic assault faltered, the illusions wavering like heat haze. The crimson points of light that served as her eyes flared in pain and confusion. Dorian seized the moment. With a mighty roar, he slammed Worldbreaker into Vex's open maw as the serpent recoiled from the flash. The hammer's force drove deep into the creature's throat, rupturing vital organs. Vex thrashed wildly, its venomous bite rendered useless, its body convulsing as its life force drained away. It crashed to the ground, a colossal, lifeless husk. With Vex defeated, Dorian turned his attention to Lysandra. The sorceress, blinded and disoriented, was an easy target. He advanced, his hammer raised, but Celine's voice stopped him. "Wait, Dorian. She's still channeling Malachi. Killing her outright might cause a backlash. Gregor, can you bind her?" Gregor, ever efficient, had already begun. He moved with fluid speed, his shadow-infused blades appearing around Lysandra's limbs, not to cut, but to hold, to bind. The dark energy of the blades acted as a psychic shackle, anchoring her and preventing her from dispersing or unleashing a final, desperate attack. Lysandra slumped, defeated, her power contained. The victory was hard-won. Dorian was breathing heavily, the venom's residual effects causing him discomfort, despite Celine's ministrations. Gregor had sustained several glancing blows from Vex's tail, and the constant psychic pressure had taken its toll. Celine herself was visibly drained, her aura flickering precariously. "Two down," Dorian rasped, wiping a trickle of venom from his chin. "How many more?" Before Celine could answer, a new presence made itself known. It was a cold, calculating aura, devoid of the raw fury of Vorlag, the venomous malice of Vex, or the insidious deceit of Lysandra. This was different. It was the aura of a strategist, a hunter. A figure coalesced from the deepest shadows of the chamber, a tall, gaunt warrior clad in midnight black armor that seemed to absorb all light. Its face was a featureless void, save for a single, pulsating orb of icy blue light at its center. This was Kalen, the Shadow Hand, Malachi's personal executioner, renowned for his speed, his mastery of stealth, and his uncanny ability to predict his opponent's moves. "Malachi's finest," Celine whispered, her voice tight with apprehension. "Kalen. He doesn't channel raw power. He embodies Malachi's tactical acumen, his foresight. He won't be fooled by brute force or simple diversions. He anticipates. He adapts." Kalen didn't speak. He simply raised a hand, and the ambient light in the chamber dimmed further, the shadows deepening into an oppressive, tangible shroud. The air grew frigid, stealing the warmth from their bodies and the resolve from their spirits. "He's trying to isolate us," Gregor observed, his eyes narrowed, scanning the encroaching darkness. "Playing on our fatigue. He'll pick us off one by one." "Not if we stay together," Dorian stated, planting Worldbreaker firmly on the ground. "Celine, can you provide any insight into his fighting style? Any weaknesses?" Celine closed her eyes, her mind reaching out, attempting to sense Kalen's aura. It was like trying to grasp smoke. He was a void, a perfect counterpoint to Malachi's overwhelming presence. "He's an assassin," she finally said, her voice strained. "His strength lies in precision, in exploiting openings. He's not designed for sustained combat against multiple opponents. His weakness is that he relies on being unseen, unheard. If we can force him into the light, into direct confrontation." "He won't like that," Gregor finished with a grim smile. "But how do we force a shadow into the light?" As if in answer, Kalen moved. He didn't charge. He simply appeared. One moment, he was a shadow in the periphery. The next, he was directly behind Dorian, a blade of pure shadow stuff aimed at the back of his head. Dorian, alerted by a flicker in his peripheral vision, a ripple in the encroaching darkness that even he, a warrior of immense perception, could detect, spun around, bringing Worldbreaker up in a desperate block. The shadow blade met the enchanted hammer, and an intense cold spread through Dorian's arm. The blade didn't cut, but it leached warmth, vitality, and the very will to fight. "He's fast," Dorian grunted, pushing back against the oppressive cold. "And that blade, it drains you." Kalen didn't press the attack. He simply melted back into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. "He's probing," Celine said, her voice trembling slightly. "Testing our defenses, our reflexes. He wants us to expend energy, to make mistakes." Gregor circled, his movements fluid and cautious. "He's like a phantom. I can't get a lock on him, not with these shadows." "Then we bring the light," Celine declared, a flicker of determination returning to her eyes. She began to gather the residual ether from the defeated Vex and the subdued Lysandra, weaving it into a ball of raw, volatile energy. It was a dangerous gamble, drawing upon corrupted ether, but she needed a catalyst, a source of illumination potent enough to counter Kalen's mastery of darkness. "Dorian, Gregor, keep him engaged," she commanded, her voice gaining strength as the stolen ether pulsed in her hands. "Don't let him dictate the terms. Force him to move. Force him to reveal himself." Dorian roared and charged into the shadowy expanse where Kalen had last been seen. Gregor followed, his daggers tracing patterns of disruption in the air, hoping to snag Kalen's ephemeral form. Their aggressive movement stirred the darkness, creating brief, distorted shapes that flickered at the edge of vision. Celine focused, channeling her will into the volatile ether. She visualized a nova, a burst of pure, blinding light that would banish the shadows. It was an act of immense willpower, forcing the corrupted energy into a shape that was anathema to its nature. A series of sharp clashes echoed through the chamber. Dorian and Gregor were fighting a battle of attrition, their movements becoming more desperate as Kalen danced around them, landing shallow, draining blows. "Now!" Celine screamed, unleashing the concentrated ether. A blinding white light erupted from her hands, expanding outwards like a miniature sun. The oppressive darkness recoiled, shrieking and tearing as the light burned through it. Kalen, caught in the sudden conflagration, was momentarily revealed, his featureless face contorted in a silent scream of agony as the light seared his shadowy form. He staggered back, his midnight black armor scorched, the icy blue orb at his center flickering wildly. Dorian and Gregor, shielding their eyes, pressed their advantage. Dorian's hammer slammed into Kalen's chest, cracking the obsidian plating. Gregor followed up, his daggers finding the gaps in Kalen's armor, embedding themselves deep. Kalen let out a guttural cry, a sound of pure pain and disbelief. He stumbled, his shadowy form flickering, destabilizing. He tried to retreat into the shadows, but the light Celine had unleashed had thinned them, leaving him exposed. With a final, desperate surge, Dorian brought Worldbreaker down, shattering Kalen's form. The dark armor imploded, the icy blue orb extinguished, and Kalen's presence simply dissolved into wisps of dissipating shadow. Silence descended once more, heavier than before. The chamber was scorched, littered with the debris of their brutal confrontation. Dorian leaned heavily on his hammer, his body aching, his spirit weary. Gregor nursed a deep gash on his arm, his movements stiff. Celine sank to her knees, utterly spent, the last vestiges of her strength depleted. They had faced Malachi's lieutenants, his most potent servants, and they had emerged victorious. But the cost was immense. Each battle had pushed them to their limits, draining their energy, their will, and their hope. The nexus of unbeing pulsed ominously in the distance, a constant reminder of the ultimate prize Malachi sought, and the terrible power they were up against. The path to it was now clearer, but the guardians they had overcome were merely the first layer of Malachi's defenses. The true heart of his power, and the ultimate confrontation, still lay ahead. The very foundation of the nexus began to groan, a low, guttural sound that vibrated through bone and steel alike. It wasn't just the presence of Malachi's warped ether that caused this unrest. It was the raw, untamed power of the ritual itself, a chaotic symphony of forbidden energies seeking release. The floor beneath their feet, once solid obsidian, now rippled like disturbed water, arcane glyphs flaring with blinding intensity before sputtering out. Dorian, his hammer still warm from Kaelin's demise, felt the ground shift violently, forcing him to brace himself against an invisible force. He watched as a section of the ornate archway they had passed through moments before groaned and then, with a sound like a dying behemoth, crumbled inward, sending a cascade of jagged rock and shimmering etheric dust into the chamber. "The Nexus is destabilizing," Celine cried, her voice strained as she scrambled to maintain a defensive ward against the encroaching chaos. She could feel the raw power lashing out, not with intent, but with the blind fury of a trapped beast. Arcs of raw, crackling energy, a sickly viridian hue that mirrored Malachi's usual domain, leaped from the walls, striking at empty air, at the very stones of the ruin, and at the remnants of the defeated lieutenants. One such bolt, thick as a man's arm, slammed into the shattered husk of Vorlag, causing it to momentarily flare with a ghostly luminescence before collapsing further into inert dust. Gregor, his senses on high alert, found himself dodging not just spectral threats, but literal ones. A section of the ceiling, weakened by the constant tremors, gave way with a deafening roar, raining down chunks of obsidian that would have crushed him had he not instinctively rolled out of the path. The air itself felt thick, charged with an unstable energy that made his skin prickle and his teeth ache. He could feel the raw ether twisting and contorting, forming ephemeral, dangerous currents that swirled around them like unseen predators. "We can't stand still," Gregor yelled, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of destruction. He pointed towards a cluster of pulsing etheric nodes embedded in the far wall, a source of the instability. "Those nodes are feeding the chaos. If we can disrupt them." Dorian nodded, his grip tightening on Worldbreaker. The ground beneath him bucked again, throwing him off balance. He managed to stay upright, but the effort drained him. Celine's wards, already strained from holding back the psychic assaults and now the environmental onslaught, flickered erratically. "Dorian, I can't maintain this for much longer," she gasped, her face pale. "The Nexus's energies are fighting against my magic directly. It's like trying to hold back a tidal wave with a sieve." The tremors intensified, becoming violent earthquakes that threatened to tear the very chamber apart. Pillars of obsidian, carved with forgotten runes that now pulsed with malevolent light, groaned and splintered. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor, not just as fissures but as gaping chasms that opened and closed with terrifying speed, threatening to swallow them whole. The air, already thick with the scent of ozone and decay, now carried the acrid stench of superheated stone and the metallic tang of raw, uncontained ether. A wave of pure, raw arcane energy, untainted by Malachi's specific corruption but no less dangerous, swept through the chamber. It was a blast of chaotic force that would have disintegrated them had they been caught in its direct path. Dorian, seeing it coming, roared and slammed Worldbreaker into the ground, channeling a surge of his own protective energy to create a momentary shield. The impact sent shockwaves through his arms, but it held, deflecting the brunt of the blast. Gregor and Celine, caught on the periphery, were buffeted by the force, sent sprawling across the bucking floor. "This is getting worse," Gregor shouted, pushing himself up, his daggers clattering against the obsidian. He saw a section of the wall directly ahead of them begin to bulge outwards, as if something vast and unseen was pushing from the other side. The stone groaned and cracked, fissures appearing and widening with alarming speed. "That wall is about to go." "We need to move," Dorian grunted, his voice rough. He was already on his feet, dragging Celine up with him. Her reserves were clearly depleted. Her aura, which had been a steady beacon of protective energy, was now a weak, sputtering flame. As if on cue, the bulging section of the wall exploded inwards. It wasn't a clean break, it was a violent eruption, sending shards of obsidian flying like shrapnel. But from the newly formed opening, a new threat emerged. It was not a single entity, but a manifestation of the Nexus's chaotic energy itself. Tendrils of pure, raw ether, crackling with volatile power, snaked out, lashing with unpredictable fury. They were not intelligent, not directed by a will, but they were undeniably deadly. One tendril, a whip of emerald and sapphire light, lashed out, narrowly missing Dorian's head. Another slammed into the ground where Gregor had been standing moments before, leaving a smoking, ether-scarred crater. "They're like uncontrolled spells," Celine gasped, shielding her face from the debris. "The Nexus is lashing out." Then we fight the Nexus," Dorian declared, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. He swung Worldbreaker, not at a specific target, but at a particularly aggressive cluster of etheric tendrils that were coiling towards them. The hammer's impact sent a wave of disruptive energy through the ether, causing the tendrils to momentarily recoil, their forms flickering and destabilizing. Gregor, seeing the opportunity, darted forward. He wasn't aiming to destroy the tendrils, but to sever their connection to the chaotic energy flowing through the chamber. He threw a series of specially prepared alchemical grenades. They weren't designed for explosive impact, but for a disruptive resonance. When they detonated, they released a wave of focused sonic energy that interfered with the stable flow of ether, causing the tendrils to stutter and writhe erratically. "Keep them off Celine!" Dorian roared, his hammer a blur of motion. He was parrying and deflecting, his raw strength and the enchanted properties of Worldbreaker allowing him to weather the storm of arcane energy. He felt the physical toll of it, the sheer exhaustion of constantly bracing against unseen forces, but his resolve remained unbroken. The very air around them seemed to warp and distort. Illusory walls flickered into existence, only to crumble into dust. Pockets of extreme heat and cold would erupt without warning, forcing them to constantly shift their positions. The ground continued to heave and crack, creating new obstacles and hazards with every passing moment. A chasm opened directly in front of Gregor, forcing him to perform a desperate leap, his boots scraping against the crumbling edge. Celine, gathering her remaining strength, focused on the ambient energy of the Nexus. She couldn't control it, but perhaps she could redirect it, subtly influence its chaotic surges. She extended her hands, her fingers tracing arcane patterns in the air, not to cast spells, but to subtly nudge the flow of energy, guiding the most volatile bursts away from her companions. It was a delicate and dangerous dance, akin to trying to herd lightning. A section of the wall beside them began to glow intensely, the runes etched into it flaring with blinding light. The stone began to soften, to flow like molten wax. Dorian recognized the signs of a localized etheric surge, a concentrated point of raw power about to erupt. "Get back!" he yelled, pushing Celine and Gregor away from the imminent blast. The wall collapsed inwards with a roar, not of stone, but of pure, incandescent energy. A wave of searing heat and raw ether washed over them, pushing them back several meters. Dorian's protective ward strained, groaning under the immense pressure. He could feel the very essence of his being tested, the ether gnawing at his defenses. "This is insane!" Gregor wheezed, picking himself up and dusting off his armor. Malachi must be drawing on something immense to power this place. "He's not powering it," Celine corrected, her voice weak but firm. "He's unleashing it. The ritual is a key, unlocking the raw, untamed power of the Nexus itself. It's an unstable source, a wellspring of creation and destruction. And it's becoming increasingly volatile." The chamber continued its violent transformation. Stalactites of solidified ether, sharp and crystalline, began to descend from the ceiling, threatening to impale them. The floor tilted at impossible angles, turning the battlefield into a treacherous, ever-shifting landscape. They had to move with extreme caution, each step a calculated risk, their movements dictated not just by the enemy, but by the very environment around them. Dorian found himself battling not just the lingering etheric tendrils, but the ground itself. A section of the floor beneath him suddenly inverted, trying to pull him into the very stone. He fought against it, Worldbreaker digging into the shifting surface, his muscles screaming with the effort. Gregor, meanwhile, was navigating a treacherous field of falling crystalline shards, his speed and agility his only defense. Celine, though weakened, managed to conjure a small, localized zone of stability around them, a bubble of relative calm in the storm of chaos. It was a fragile thing, constantly under assault from the environment, but it gave them a moment's respite, a chance to reorient themselves. "We need to reach those nodes Gregor mentioned," she said, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "They seem to be anchors, points where Malachi is trying to stabilize the raw energy. If we can break them, then we might have a chance to regain some control," Dorian finished, nodding grimly. He surveyed the chamber, his eyes scanning the chaotic landscape for the pulsing points of light Gregor had indicated earlier. The path was fraught with peril. Arcs of energy crisscrossed the space, sections of the floor threatened to collapse, and the very air shimmered with unstable magic. "I'll go for the one on the left," Gregor said, already tensing his muscles, his gaze fixed on a cluster of glowing glyphs embedded in a section of fractured wall. "Dorian, you take the right. Celine, keep that bubble of stability as long as you can. We need a window." "May the ether have mercy on us," Celine whispered, her hands shaking as she reinforced the fragile ward. Gregor sprinted, his movements fluid and precise, weaving through a barrage of falling debris and crackling energy. He reached the wall and began to hack at the glyphs with his daggers, the enchanted blades biting into the arcane constructs. Dorian, meanwhile, charged towards his designated target, a more prominent node pulsing with raw, untamed power on the opposite side of the chamber. He had to navigate a narrow, tilting bridge of obsidian that seemed to vibrate with an ominous energy. As Gregor's daggers struck the first glyph, a tremor, far more violent than any before, ripped through the nexus. The ground beneath Dorian bucked violently, throwing him off his feet. He tumbled down a short incline of broken rock, his hammer skittering away from his grasp. He landed hard, the wind knocked out of him, and looked up to see the bridge he had been crossing begin to fracture, then shear apart, falling into the newly opened abyss below. Gregor, jolted by the tremor, lost his footing. He managed to cling to the wall, his fingers digging into the crumbling stone, but the glyphs he had been attacking were now obscured by a cascade of etheric energy that erupted from the wall itself. The node was fighting back, its defenses amplified by the nexus's growing instability. "Celine, that was too much!" Dorian yelled, scrambling to his feet. He could feel the residual energy from the tremor coursing through the floor, making his limbs feel heavy and sluggish. Celine's bubble of stability wavered, flickering like a dying flame. I can't hold it much longer," she cried, her voice strained to its absolute limit. "The nexus it's too strong." With a final, guttural groan, the ward collapsed. The full force of the nexus's chaotic energy slammed into them. The air became a maelstrom of blinding light, deafening sound, and physical force. They were tossed about like leaves in a hurricane, the very fabric of reality seeming to unravel around them. Dorian felt the sickening lurch of falling, of being pulled in multiple directions at once. Gregor felt an searing heat engulf him, followed by an impossible cold. Celine cried out as raw ether tore through her weakened defenses, her consciousness fading into the overwhelming chaos. They had come to reclaim the Nexus, to stop Malachi from wielding its terrible power. But in their desperate struggle, they had inadvertently helped to unleash its true, destructive potential. The environment had become the most formidable foe of all, a wild, untamed force that cared nothing for their cause, their struggle, or their lives. The battle for the Nexus had become a battle for survival, not just against Malachi's servants, but against the very heart of the corrupted sanctuary itself. Gregor's reckless bravery wasn't born of a sudden death wish, nor was it the blind charge of a berserker. It was a cold, calculated decision, forged in the crucible of dwindling hope and the desperate calculus of survival. He saw the sheer, unyielding power of the Nexus, not as a force to be fought head-on, but as a tide that could be momentarily diverted. And Celine, with her dwindling reserves and the faint shimmer of her failing wards, was his only chance to breach the encroaching chaos. He needed to create a diversion, a blinding flash of defiance that would draw the Nexus's attention, and more importantly, the attention of whatever fell etheric entities still clung to its destabilizing core, away from her. The chamber had devolved into a maelstrom. The very air crackled with barely contained energy, painting the fractured obsidian walls in ephemeral hues of viridian and a sickly, pulsing violet. Tendrils of raw ether, like ravenous spectral serpents, writhed and lashed out, remnants of Malachi's failed ritual now turned against anyone caught within its dying throes. Dorian, his hammer worldbreaker a beacon of defiance, was a whirlwind of motion, his blows disrupting the spectral forms, but even his legendary stamina was beginning to fray. Celine's ward, a fragile dome of shimmering light, was visibly strained, its edges fraying under the relentless assault. Every tremor that shook the Nexus sent ripples through her magic, each one a hammer blow against her dwindling reserves. Gregor scanned the immediate vicinity, his assassin's eyes cataloguing the threats and, more importantly, the potential points of exploitation. The remnants of Malachi's lieutenants were still a hazard, though significantly diminished. Vorlag's shattered form lay inert, but the chilling aura of a lingering spectral guardian, a being of pure, corrupted ether born from the Nexus's own agony, pulsed near the far wall. Two more lesser entities, shadowy hounds with eyes of malevolent fire, patrolled the periphery, their spectral maws dripping with corrosive essence. These were the immediate threats, the sharp teeth of the beast. But the true danger was the Nexus itself, its ambient energy a roaring inferno that threatened to consume them all. He saw it then. A flicker of a more concentrated energy signature, a point of amplified instability that seemed to pulse with the Nexus's erratic heartbeat. It wasn't one of the nodes Celine had spoken of, not a point of stabilization Malachi might have sought, but a raw, untamed surge of power, a localized vortex of destructive ether. It was a wound in the fabric of reality, bleeding raw energy, and it was currently drawing the attention of the Spectral Guardian and the Shadow Hounds. Perfect. Dorian, Celine. Gregor's voice cut through the din, sharp and urgent. I'm going to draw their fire. Give me a 5 count, then make your move for the nodes. Don't wait for me. Dorian grunted, his hammer deflecting a whip-like tendril of emerald energy. Gregor, that's suicide. Celine's voice was strained, laced with a desperate plea. No. Gregor, please. There has to be another way. Gregor didn't spare them a glance. His focus was absolute. He sprinted towards the pulsing vortex, his movements a blur of calculated speed. He knew the risks. The Spectral Guardian was a formidable foe, a creature of raw etheric force that could tear flesh from bone with a flick of its incorporeal wrist. The Shadow Hounds were equally deadly, their corrosive essence capable of dissolving even enchanted steel. But they were also creatures of instinct, driven by aggression. And Gregor was about to give them the most enticing target imaginable. He reached the edge of the vortex, the air growing heavy and suffocating. The Spectral Guardian, sensing his approach, turned its baleful gaze upon him. Its form, a shimmering silhouette of pure, negative energy, flickered with contained rage. The Shadow Hounds, their predatory instincts ignited, began to converge, their spectral forms elongating, their maws widening into hungry voids. Gregor didn't hesitate. He activated a series of talismans embedded in his bracers, arcane devices designed to amplify and project raw, disruptive energy. With a guttural yell, he slammed his fist into the ground directly beside the vortex. The talismans flared, unleashing a blinding wave of chaotic etheric feedback, a raw surge of energy that mimicked the Nexus's own volatile nature. It wasn't a controlled spell, but a violent, unbridled outburst, designed to be as jarring and attention-grabbing as possible. The effect was immediate and devastating. The Spectral Guardian roared, a sound like tearing metal, and launched itself towards Gregor, its ethereal claws extended. The Shadow Hounds, their focus entirely on the source of the disruptive energy, broke into a charge, their spectral bodies flickering as they accelerated. 4. Gregor shouted, his voice tight with effort. He dodged the Spectral Guardian's initial lunge, the chilling aura of the creature washing over him, sucking the warmth from his very bones. He threw a dagger, not at the Guardian, but at the ground near the Shadow Hounds, triggering a small alchemical charge. The ensuing explosion of blinding light and concussive force momentarily disoriented them, buying him precious seconds. 3. He saw Celine and Dorian begin to move, Celine pushing the boundaries of her ward to create a narrow, direct path towards one of the pulsing nodes. Dorian was already on his feet, Worldbreaker held high, ready to cover their advance. The Spectral Guardian was relentless. It phased through Gregor's defensive stance, its chilling touch grazing his shoulder. He felt a searing cold spread through his arm, a phantom pain that threatened to paralyze him. He ignored it, his training kicking in, his body moving on instinct. He spun, ducking under another spectral swipe, and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his twin daggers, Shadow and Silence, against the Guardian's ethereal form. The blades, imbued with ether-dampening enchantments, found purchase, causing the Guardian to recoil with a hiss of pain. 2. He saw Dorian engaging the Shadow Hounds, his hammer a blur, each blow a thunderous concussion that shattered their spectral forms, only for them to reform moments later, their aggression undimmed. Celine was nearing the first node, her face etched with exertion, the ward around her flickering precariously. Gregor knew he had to draw more attention, to create a more significant disruption. He saw a cluster of unstable etheric conduits near the Spectral Guardian, pulsing with volatile energy. This was a gamble, a move that could easily backfire and consume him. But Celine was so close. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, he lunged. He dodged a swipe from the Guardian and, in the same motion, threw a specially crafted explosive flask at the conduits. It wasn't designed for raw destructive power, but for a controlled detonation that would overload the ambient ether. The flask struck true, and a second later, the conduits erupted in a blinding flash of emerald and violet light, accompanied by a deafening roar that momentarily stunned Gregor and the Spectral Guardian alike. The shockwave sent Gregor tumbling backwards, his armor groaning under the strain. 1. His voice was a ragged gasp. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder and the disorienting throbbing in his head. The Spectral Guardian was reeling, its form flickering violently, the raw etheric surge having disrupted its essence. The Shadow Hounds, their attention momentarily drawn by the massive explosion, were regrouping. Dorian saw his opening. Now, Celine, he roared, drawing the hound attention back to himself with a powerful swing of World Breaker that sent one of the creatures skittering back. Celine, with a final, desperate push, reached the pulsing node. Her hands, trembling but steady, pressed against the glowing glyphs. She channeled the last vestiges of her strength, not to destroy it, but to disrupt its flow, to inject a counter-frequency into its etheric matrix. A wave of pure, calming energy emanated from her, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. The effect was immediate. The immediate vicinity around the node stabilized. The frantic lashing of etheric tendrils ceased, the violent tremors subsided, and the oppressive aura of instability lessened. The spectral guardian, its connection to the nexus momentarily severed by Celine's disruption, let out a frustrated shriek and began to fade, its form dissolving into wisps of residual energy. The shadow hounds, their predatory hunger dulled by the shift in ambient ether, hesitated. Gregor watched it all unfold, a grim satisfaction spreading through him. He had done it. He had created the opening. He saw Dorian moving to cover Celine's retreat, his hammer now aimed at the still hesitant shadow hounds, a clear signal that their hunt was over. He knew his gamble had paid off, but it had also left him exposed. The explosion had drawn the attention of something far larger, far more insidious, lurking in the deeper recesses of the nexus. A low, guttural rumble, like the awakening of a slumbering titan, began to emanate from the fractured walls. The very air grew heavy, charged with a palpable sense of dread. Gregor's senses, honed by years of survival, screamed at him. This wasn't the wild energy of the nexus anymore. This was something directed, something ancient and malevolent. He didn't wait to find out what it was. He turned and ran, not towards Dorian and Celine, but deeper into the chaotic labyrinth, drawing the attention of this new, emergent threat away from them. His heart pounded in his chest, a drumbeat against the rising tide of fear. His shoulder screamed in protest, the spectral cold seeping deeper into his bones. But as he ran, a strange sense of calm settled over him. He had made his choice. He had accepted the grim stakes. And for this moment, at least, Celine and Dorian had a chance. That was all that mattered. The shadow of something truly terrifying stretched towards him, a premonition of the true darkness that lay within the nexus, and Gregor braced himself to meet it, alone. The victory was fleeting, a mirage in the suffocating heat of the nexus. Gregor, his lungs burning and his shoulder throbbing with a cold that felt like a slow-acting poison, risked a glance back. Celine had reached the node, her ethereal form a beacon of desperate hope against the encroaching gloom. Dorian, a titan of obsidian and steel, stood between her and the reforming shadow hounds, his hammer a thunderous counterpoint to the nexus's growing cacophony. They had bought time. But Gregor knew, with the icy certainty of a man who had stared into the abyss too many times, that time was a luxury they could no longer afford. The guttural rumble intensified, no longer a distant threat but a physical presence pressing in on him. It was the sound of something vast awakening, something ancient and terrible that had been disturbed by Malachi's hubris. The very air in the chamber, already thick with volatile ether, seemed to condense, growing heavy with a palpable dread. Gregor's heightened senses, finely tuned instruments of survival, screamed a single, unvarnished truth. This was no longer the chaotic byproduct of a failed ritual. This was a conscious, directed malevolence, a predator roused from its slumber. He didn't need to see it to know its nature. The sheer oppressive weight of its presence suffocated him, a chilling premonition of the true darkness that lurked within the nexus's fractured core. It was a power that dwarfed Malachi's ambition, a primal force that cared nothing for mortal struggles. Gregor felt a sliver of the same terror he'd felt years ago, facing the shadow beasts of the Whispering Peaks, but magnified 1,000-fold. This was not a beast of instinct, this was a malignancy. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, Gregor pushed himself further into the labyrinthine depths of the nexus, away from Celine and Dorian. Each pounding step sent tremors of agony through his injured arm, but the pain was a welcome distraction from the gnawing fear. He had made his choice. He had gambled, and for a brief, glorious moment, he had won. He had carved out a sliver of hope for his companions. Now, that hope rested on his ability to draw the attention of this new, emergent horror away from them. The spectral guardian, momentarily stunned by the explosive overload, was beginning to coalesce again, its form flickering like a dying ember. The shadow hounds, their predatory focus re-established, were no longer hesitant. They sensed the shift in power, the emergence of a new, more potent prey. Gregor heard their spectral snarls behind him, closer now, their corrosive maws opening wider. He didn't look back. His focus was on the deep hum, the resonant thrum of the nascent entity, the source of the encroaching dread. It was a beacon in the darkness, and he was walking directly towards it. He plunged into a narrow passage, the obsidian walls slick with an unknown, viscous slime. The air here was even colder, carrying a faint, metallic tang that prickled his nostrils. The rumble was closer, vibrating through the very stone beneath his boots. He could feel the raw ether in this section of the nexus behaving differently, not merely chaotic, but directed, almost purposeful. It swirled around him in sluggish, dark eddies, resisting his passage like a physical barrier. This was the heart of the beast, or at least, a vital artery. Gregor knew that his actions here, whatever they entailed, would have repercussions far beyond this immediate confrontation. This was the precipice, the moment where the fate of their world would be irrevocably decided. The whispers of failure, ever present in the back of his mind, now coalesced into a deafening roar. He could feel the weight of countless lives, of civilizations, pressing down on his shoulders. He rounded a corner and stopped dead. Before him, the passage opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in impenetrable darkness. At its center, suspended in a web of glowing, corrupted etheric tendrils, was a colossal, pulsating mass of raw, condensed energy. It wasn't a construct, not a being in the conventional sense, but a raw manifestation of Malachi's failed ritual, a focal point where the veil between realities had been torn asunder and something profoundly alien had begun to seep through. It was the source of the rumble, the epicenter of the encroaching dread. The mass pulsed with an internal light, a sickly green that cast long, distorted shadows across the cavern. Tendrils of pure, unadulterated ether, far more potent than anything he had encountered before, snaked out from it, probing the darkness, seeking to expand its influence. Two immense shadow hounds, their forms darker, more substantial than the ones Dorian was fighting, detached themselves from the etheric web and turned their fiery gazes upon Gregor. They were guardians, primal protectors of this burgeoning monstrosity. Gregor's breath hitched. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. Malachi had not merely sought to harness power, he had attempted to birth a new god, a being of pure, destructive energy, and in his failure, he had succeeded in creating a gateway. The true extent of the disaster was dawning on Gregor with horrifying clarity. The Nexus wasn't just unstable, it was actively transforming, becoming a conduit for a reality-shattering entity. He drew shadow and silence, their familiar way to small comfort. The spectral guardian, which had followed him into the cavern, let out a pained screech as its ethereal form flickered violently, reacting to the overwhelming etheric energies emanating from the central mass. It was clearly not of this reality, an interloper even in this place of corruption, and it was being torn apart by the sheer power of the nascent god. The two immense shadow hounds began to advance, their guttural snarls echoing in the vast space. Their eyes burned with an unholy fire, and the very air around them shimmered with corrosive energy. Gregor knew he couldn't fight them head-on. Not in his current state, and certainly not with that pulsating abomination drawing their attention. He needed a diversion, a spark to ignite a larger conflagration. His eyes scanned the cavern, searching for anything he could exploit. The etheric tendrils, thick as a man's arm, snaked between the walls, some of them pulsing with a visible, unstable energy. He noticed smaller, crystalline growths studding the cavern walls, shimmering with captured ether. These were like nodes, but of a different kind, perhaps conduits for the energy the central mass was absorbing. He took a deep, bracing breath. His shoulders screamed in protest, a dull ache that threatened to incapacitate him. He ignored it. He needed to draw the hound's attention, and then, he needed to create a massive disruption. He remembered the talismans embedded in his bracers, designed for amplifying energy. They were meant for controlled bursts, but in his current desperate state, he was willing to push them beyond their limits. He bolted, not towards the hounds, but towards a thick cluster of etheric tendrils that seemed to be feeding directly into the pulsating mass. The spectral guardian, its own form disintegrating, let out a final, wailing shriek and dissolved into wisps of grey smoke. The hounds, their predatory instincts overriding their caution, immediately shifted their focus to Gregor. Their spectral maws opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that dripped with a phosphorescent, acidic fluid. Gregor sprinted, weaving between the grasping tendrils, the raw ether searing his skin even through his enchanted armor. He activated the talismans on his bracers, a desperate gamble. He channeled every ounce of his remaining energy, every spark of defiance, into them. He felt a searing heat build in his arms, a sensation that threatened to melt him from the inside out. "Come on, you bastards," he grunted, his voice a strained rasp. He reached the cluster of tendrils and slammed his fist, crackling with amplified ether, directly into their nexus. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The tendrils didn't just explode, they imploded, drawing in the ambient energy of the cavern with a violent, audible suck. The central pulsating mass convulsed, its sickly green light flaring with blinding intensity. The two shadow hounds, caught in the sudden surge of chaotic energy, were momentarily thrown back, their spectral forms flickering wildly. The cavern walls groaned under the strain. The crystalline growths on the walls shattered, releasing their stored ether in secondary explosions of emerald and violet light. Gregor was engulfed in the maelstrom, a maelstrom of his own making. He felt himself being torn apart, his very essence threatened by the uncontrolled release of raw ether. But even as he was consumed by the blinding light and deafening roar, he saw it. The central mass, for all its power, was vulnerable. The disruption had created a ripple, a brief instability in its core. It was a fleeting opportunity, a crack in its unholy facade. He had drawn their attention, amplified their power, and in doing so, he had inadvertently shown them their own weakness. As his consciousness began to fray, Gregor's last coherent thought was not of fear, but of a grim, resolute hope. He had pulled the beast out into the open. He had forced its hand. Now, it was up to Celine and Dorian to exploit the opening he had created, to shatter the nascent god before it could fully awaken. He collapsed, the searing pain giving way to a profound, encroaching darkness, a darkness that was both the end of his consciousness and, perhaps, the beginning of salvation. The last thing he registered was the fading echo of the hound's snarls, no longer directed at him, but at the blinding, fractured brilliance of the central etheric mass. He had succeeded in his sacrifice, not by fighting the abyss, but by throwing himself into it, a sacrifice to light the way for others. Chapter 13. The Unraveling. The air thrummed with a discordant symphony of destruction. Dorian's hammer blows echoed like thunder, each impact a desperate defiance against the coalescing horrors that clawed at the edges of reality. Gregor's sacrifice, a blinding explosion of raw ether, had indeed drawn the attention of the colossal shadow hounds, their predatory focus now fixed on the pulsating heart of the nexus. But it had also amplified the chaos, the very fabric of the chamber groaning under the strain of unleashed power. Amidst this maelstrom, a fragile thread of purpose wove its way through the chaos, Celine. Her ethereal form, shimmering with an inner light that defied the encroaching gloom, was a stark contrast to the brutal physicality of the battle. She moved with a grace born of years spent poring over ancient tomes, her focus an unyielding shield against the encroaching madness. The knowledge gleaned from forgotten scrolls, once confined to the hushed sanctity of libraries, now pulsed with a potent, active energy within her. She was the culmination of Gregor's desperate gamble, the embodiment of the hope he had bought with his agony. Her destination was the Nexus itself, the corrupted linchpin of Malachai's catastrophic ritual. It pulsed with a sickly, emerald light, a wound in reality that spewed forth an almost tangible wave of despair and corruption. Tendrils of raw ether, thick and viscous, writhed around it like serpentine guardians, pulsing in rhythm with the monstrous heart of the Nexus. The two gargantuan shadow hounds, their forms coalescing from pure shadow and malice, circled the pulsating mass, their guttural snarls a constant, grating threat. They were the apex predators of this corrupted domain, and Celine was an intruder in their hunting grounds. Dorian's efforts, though heroic, were a bulwark, not a solution. He was buying her time, a precious commodity in this dying reality. Each swing of his obsidian hammer was a testament to his unwavering resolve, each parry a testament to his mastery of the etheric arts. He fought not with brute force, but with a calculated, devastating precision, his movements a dance of death that kept the lesser hounds at bay and momentarily distracted the larger abominations. Yet, Gregor's explosive intervention had shifted the dynamic. The primary threat was no longer the hounds, but the nascent entity they guarded. Celine's path was a perilous traverse through a minefield of raw, unstable ether. The air crackled with volatile energies, each breath a searing intake of corrupted essence. Her spectral form, while allowing her to move through some of the more volatile energy fields, was not immune. The raw power gnawed at her, attempting to unravel her very essence, to assimilate her into the Nexus's corrupted matrix. She could feel the whispers of oblivion, the seductive promises of release from the pain and struggle, trying to seep into her mind. It was the siren song of the abyss, a temptation as potent as any physical threat. She reached the edge of the primary etheric web that encased the pulsating core. It was a lattice of pure, incandescent energy, crackling with power that could atomize a mortal being in an instant. This was where Malachi had attempted to anchor his creation, to force a tear in the veil and drag something monstrous into their world. He had failed in his ambition, but in his failure, he had birthed a gateway, an open wound that was now actively gestured towards becoming a new, horrifying entity. Her research had prepared her for this. She had studied the ancient texts detailing the etheric weave, the fundamental structure of magical reality. She understood the principles of resonance, of harmonic disruption, of the delicate art of severing and reknitting the ethereal threads that bound existence. This wasn't a battle of brute force, it was a surgical strike against the very foundations of the Nexus. Celine extended her hands, her fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. A soft, argent light emanated from her palms, a counterpoint to the sickly green of the Nexus. She began to chant, her voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate with the very frequencies of creation. It was an ancient invocation, a language of pure intent that predated spoken words, a melody designed to soothe the fractured weave, to persuade it to mend itself. The etheric tendrils recoiled slightly from her light, like startled serpents. The gargantuan shadow hounds let out enraged roars, their attention snapping back to her. Dorian saw the shift, his eyes widening as he understood her intent. He redoubled his efforts, his hammer now a blur of motion, creating a maelstrom of defensive energy around Celine, a desperate, fleeting sanctuary. "Hold, Celine!" Dorian's voice boomed, strained with exertion. "Buy her the moment she needs." Celine didn't acknowledge him directly, but her chant intensified. She was not merely pushing back the corrupted ether, she was analyzing its structure, identifying the points of greatest instability, the fractures created by Malachi's reckless ambition. She saw them as luminous seams within the pulsating darkness, points where the fabric of reality had been stretched too thin. Her fingers moved with increasing speed, weaving a complex sigil of containment. It was a delicate dance, a feat of arcane precision that required absolute focus. Each stroke of her ethereal hands had to be perfectly placed, each inflection of her chant precisely timed. A single mistake, a misplaced syllable, a moment of hesitation, and the entire weave would collapse, amplifying the corruption and tearing Celine apart from the inside out. The pulsating mass at the center of the etheric web seemed to sense her intent. It began to throb with a frantic, irregular rhythm, its sickly green light flaring and dimming like a dying heart. The shadow hounds, sensing their master's distress, surged forward, their spectral claws extended, tearing through Dorian's defensive barrier with a shriek of rending ether. Dorian met their charge head-on. He roared, unleashing a torrent of focused energy from his hammer, a blast of pure, unadulterated force that slammed into the hounds, momentarily staggering them. But it was a temporary reprieve. The hounds were fueled by the very essence of the Nexus, their strength drawn from the primordial darkness. Celine ignored the roars of rage and the clash of otherworldly steel. Her gaze was fixed on the linchpin, her mind a calm harbor in the storm of chaos. She saw the corrupted ether as strands of luminous thread, twisted and broken. Her task was to untangle them, to realign them, to sever the corrupted connections and re-establish the natural order. She began to weave a counterspell, not of destruction, but of restoration. It was a spell designed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies of creation, to remind the fractured weave of its true nature. It was a song of mending, of healing, of reintegration. The argent light around her intensified, pushing back the encroaching shadows, creating a small bubble of pure, untainted ether. She reached out with her will, her consciousness extending like tendrils of light, to touch the corrupted core. It was a terrifying contact, like grasping a burning ember that threatened to consume her very soul. The raw power of the Nexus assaulted her senses, a tidal wave of alien emotions and chaotic thoughts. She felt the hunger of the nascent entity, its insatiable desire to consume and expand, its utter lack of empathy or understanding of the world it sought to dominate. But Celine was not easily deterred. Her scholarly discipline, honed by years of rigorous study and relentless self-discipline, now served her as a potent weapon. She had faced theoretical horrors within the pages of forbidden texts, and she had emerged with a profound understanding of their nature. Now, she faced the reality, and her knowledge was her shield. She focused on the harmonic disruption. The ritual had forced a dissonance into the etheric weave, a discordant note that was tearing reality apart. Celine's counterspell was designed to introduce a counter-frequency, a harmonic overtone that would cancel out the dissonance, forcing the weave to stabilize. Her hands moved in a blur, tracing intricate patterns of light that were both beautiful and terrifying. The argent glow intensified, coalescing around the corrupted linchpin. It was like trying to weave moonlight into a tapestry of shadow. The raw ether writhed and bucked, resisting her efforts, lashing out with tendrils of pure, destructive energy. Celine gritted her teeth, her ethereal form flickering as the backlash of energy buffeted her. The pains were agonizing, like 1,000 needles piercing her essence. She could feel her own etheric signature being frayed, stretched thin. The shadow hounds were closing in, their spectral forms shimmering with contained fury. Dorian was a whirlwind of desperate defense, but he was being pushed back, his energy reserves dwindling. "Almost there," Celine whispered, her voice strained but resolute. She could see the threads, the corrupted pathways that Malachi had forged. They glowed with an unholy light, pulsing with the power of the nascent entity. Her task was to sever these connections, to isolate the corrupted core and allow the natural etheric flow to reassert itself. She began to pull, not with physical force, but with sheer will. She focused on the points where the corrupted tendrils connected to the broader etheric weave, the anchors Malachi had established. She visualized them snapping, breaking, releasing their hold. One by one, the luminous threads began to fray. As each connection was severed, a wave of chaotic energy rippled outwards, causing the pulsating mass to convulse. The shadow hounds howled, their forms flickering as their connection to the nexus weakened. Dorian seized the momentary advantage, unleashing a powerful counterattack that drove them back further. Celine focused on the largest, thickest tendril, the primary conduit that fed the nascent entity. This was the most critical connection, the one that bound the abomination to their reality. Severing it would be the most dangerous, the most volatile act. She gathered her remaining strength, channeling it into a single, focused point of her will. She envisioned a blade of pure, untainted ether, sharp and keen, cutting through the corrupted flesh of the nexus. Her argent light flared, momentarily blinding. "Now!" she cried out, her voice echoing with a power that belied her ethereal form. With a final, convulsive effort, she drove her will into the heart of the conduit. There was a searing, tearing sound, a shriek of pure, unadulterated agony that ripped through the fabric of reality. The thickest tendril snapped, recoiling violently, its corrupted energy erupting in a localized explosion of emerald light. The pulsating mass at the center of the nexus convulsed violently, its sickly green light flickering erratically. The shadow hounds, their forms now indistinct and wavering, let out mournful howls of pain and confusion. The oppressive weight in the air began to recede, the palpable dread lessening. Celine collapsed, her ethereal form flickering like a dying flame. The effort had drained her almost completely. But she had done it. She had severed the primary connection, crippling the nascent entity and severing its tether to their world. The nexus was still unstable, still a wound, but the immediate threat of a fully formed, reality-devouring entity had been averted. Dorian, battered and bleeding but alive, stumbled towards her. "Celine, are you all right?" She managed a weak smile, her form slowly stabilizing as the ambient ether of the nexus, now less corrupted, began to seep back into her. I believe so, Dorian. The linchpin is broken. The ritual, it is undone." The chamber was still a ruin, the battle far from over. The remaining shadow hounds, though weakened, still posed a threat. But the nature of the threat had changed. The primal, universe-devouring horror had been pushed back, its nascent form crippled. The fight now was one of survival, of holding the line until they could escape this crumbling reality. Celine, the scholar who had dared to wield the ancient knowledge of mending, had intervened, not with a sword or a hammer, but with the quiet, resolute power of understanding and restoration. She had brought a fragile, hard-won hope to the heart of the unraveling. The raw, visceral shriek that tore through the very essence of the chamber was not born of any physical throat, but of the corrupted ether itself, a dying gasp of a reality unmade. As Celine's will, honed to a razor's edge by her desperate invocation, severed the primary conduit, the sickly emerald light that had pulsed at the heart of the nexus didn't simply fade, it imploded. For a fraction of a second, the overwhelming luminescence inverted, sucking in the ambient darkness, only to explode outwards in a cascade of fragmented, dying embers. These were not the vibrant sparks of creation, but the dying embers of a broken dream, scattering like ash in a hurricane. The oppressive weight that had pressed down on every soul, a palpable manifestation of Malachi's ambition and the nascent entity's hunger, fractured like brittle glass. It didn't dissipate, it shattered, each shard of dread and despair releasing a wave of disorienting psychic feedback. For Celine, still trembling on the precipice of exhaustion, it was like 1,000 phantom blows, each one an echo of the terror she had fought to quell. Dorian, momentarily caught in the blast radius of this psychic detritus, stumbled back, his vision swimming with phantom images of impossible geometries and chittering voids. The gargantuan shadow hounds, their forms previously anchored by the robust flow of corrupted ether, wavered like poorly rendered illusions. Their guttural roars, moments before expressions of primal fury and unwavering purpose, warped into sounds of confusion and pain. They were predators whose very existence was intrinsically linked to the corrupted flow, and with its abrupt cessation, their spectral bodies flickered erratically, their obsidian claws momentarily dissolving into wisps of shadow before reforming with agonizing slowness. The inherent connection, the umbilical cord of dark power that bound them to Malachi's ritual, was severed, leaving them adrift in a sea of diminishing power. Malachi himself, or what remained of his consciousness within the Nexus's corrupted core, seemed to convulse. Though his physical form was long gone, consumed by the very energies he sought to control, his will remained an active, malignant force. The disruption struck him like a physical blow, his spectral presence within the Nexus flaring with an incandescent rage that was as terrifying as it was impotent. The intricate patterns of arcane script that adorned the chamber, previously glowing with a malevolent emerald luminescence, sputtered and died, leaving the obsidian walls in an oppressive, unnatural darkness. The ritual, the culmination of years of forbidden study and blasphemous pacts, had been brutally interrupted, its crescendo silenced before its final, horrifying note could be played. The immediate aftermath was a symphony of chaos, but a chaos of a different kind. The focused, overwhelming dread of the Nexus was replaced by a more fragmented, uncertain terror. The ritual's momentum was broken, its directed flow of destructive energy now a chaotic, undirected surge of raw power. This was not a victory, not yet, but it was a reprieve, a vital moment of stillness wrested from the jaws of oblivion. Celine, her spectral form still shimmering but significantly dimmer, fought to maintain her consciousness, the drain on her etheric reserves immense. She could feel the lingering tendrils of the Nexus's influence, like phantom limbs, still trying to reach out, still attempting to re-establish a connection, but their power was fractured, their intent blunted. Dorian, ever the pragmatist, saw the opportunity. The hounds were disoriented, their primary source of power disrupted. This was not the time for contemplation, but for decisive action. "Celine, hold on!" he roared, his voice rough with exertion and the lingering psychic shock. He slammed the butt of his obsidian hammer against the stone floor, a concussive blast of controlled ether that served to ground him, to push back the disorienting whispers that still clawed at the edges of his mind. He saw the flickering forms of the shadow hounds, their spectral bodies thinning, their movements becoming less coordinated. They were still a threat, a deadly one, but they were no longer the invincible manifestations of pure malice he had faced moments before. Their essence was tied to the Nexus, and the Nexus was wounded. He turned his attention to the remnants of Malachi's arcane defenses. The smaller shadow beasts, the grotesque parodies of canine forms that had previously swarmed the periphery, now seemed to panic. Their snarling dissolved into whimpers as they looked around, their instincts screaming at them that their master's power was failing. They were pack animals, and their alpha had just been grievously wounded. Some continued to lash out blindly, their attacks wild and unfocused, while others began to retreat, their spectral forms dissolving into the encroaching shadows, seeking any semblance of safety. Celine, struggling to remain upright, focused her dwindling energy. Her research, her lifelong dedication to understanding the intricate weave of ether, had provided her with the theoretical framework, but the practical application had been a brutal, visceral experience. She had not merely disrupted a ritual, she had severed the artery of a nascent god. The raw power that had been channeled, that had been so carefully directed towards ripping a hole in reality, was now bleeding out. The chamber itself seemed to sigh, the groaning of its corrupted etheric structure lessening, the violent tremors subsiding into a more manageable instability. The very air, once thick and cloying with the stench of corruption and despair, began to thin, to clear. It was as if a suffocating blanket had been lifted, allowing a sliver of clean, untainted ether to seep back into the space. This influx, though small, was a balm to Celine's frayed essence, a subtle reinforcement that helped stabilize her own fracturing etheric signature. She could feel the subtle shift in the cosmic currents, the disruption she had caused propagating outwards, a ripple effect that would undoubtedly have consequences far beyond this chamber. Malachi's grand design had been thrown into disarray, his carefully constructed edifice of corruption crumbling around him. The shadow hounds, their forms now dangerously translucent, let out mournful, echoing howls. They were fading, their tether to the physical plane weakening with every passing second. The vibrant, terrifying presence they had exuded moments before was now a pale imitation, a ghost of their former power. Dorian knew this was their chance. He needed to deal with the remaining threats, to secure Celine, and then they had to find a way out of this collapsing reality. The Nexus, though crippled, was still a wound, and wounded things were often the most dangerous, lashing out with unpredictable ferocity. He advanced cautiously, his hammer held ready. The remaining shadow beasts were a mix of desperate, snarling creatures and those that had already begun to dissipate into the shadows. He struck down one particularly tenacious beast with a swift, brutal blow, its form exploding into a cloud of acrid, black smoke. Another, sensing its doom, simply dissolved before his eyes, its dissipating essence a testament to the unraveling of Malachi's power. Celine, meanwhile, was focusing on a more subtle, yet equally crucial, aspect of her intervention. The Nexus was not merely a conduit for Malachi's ritual, it was a nexus point, a place where the veil between realms was thinnest. Malachi had exploited this weakness, but Celine's actions had not just disrupted his spell, they had begun to cauterize the wound he had created. She was not merely severing connections, she was beginning the process of healing, of reweaving the frayed edges of reality. It was a monumental task, one that would require more than just her current strength, but the initial steps had been taken. She extended a hand, her fingers tracing a slow, deliberate arc through the air. A faint, silver light emanated from her palm, a stark contrast to the dying emerald glow that still clung to the shattered remnants of the Nexus. This was not the raw, untamed power of the Nexus, but the controlled, resonant energy of restoration. She was channeling the ambient ether, drawing it in, purifying it, and using it to mend the tears she had inflicted and the deeper tears Malachi had opened. The shadow hounds, their howls fading into whimpers, were now barely corporeal. They looked less like terrifying beasts and more like wisps of smoke caught in a phantom wind. Their predatory focus was gone, replaced by a primal instinct for self-preservation, for escape from a dying reality. One by one, they faded entirely, their spectral forms dissolving into nothingness, their connection to Malachi's will finally severed. Dorian watched them disappear, a grim satisfaction settling in his chest. The immediate, overwhelming threat had been neutralized. But the chamber was still unstable, a fractured space teetering on the brink of collapse. The residual energies of the failed ritual swirled around them, pockets of volatile ether that could erupt at any moment. He turned back to Celine, his gaze filled with a mixture of relief and concern. She looked fragile, her ethereal form flickering like a candle flame in a strong wind. The effort had taken an enormous toll, pushing her beyond her perceived limits. "We need to move, Celine," he urged, offering her a steadying hand. "This place isn't going to hold together forever." Celine nodded, her eyes, though weary, held a new light, a glint of hard-won victory. "You're right, Dorian. The ritual is broken. The entity's anchor is severed. But Malachi's influence, it's still here. We've pushed it back, but it hasn't been destroyed." She paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. "And this place, the Nexus, it's still a wound. A deep one." She began to gather herself, her movements slow and deliberate. The argent light around her intensified slightly, a small bubble of comparative stability forming around them. She could feel the echoes of Malachi's presence, a lingering darkness that permeated the very stones of the chamber. He had failed to achieve his ultimate goal, but his ambition had irrevocably scarred this place, and likely many others. "The primary conduits are disrupted," Celine reiterated, her voice gaining a touch of its former strength. "The direct flow of power from whatever source he was tapping into has been severed. That buys us time. Precious time." She looked at Dorian, her gaze steady. "But we're not out of danger. Not by a long shot. The Nexus is unstable, and Malachi's will is a persistent shadow. This is just the beginning of the unraveling, not the end." Dorian grunted, his grip on his hammer tightening. He understood. They had won a battle, a crucial one, but the war was far from over. The entities that Malachi had summoned, the dark powers he had courted, would not simply vanish because his ritual had failed. They would remain, festering, seeking new avenues, new weaknesses. The chamber continued to groan, the residual etheric energies swirling around them like spectral debris. Faint, unholy lights flickered in the distance, remnants of Malachi's arcane constructs, now devoid of their former power and driven by a primal, desperate chaos. The oppressive energy had receded, but the air remained charged, unpredictable. "Where do we go?" Dorian asked, his eyes scanning the crumbling architecture, looking for any sign of a stable exit, any path that didn't lead deeper into the unraveling fabric of this reality. Celine closed her eyes for a moment, focusing her senses, her etheric awareness stretching out like delicate tendrils, probing the fractured reality. "There's a resonance, a thinning, that way," she indicated with a slight nod of her head, pointing towards a section of the chamber where the darkness seemed slightly less absolute, where the oppressive weight felt marginally lighter. "It's unstable, but it's our best chance. We need to move. Now." With that, Celine began to move, her ethereal form leading the way, Dorian close behind, his hammer held ready to cleave through any lingering horrors that might yet impede their escape from the heart of the unraveling. The immediate threat of the nascent entity had been averted, its terrifying potential snuffed out before it could fully manifest. But the echoes of Malachi's ambition, the scars he had left on reality, would linger. Their victory was a fragile one, a fleeting moment of respite in a galaxy increasingly threatened by the encroaching darkness. The severing had occurred, a critical juncture reached, but the consequences of that severed connection were only just beginning to unfold. The chamber, moments before a maelstrom of fractured ether and dying echoes, was now a battleground of raw, unbridled fury. The entity, Malachi's intended harbinger of oblivion, had been denied its genesis, its nascent form brutally aborted. But a dying god, even one as incomplete as this, was still a god. And it was not going to depart quietly. A guttural roar, a sound that bypassed the ears and slammed directly into the bones, ripped through the air. It was not the controlled wrath of a seasoned manipulator like Malachi, but the primal scream of a beast cornered, of a power unbound and utterly furious. The very stones of the Nexus pulsed with this fury, groaning under the immense pressure. The fragmented emerald light, which had sputtered and died, now flared again, not with controlled energy, but with a wild, unpredictable blaze, like a dying star's final, explosive breath. This was the ether unmade, the raw fabric of reality twisted and torn by pure, unadulterated rage. Dorian felt it first as a physical blow, a wave of pure kinetic force that slammed into him, sending him skidding across the cracked obsidian floor. His teeth rattled, his vision blurred, and for a terrifying instant, he felt his own bones protesting, threatening to fracture under the sudden, unnatural stress. He managed to plant his hammer, the obsidian haft vibrating violently in his grip, to brace himself against the onslaught. "Celine!" he roared, his voice a strained rasp, the psychic backlash from the earlier severance still echoing in his skull. He scanned the chamber, his eyes struggling to pierce the sudden, violent haze of emerald energy that now writhed and coiled like a wounded serpent. Celine, her spectral form already pushed to its limits, cried out as a surge of chaotic energy washed over her. It was not a directed attack, not a focus spell designed to incapacitate or destroy. This was an outburst, a tantrum of cosmic proportions. The air crackled with raw magic, and the very concepts of space and time seemed to warp around them. She felt the Nexus itself contorting, the spatial dimensions within the chamber shifting and folding in on themselves. Pockets of intense heat flared into existence, only to be instantly replaced by pockets of freezing cold that threatened to crystallate the very ether around her. It was a chaotic tempest, born from a wound inflicted upon existence. "It's lashing out," Celine gasped, her voice thin and reedy. She could feel the entity's consciousness, a fractured, incandescent core of pure malice and agony, thrashing against the severed tether. It was like a severed limb still spasming, its dying impulses sending shockwaves of uncontrolled power through the void. "It's not attacking us directly, not with intent. It's dying. And it's taking everything down with it." The obsidian walls of the Nexus began to weep. Not with moisture, but with streams of corrupted ether, like molten emerald tears that dripped and sizzled, carving new, grotesque patterns into the already scarred surfaces. The intricate arcane script, which had flickered and died, now pulsed erratically with the chaotic energy, the symbols contorting into nightmarish, impossible shapes. The floor buckled, great fissures snaking across its surface, disgorging tendrils of sickly green light that writhed like trapped worms. Gregor, who had been tending to Celine, grunted as a wave of psychic feedback slammed into him. He was not as attuned to the ether as Celine, nor as physically fortified as Dorian, but his mind, honed by years of tactical warfare and resilience against mental intrusions, was a fortress. Even so, the sheer, unfocused psychic pressure was immense. Images flashed behind his eyes, burning stars, dying galaxies, visions of worlds consumed by an unimaginable void. It was the entity's final, agonizing death throes projected outwards, a desperate attempt to inflict its own annihilation upon the universe. "Stay focused, Celine," Gregor urged, his voice a low growl of defiance. He placed a hand on her shoulder, not to offer physical support, but to anchor her, to provide a focal point in the maelstrom of sensory overload. "Its power is dissipating. This is a final, desperate surge. It cannot sustain this." The shadow hounds, which had been flickering and fading, now seemed to be caught in the chaotic surge. Instead of dissolving, their spectral forms began to coalesce again, but not into their former, terrifying shapes. They became amorphous blobs of shadow, their outlines blurring, their snarling maws contorting into silent screams. They were being torn apart by the uncontrolled energy, their very essence being unraveled by the entity's death throes. Some dissolved into wisps of pure shadow, their forms atomizing, while others seemed to be consumed from within by the emerald light, their spectral bodies turning to ash and dust. "They're being unmade," Celine whispered, her voice laced with a grim fascination. "The Nexus was their anchor, but it's shattering. Malachi's will is gone. They're just casualties of its death." Dorian watched, his hammer raised, ready to strike down any creature that might coalesce with enough substance to pose a threat. But there was nothing coherent left to fight. The constructs of Malachi's ritual were being systematically dismantled by the entity's dying rage. It was as if a colossal hand was sweeping through the chamber, eradicating every trace of its existence and everything else along with it. A particularly violent tremor shook the Nexus. A section of the ceiling, massive obsidian slabs laced with crackling emerald veins, detached and plummeted towards them. Dorian reacted instinctively, shoving Celine and Gregor out of the direct path of the falling debris. The impact was deafening, a thunderous crash that sent shockwaves through the chamber. Dust and shards of obsidian rained down, and the emerald light flickered violently, threatening to extinguish itself entirely. "We need to get out of here," Dorian bellowed over the din. "This whole place is coming down." Celine, despite her exhaustion, nodded. She could feel the Nexus reaching its breaking point. The spatial distortions were intensifying, the very fabric of reality in this place fraying like old cloth. "There," she pointed, her spectral finger trembling. "The resonance, it's stabilizing slightly in that direction. A tear. It's our only way out." She pushed herself forward, her ethereal form a beacon of faint silver light against the encroaching chaos. Dorian followed closely, his hammer a steady presence beside her, clearing away lingering tendrils of dissipating shadow stuff that still lashed out with residual malice. Gregor, moving with surprising agility despite his injuries, kept pace, his gaze fixed on Celine, ready to intercept any immediate threats. The journey toward Celine's indicated exit was a harrowing gauntlet. They navigated through currents of raw, searing energy that felt like being submerged in boiling ether. Whispers, once the insidious voice of Malachi, now became the incoherent shrieks of a dying consciousness, a cacophony of pain and despair that clawed at their minds. The ground beneath them shifted and pulsed, sometimes feeling solid, other times dissolving into a viscous, dark fluid that threatened to swallow them whole. "It's fighting back," Gregor grunted, deflecting a stray bolt of emerald energy with a hastily summoned shield of etheric force. The energy slammed into his shield with the force of a siege engine, cracking the protective barrier and sending him staggering back. "Not us, but against its own dissolution. It's pulling at the Nexus's foundations." Celine faltered for a moment, her form flickering. "The ether, it's rebelling against its corruption. But the entity, it's clinging to it, trying to drag it into oblivion with itself. It's a parasitic death." Dorian saw a section of the wall ahead twist and contort, forming a gaping maw of swirling darkness. From within, a wave of pure, existential dread washed over them, a silent scream that promised oblivion. It was the entity's final, desperate attempt to ensnare them, to drag them into the void it was becoming. "Nowhere to run," Dorian muttered, his voice grim. He tightened his grip on his hammer, preparing for a final, impossible stand. But Celine was already moving, a silver radiance flaring around her. She projected her will, not with force, but with a desperate plea, a resonance of pure etheric harmony. She was weaving a counter-frequency, a song of creation against the symphony of destruction. "No," she cried, her voice amplified by her etheric projection. "You will not claim what you were denied. You will fade, and reality will endure." Her silver light met the swirling darkness of the maw. It was not a clash of destructive forces, but a struggle of fundamental principles. The entity's raw, chaotic energy, born of corruption and ambition, was met by Celine's pure, restorative ether, a force of healing and renewal. For a moment, the two forces were locked in a titanic struggle, the chamber groaning under the strain. Then, slowly, inexorably, the silver light began to push back the darkness. The maw recoiled, its terrifying tendrils of shadow retracting as if burned. The whispers of the entity turned into a high-pitched shriek of pure agony, a sound that seemed to shred the very air. It was a sound of utter defeat, of a will finally broken. "It's weakening," Celine gasped, her energy reserves nearly depleted. "The tear. It's opening." Ahead, where Celine had pointed, a shimmering fissure was indeed appearing. It was not a clean portal, but a jagged rent in reality, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light that promised a different, perhaps safer, place. It was a testament to the Nexus's inherent ability to mend itself, to create new pathways when the old ones were irrevocably broken. "Go!" Dorian urged, pushing Celine and Gregor towards the tear. "I'll cover our retreat." He turned, his hammer held high, ready to face any residual manifestations of the dying entity. But there were none. The shrieks had died down, replaced by an echoing silence that was more terrifying than any noise. The emerald light of the Nexus flickered one last time, a dying ember, and then winked out, plunging the chamber into absolute darkness. The only light now was the soft, inviting glow of the tear. Celine and Gregor stumbled through it, their forms momentarily distorted by the transition. Dorian waited a beat, scanning the impenetrable darkness, listening for any last sign of the entity's presence. He heard nothing but the settling groans of the dying Nexus. With a final, weary glance at the tomb of Malachi's ambition, Dorian plunged through the tear, the jagged edges of reality closing behind him with a soft, sighing sound. They found themselves in a dimly lit cavern, the air cool and damp. The ethereal light of the tear faded, leaving them in a familiar, yet alien, darkness. They had escaped the heart of the unraveling, but the echoes of the entity's furious, dying scream would linger long after the physical wounds of the Nexus had begun to mend. They had faced the abyss, and it had recoiled, but the scars of its fury were etched not just on the world, but on their very souls. The Lord of the Deep was dead, but his final act of defiance had left an indelible mark, a testament to the terrifying power that lay dormant in the spaces between realities. The roar that ripped through the Nexus was not just a sound, it was a visceral affront to existence, a cosmic death rattle. It slammed into Gregor with the force of a physical blow, even as he instinctively moved to shield Celine, whose spectral form was already flickering like a dying candle. Dorian, a bulwark of hardened obsidian and sheer will, was further out, his hammer a defiant silhouette against the chaotic emerald storm. Malachi's aborted harbinger, a godling of oblivion, was experiencing its final, agonizing moments, and its death throes were a maelstrom threatening to unravel everything. Gregor felt the raw ether lash out, not as a focus spell, but as an uncontrolled explosion of power, a dying star's final, incandescent fury. It was a wave of pure kinetic energy, a blast of unmade reality that could atomize flesh and bone, shatter stone, and even tear apart the spectral forms of beings like Celine. His mind, usually a fortress of tactical calculation, reeled under the onslaught of fragmented visions, burning stars collapsing, galaxies consumed by an unimaginable void, the agonizing screams of dying worlds. This was not the calculated malice of Malachi, this was the primal agony of a cosmic entity tearing itself apart, its death casting a shadow of annihilation. He saw it coming then, a concentrated surge of the emerald tempest, aimed not with intent, but with the blind, destructive force of a collapsing edifice. It was a wave of pure, unadulterated etheric corruption, a wave that would obliterate Celine, whose already depleted spectral form offered little resistance, and likely cripple Dorian, even with his formidable defenses. There was no time for elaborate spells, no room for strategic evasion. There was only the immediate, stark choice. Gregor was not a hero by nature, nor by design. He had been a soldier, a survivor, a man who had learned to trust only his own strength and cunning. He had seen too much death, too much betrayal, to readily embrace altruism. He had entered the Nexus with his own agenda, his own grudging alliance with Dorian and Celine born of necessity, not camaraderie. Yet, in this moment, as the chaotic energy pulsed towards its targets, something shifted within him. It was the culmination of shared peril, of witnessing Celine's unwavering resolve, of Dorian's stubborn, unyielding presence. It was the nascent spark of something more, something he hadn't felt in years, a reason to fight for someone other than himself. He didn't hesitate. The tactical mind that had guided him through countless battles now focused on a single, desperate objective. He pushed Celine, not hard enough to hurt her, but with a decisive shove that sent her stumbling towards Dorian, away from the direct path of the surge. Then, with a guttural roar that was less a sound of fear and more a declaration of defiance, Gregor threw himself into the path of the wave. He raised his arms, not in a futile attempt to block the ether, but to channel it, to absorb its impact. He felt his armor, the hardened, enchanted steel that had protected him through so many skirmishes, groan under the strain. The ether, raw and untamed, slammed into him with the force of 1,000 hammer blows. It was like being engulfed by a raging inferno of pure energy. His vision blurred, the world dissolving into a blinding emerald light. He felt his bones protesting, threatening to splinter, his very essence being scoured by the corrupting power. Images flashed behind his eyes with sickening speed, the faces of fallen comrades, the sterile glint of stolen artifacts, the cold calculations of survival. But interwoven with them, new images began to surface, Celine's determined gaze, Dorian's stoic resilience, the shared moments of desperate action. These were not the memories of a lone wolf, they were threads of connection, woven in the crucible of shared danger. He gritted his teeth, focusing every ounce of his will, every scrap of his etheric discipline, into holding the surge at bay. It was a losing battle, he knew, but he could buy them time. He could be the anvil upon which this dying god's fury broke, even if it shattered him in the process. He felt his skin sizzle, the enchanted weave of his armor beginning to fray. The raw energy clawed at his insides, seeking to unravel him from the molecular level. Celine cried out, her spectral voice laced with terror. She saw Gregor silhouetted against the blinding emerald light, his form wavering, his posture one of desperate, resolute defense. Dorian, who had instinctively turned to intercept the surge, saw Gregor's desperate gambit and roared, a sound of pure fury and despair. He knew Gregor's action was not one of a rival, but of a comrade. The surge intensified. Gregor felt his connection to his own physical form begin to fray. The emerald light was not just burning him, it was consuming him, unmaking him. He could feel the tendrils of corrupted ether seeking to penetrate his defenses, to shatter his mind and soul. But he held on, his defiance a tiny, stubborn ember in the raging inferno. He focused on the image of the tear Celine had indicated, the nascent portal promising escape. If he could just hold for a few more moments, a violent tremor shook the nexus, a dying spasm of the crumbling structure. A section of the ceiling, heavy obsidian slabs laced with crackling emerald veins, tore free and plummeted downwards. It was a secondary impact, an uncontrolled cascade of debris, but it was aimed directly at Dorian, who was still positioned to cover Celine's retreat. Gregor saw it. Even through the blinding emerald haze that consumed his vision, he saw the falling mass. His own sacrifice was not yet complete. With a surge of adrenaline that defied the ether's destructive embrace, Gregor twisted, a movement that felt like tearing himself apart. He threw himself, not towards the falling debris, but in a desperate, last-ditch effort to disrupt its trajectory. He wasn't strong enough to stop it, not anymore. But he could nudge it. He could deflect it. He poured what little remaining etheric strength he possessed into a brutal, focused shove, aiming his remaining energy at the falling obsidian. The impact was agonizing, a tearing sensation that felt like his very soul was being ripped from his body. His enchanted gauntlet, already cracked and glowing with absorbed energy, slammed against the underside of one of the massive slabs. The obsidian shifted. It didn't stop, but its trajectory altered. Instead of hitting Dorian squarely, it slammed into his side, a glancing blow that still sent him staggering. The impact was deafening, a thunderous crash that echoed through the dying nexus. Dust and shards of obsidian rained down, and the emerald light flickered violently, threatening to extinguish itself entirely. Gregor felt himself being flung away, the etheric surge still raging, now compounded by the impact of the falling debris. He landed hard, the world going black for a moment. When his senses returned, he was on his knees, gasping for air, his body a symphony of searing pain. His armor was slag, his flesh burned and cracked. He could barely move, his limbs feeling heavy and unresponsive. He looked up, his vision swimming. Dorian was on his feet, stumbling but still standing, his hammer held defensively. Celine was beside him, her spectral form flickering precariously. The falling debris had missed them, a testament to Gregor's final, desperate act. The emerald light of the nexus was dying, its chaotic pulsing fading. The chamber groaned around them, the very fabric of reality fraying. The whispers of the dying entity had ceased, replaced by an unnerving silence, the quiet of an ending. Gregor! Celine's voice, weak but clear, reached him. She was already moving towards him, her spectral form a pale silver light in the encroaching darkness. Dorian followed, his face grim, his movements stiff from the impact. He reached Gregor, his large hand resting on Gregor's burned shoulder. "You saved us," he said, his voice rough. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. Gregor coughed, a ragged sound that sent shards of pain through his chest. He looked at Dorian, at Celine, and for the first time, he saw not rivals, not allies of convenience, but something akin to family. The hard shell of cynicism and self-preservation had finally cracked, revealing the man beneath. He had found something worth fighting for, something worth dying for. "Just buy me a moment," Gregor rasped, his voice barely audible. He struggled to push himself up, to stand on his own 2 feet. He could feel the last vestiges of the entity's power dissipating, the ether in the chamber calming, its wild fury spent. But there was still a residual energy, a volatile instability. And he was the closest to its dying heart. He looked towards the shimmering tear Celine had identified, the jagged rent in reality that promised escape. It was still there, a beacon of hope. "Go," he urged, his voice gaining a sliver of its former strength. Get through. Now. Celine hesitated, her spectral form wavering. We can't leave you. You can, Gregor insisted, pushing against Dorian's supportive hand. I'm not going to make it through that tear. Not in one piece. He looked down at his ravaged body, the blackened armor, the seared flesh. He could feel the etheric corruption seeping into his very being. He was too far gone. Dorian's jaw tightened. He understood. He had seen men broken by worse, and Gregor was beyond repair. But the thought of leaving him behind, of abandoning a comrade who had just sacrificed everything, it was a bitter pill. Then I'll stay with you, Dorian said, his voice firm, his hammer held ready. No, Gregor said, his gaze fixed on the tear. That's an order. You have to get Celine out. That's your mission. That's my mission now. To make sure you both get out. He tried a weak smile. Someone has to make sure you don't get yourselves killed without me around to clean up your messes. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying precariously. The remaining ether in the chamber was coalescing, not into another destructive surge, but into a final, lingering discharge, the last gasp of the dying nexus. It was a wave of pure, untamed ether, volatile and unpredictable. It was heading, not for Dorian or Celine, but for the already destabilized tier, threatening to collapse it before they could escape. Gregor saw it. He knew what he had to do. It wasn't the grand sacrifice of facing the main surge, but a more nuanced, desperate act. He staggered towards the path of the residual energy, towards the tear. Gregor, no! Celine cried, her voice filled with anguish. He ignored her. He walked, each step a monumental effort, towards the chaotic influx of ether. He positioned himself between the dissipating energy and the fragile tear. He spread his arms wide, his burned hands outstretched. It's my turn, he whispered, his voice hoarse. To hold the line. He wasn't trying to absorb this energy, he couldn't. He was trying to diffuse it, to redirect it, to buy Celine and Dorian those precious final seconds. He focused his will, not on defiance, but on acceptance. He became a conduit, a living lightning rod. The raw ether slammed into him. It was still agonizing, still destructive, but it was less focused than the initial surge. It tore through him, but instead of atomizing him, it seemed to feed on his broken form, to dissipate its own chaotic energy through his ravaged body. He grunted, his body convulsing, but he held his position. Go! He roared, the sound a ragged, dying breath. Now! Dorian didn't hesitate. He scooped up Celine, her spectral form clinging to him, and plunged towards the shimmering tier. He spared one last glance back at Gregor, his silhouette a stark, broken figure against the fading emerald light, his stance one of unwavering defiance. Gregor felt the last of his strength drain away. The etheric energy washed over him, not destroying him, but absorbing him, integrating him into its final, fading pulse. He felt a strange sense of peace. He had made his choice. He had found his purpose. He saw the tier widen for a fraction of a second as Dorian and Celine passed through. Then, as Gregor's last vestige of etheric resistance failed, the residual energy surged, not outwards, but inwards, collapsing the tear, sealing it shut. The nexus was silent. The emerald light was gone, replaced by an absolute, profound darkness. Gregor's broken form, cradled by the dissipating ether, was no more. His sacrifice, a final, uncharacteristic act of selfless heroism, had bought them their escape. He had come to the nexus a rival, a survivor, a man driven by his own needs. He died a comrade, a protector, a man who found something more precious than survival, a reason to give his life for others. The echo of his defiant roar, however faint, was a testament to a man who had finally found his worth in the face of oblivion. The roar that had torn through the nexus was not merely a sound, it was a physical manifestation of reality tearing itself asunder. It slammed into Gregor with the force of a collapsing mountain, forcing him to instinctively shield Celine, whose spectral form was already a flickering ember against the encroaching chaos. Dorian, a colossal silhouette of obsidian will and ether-infused muscle, stood further out, his hammer a defiant spark against the roiling emerald storm that was the dying godling's last gasp. Malachi's aborted harbinger, a nascent entity of oblivion, was experiencing its final, agonizing moments, and its death throes were a maelstrom threatening to unravel everything they knew. Gregor felt the raw ether lash out, not as a directed spell, but as an uncontrolled explosion of power, a dying star's final, incandescent fury. It was a wave of pure kinetic energy, a blast of unmade reality that could atomize flesh and bone, shatter stone, and tear apart the spectral forms of beings like Celine. His mind, usually a fortress of tactical calculation, reeled under the onslaught of fragmented visions. Burning stars collapsing, galaxies consumed by an unimaginable void, the agonizing screams of dying worlds. This was not the calculated malice of Malachi. This was the primal agony of a cosmic entity tearing itself apart, its death casting a shadow of annihilation. He saw it coming then, a concentrated surge of the emerald tempest, aimed not with intent, but with the blind, destructive force of a collapsing edifice. It was a wave of pure, unadulterated etheric corruption, a wave that would obliterate Selene, whose already depleted spectral form offered little resistance, and likely cripple Dorian, even with his formidable defenses. There was no time for elaborate spells, no room for strategic evasion. There was only the immediate, stark choice. Gregor was not a hero by nature, nor by design. He had been a soldier, a survivor, a man who had learned to trust only his own strength and cunning. He had seen too much death, too much betrayal, to readily embrace altruism. He had entered the Nexus with his own agenda, his own grudging alliance with Dorian and Selene born of necessity, not camaraderie. Yet, in this moment, as the chaotic energy pulsed towards its targets, something shifted within him. It was the culmination of shared peril, of witnessing Selene's unwavering resolve, of Dorian's stubborn, unyielding presence. It was the nascent spark of something more, something he hadn't felt in years, a reason to fight for someone other than himself. He didn't hesitate. The tactical mind that had guided him through countless battles now focused on a single, desperate objective. He pushed Selene, not hard enough to hurt her, but with a decisive shove that sent her stumbling towards Dorian, away from the direct path of the surge. Then, with a guttural roar that was less a sound of fear and more a declaration of defiance, Gregor threw himself into the path of the wave. He raised his arms, not in a futile attempt to block the ether, but to channel it, to absorb its impact. He felt his armor, the hardened, enchanted steel that had protected him through so many skirmishes, groan under the strain. The ether, raw and untamed, slammed into him with the force of 1,000 hammer blows. It was like being engulfed by a raging inferno of pure energy. His vision blurred, the world dissolving into a blinding emerald light. He felt his bones protesting, threatening to splinter, his very essence being scoured by the corrupting power. Images flashed behind his eyes with sickening speed, the faces of fallen comrades, the sterile glint of stolen artifacts, the cold calculations of survival. But interwoven with them, new images began to surface: Selene's determined gaze, Dorian's stoic resilience, the shared moments of desperate action. These were not the memories of a lone wolf, they were threads of connection, woven in the crucible of shared danger. He gritted his teeth, focusing every ounce of his will, every scrap of his etheric discipline, into holding the surge at bay. It was a losing battle, he knew, but he could buy them time. He could be the anvil upon which this dying god's fury broke, even if it shattered him in the process. He felt his skin sizzle, the enchanted weave of his armor beginning to fray. The raw energy clawed at his insides, seeking to unravel him from the molecular level. Selene cried out, her spectral voice laced with terror. She saw Gregor silhouetted against the blinding emerald light, his form wavering, his posture one of desperate, resolute defense. Dorian, who had instinctively turned to intercept the surge, saw Gregor's desperate gambit and roared, a sound of pure fury and despair. He knew Gregor's action was not one of a rival, but of a comrade. The surge intensified. Gregor felt his connection to his own physical form begin to fray. The emerald light was not just burning him, it was consuming him, unmaking him. He could feel the tendrils of corrupted ether seeking to penetrate his defenses, to shatter his mind and soul. But he held on, his defiance a tiny, stubborn ember in the raging inferno. He focused on the image of the tear Selene had indicated, the nascent portal promising escape. If he could just hold for a few more moments. A violent tremor shook the Nexus, a dying spasm of the crumbling structure. A section of the ceiling, heavy obsidian slabs laced with crackling emerald veins, tore free and plummeted downwards. It was a secondary impact, an uncontrolled cascade of debris, but it was aimed directly at Dorian, who was still positioned to cover Selene's retreat. Gregor saw it. Even through the blinding emerald haze that consumed his vision, he saw the falling mass. His own sacrifice was not yet complete. With a surge of adrenaline that defied the ether's destructive embrace, Gregor twisted, a movement that felt like tearing himself apart. He threw himself, not towards the falling debris, but in a desperate, last-ditch effort to disrupt its trajectory. He wasn't strong enough to stop it, not anymore. But he could nudge it. He could deflect it. He poured what little remaining etheric strength he possessed into a brutal, focused shove, aiming his remaining energy at the falling obsidian. The impact was agonizing, a tearing sensation that felt like his very soul was being ripped from his body. His enchanted gauntlet, already cracked and glowing with absorbed energy, slammed against the underside of one of the massive slabs. The obsidian shifted. It didn't stop, but its trajectory altered. Instead of hitting Dorian squarely, it slammed into his side, a glancing blow that still sent him staggering. The impact was deafening, a thunderous crash that echoed through the dying nexus. Dust and shards of obsidian rained down, and the emerald light flickered violently, threatening to extinguish itself entirely. Gregor felt himself being flung away, the etheric surge still raging, now compounded by the impact of the falling debris. He landed hard, the world going black for a moment. When his senses returned, he was on his knees, gasping for air, his body a symphony of searing pain. His armor was slag, his flesh burned and cracked. He could barely move, his limbs feeling heavy and unresponsive. He looked up, his vision swimming. Dorian was on his feet, stumbling but still standing, his hammer held defensively. Celine was beside him, her spectral form flickering precariously. The falling debris had missed them, a testament to Gregor's final, desperate act. The emerald light of the nexus was dying, its chaotic pulsing fading. The chamber groaned around them, the very fabric of reality fraying. The whispers of the dying entity had ceased, replaced by an unnerving silence, the quiet of an ending. "Gregor!" Celine's voice, weak but clear, reached him. She was already moving towards him, her spectral form a pale silver light in the encroaching darkness. Dorian followed, his face grim, his movements stiff from the impact. He reached Gregor, his large hand resting on Gregor's burned shoulder. "You saved us," he said, his voice rough. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. Gregor coughed, a ragged sound that sent shards of pain through his chest. He looked at Dorian, at Celine, and for the first time, he saw not rivals, not allies of convenience, but something akin to family. The hard shell of cynicism and self-preservation had finally cracked, revealing the man beneath. He had found something worth fighting for, something worth dying for. "Just buy me a moment," Gregor rasped, his voice barely audible. He struggled to push himself up, to stand on his own 2 feet. He could feel the last vestiges of the entity's power dissipating, the ether in the chamber calming, its wild fury spent. But there was still a residual energy, a volatile instability. And he was the closest to its dying heart. He looked towards the shimmering tear Celine had identified, the jagged rent in reality that promised escape. It was still there, a beacon of hope. "Go," he urged, his voice gaining a sliver of its former strength. "Get through. Now." Celine hesitated, her spectral form wavering. "We can't leave you." "You can," Gregor insisted, pushing against Dorian's supportive hand. I'm not going to make it through that tear. Not in one piece." He looked down at his ravaged body, the blackened armor, the seared flesh. He could feel the etheric corruption seeping into his very being. He was too far gone. Dorian's jaw tightened. He understood. He had seen men broken by worse, and Gregor was beyond repair. But the thought of leaving him behind, of abandoning a comrade who had just sacrificed everything, it was a bitter pill. "Then I'll stay with you," Dorian said, his voice firm, his hammer held ready. "No," Gregor said, his gaze fixed on the tear. "That's an order. You have to get Celine out. That's your mission. That's my mission now. To make sure you both get out." He tried a weak smile. "Someone has to make sure you don't get yourselves killed without me around to clean up your messes." He pushed himself to his feet, swaying precariously. The remaining ether in the chamber was coalescing, not into another destructive surge, but into a final, lingering discharge, the last gasp of the dying nexus. It was a wave of pure, untamed ether, volatile and unpredictable. It was heading, not for Dorian or Celine, but for the already destabilized tier, threatening to collapse it before they could escape. Gregor saw it. He knew what he had to do. It wasn't the grand sacrifice of facing the main surge, but a more nuanced, desperate act. He staggered towards the path of the residual energy, towards the tear. "Gregor, no!" Celine cried, her voice filled with anguish. He ignored her. He walked, each step a monumental effort, towards the chaotic influx of ether. He positioned himself between the dissipating energy and the fragile tear. He spread his arms wide, his burned hands outstretched. "It's my turn," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "To hold the line." He wasn't trying to absorb this energy, he couldn't. He was trying to diffuse it, to redirect it, to buy Celine and Dorian those precious final seconds. He focused his will, not on defiance, but on acceptance. He became a conduit, a living lightning rod. The raw ether slammed into him. It was still agonizing, still destructive, but it was less focused than the initial surge. It tore through him, but instead of atomizing him, it seemed to feed on his broken form, to dissipate its own chaotic energy through his ravaged body. He grunted, his body convulsing, but he held his position. "Go!" he roared, the sound a ragged, dying breath. "Now!" Dorian didn't hesitate. He scooped up Celine, her spectral form clinging to him, and plunged towards the shimmering tier. He spared one last glance back at Gregor, his silhouette a stark, broken figure against the fading emerald light, his stance one of unwavering defiance. Gregor felt the last of his strength drain away. The etheric energy washed over him, not destroying him, but absorbing him, integrating him into its final, fading pulse. He felt a strange sense of peace. He had made his choice. He had found his purpose. He saw the tier widen for a fraction of a second as Dorian and Celine passed through. Then, as Gregor's last vestige of etheric resistance failed, the residual energy surged, not outwards, but inwards, collapsing the tear, sealing it shut. The Nexus was silent. The emerald light was gone, replaced by an absolute, profound darkness. Gregor's broken form, cradled by the dissipating ether, was no more. His sacrifice, a final, uncharacteristic act of selfless heroism, had bought them their escape. He had come to the Nexus a rival, a survivor, a man driven by his own needs. He died a comrade, a protector, a man who found something more precious than survival, a reason to give his life for others. The echo of his defiant roar, however faint, was a testament to a man who had finally found his worth in the face of oblivion. The very foundations of the Nexus groaned, a mournful sound that resonated deep within the bones of the structure. The ritual, once a meticulously woven tapestry of forbidden energies, was now a frayed and tattered ruin. The conduits that had channeled Malachi's malevolent intent, now severed, lashed out erratically, their etheric streams sputtering and dying like overloaded circuits. The core of the ritual, where the godling's essence had been poised to rupture the veil between worlds, was now a black hole of imploding power, a void actively devouring the very energies that had sustained it. Chunks of obsidian, veined with the sickly emerald light that had been the Harbinger's signature, detached from the ceiling and walls, plummeting into the roiling etheric storm below. These were not mere stones, they were fragments of a magically reinforced reality, now disintegrating into dust and raw ether. The air crackled not with focus spells, but with a wild, untamed discharge of forces unbound. The carefully constructed architecture of the Nexus, designed to contain and direct immense power, was now turning against itself, its magical matrix overloaded and collapsing. Celine, her spectral form growing more translucent with each passing second, clung to Dorian's obsidian arm. The ambient ether, no longer contained by the ritual's failing structure, was a corrosive presence, eating away at her ethereal essence. Each gasp for breath, though she had no lungs, was a silent scream against the unraveling reality. Dorian, his massive frame a bulwark against the immediate onslaught, felt the ether seeping into his hardened form, a chilling dampness that spoke of corruption and decay. The very ground beneath his feet was no longer stable. It rippled and warped like water, threatening to swallow them whole. It's collapsing," Celine whispered, her voice a fragile thread against the cacophony of destruction. "The containment, it's gone." Dorian grunted, his knuckles white where he gripped his hammer. "Gregor bought us time. Now we use it." He scanned the chaotic landscape, his gaze sharp despite the overwhelming visual noise. The emerald storm raged, a testament to the sheer power that had been on the cusp of being unleashed, now turned inward in a destructive frenzy. Ancient sigils etched into the obsidian walls flared and died in rapid succession, their protective wards failing under the immense pressure. The Nexus was no longer a nexus of power, it was a tomb in the making, a monument to hubris and failure. The dark ritual, Malachi's masterpiece of forbidden knowledge, was not just failing, it was actively self-destructing, its collapse a chain reaction that threatened to consume everything within its proximity. The air tasted of ozone and something far older, far fouler, the scent of unmaking. "The tear. Gregor pointed us." Celine's voice faltered as another tremor shook the chamber, sending a cascade of debris raining down around them. "It's still there, but it's unstable." Dorian nodded, his gaze locking onto the jagged rent in reality that Gregor had identified. It shimmered like a heat haze, its edges frayed and uncertain. It was their only hope, a fragile promise of escape in a dying world. But the residual energies of the collapsed ritual were now being drawn towards it, the failing nexus attempting to mend itself by consuming the very escape route they sought. "We have to move," Dorian stated, his voice a low rumble of determination. "Now! Before that tear seals itself, or worse, before it collapses inwards and takes us with it." He adjusted his grip on Celine, his movements economical and precise despite the chaos. His obsidian armor, designed to withstand extreme conditions, groaned under the constant etheric bombardment, small fissures appearing and vanishing as he braced himself. The journey across the crumbling chamber was a desperate scramble. The floor buckled and reformed, creating sudden chasms and treacherous inclines. Pillars of obsidian, once gleaming and imposing, now cracked and splintered, their magical reinforcement failing. The emerald storm, though diminished from its peak, still lashed out with unpredictable bursts of raw ether, forcing Dorian to shield Celine with his own body. They passed by the remnants of the ritual's focusing crystals, shattered into 1,000 pieces, their inner light extinguished. The arcane apparatus, a complex arrangement of obsidian and intricately carved bone, was twisted and melted, testament to the catastrophic implosion of energy. Malachi's careful preparations, his years of study and sacrifice, had all culminated in this spectacular, horrifying failure. "Look," Celine gasped, pointing a trembling, ethereal finger towards a section of the chamber that seemed to be holding its form, relatively speaking. "The conduits, they're drawing the energy inwards. Towards the core. That's why it's unstable." Dorian followed her gaze. Indeed, the jagged streams of emerald energy, once chaotic, were now coalescing, drawn by an invisible force towards the epicenter of the implosion. This inward pull was causing the tear to flicker violently, its edges constricting and expanding in a terrifying rhythm. The ritual's collapse was creating a feedback loop, a self-consuming vortex that was rapidly destabilizing the escape route. "He saved us," Dorian said, his voice rough, the words a grudging admission that tasted like ashes. "Gregor." He used himself as a shield, then, he redirected the last blast. "He made sure we had this chance." Celine's spectral form wavered, a silent acknowledgement of Gregor's sacrifice. She had seen his final act, the grim acceptance on his face as he positioned himself between the dying ether and the fragile tear. It was a profound act of selflessness, a stark contrast to the mercenary survivalist they had initially encountered. "We can't just leave him," Celine pleaded, her spectral eyes filled with a sorrow that transcended her incorporeal state. "Even if he's gone, we can't just abandon his memory." "His sacrifice wasn't for remembrance, Celine," Dorian said, his voice heavy. "It was for escape. For us. We honor him by surviving. By completing the mission." He nudged her forward, his massive hand gentle but firm. "The tear, Celine. That's where we go." The closer they got to the shimmering portal, the more apparent its instability became. The air around it vibrated with uncontrolled energy, causing Celine's spectral form to distort and shimmer uncontrollably. Dorian felt a growing pressure against his obsidian plating, as if the very air was trying to crush him. It's resisting," Celine whimpered. "The ether, it's trying to push us back." "Then we push back harder," Dorian growled, planting his feet firmly. He raised his hammer, not as a weapon, but as a focal point, channeling his own formidable etheric reserves into a directed force. "This is the last conduit of Malachi's failure. We have to break through it." He slammed the head of his hammer against the ground, not with destructive force, but with a focused concussive blast. The resulting shockwave rippled outwards, momentarily stabilizing the air around the tear. It was a desperate, last-ditch effort, a gamble born of necessity. "Now!" Dorian roared, pushing Celine towards the shimmering aperture. "Go!" Celine hesitated for a fraction of a second, her spectral form flickering like a candle flame in a gale. The image of Gregor, broken but defiant, was seared into her memory. Then, with a final, mournful glance back at the collapsing chamber, she plunged into the tear. Dorian followed close behind, his massive frame barely fitting through the constricted opening. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world dissolved into a blinding white light, the roar of the collapsing nexus replaced by an unnerving silence. He felt a jarring sensation, as if his very being was being stretched and compressed simultaneously. When he finally found purchase, he was sprawled on solid ground, the air blessedly still and devoid of the corrupting ether. Celine, looking more solid than he had ever seen her, knelt beside him, her spectral form no longer flickering precariously. They had escaped. But the victory was hollow. The price of their escape was etched in the memory of Gregor's sacrifice, a solitary guardian against the storm, his last act a testament to a man who had found his purpose in the heart of ruin. The nexus was gone, a testament to Malachi's ambition and ultimate failure. And with it, a flicker of hope, a nascent camaraderie, had been consumed by the unmaking. The silence that followed was not one of peace, but of absence, a stark reminder of what had been lost in the unraveling. Chapter 14, Ashes and Resolve. The air, thick with the dust of a dying world, clawed at Gregor's lungs. Each ragged breath was a searing testament to the etheric fury that had consumed him and the lingering corruption that now coursed through his veins like molten lead. Dorian's massive hand, surprisingly gentle on his burned shoulder, was a grounding weight in the swirling chaos. Celine, her spectral form a pale echo of her former self, was already moving, a silver ghost against the deepening gloom. "We need to go," she urged, her voice a strained whisper that barely cut through the groaning lament of the collapsing nexus. "The tear. Gregor, you said it was our only way out." Gregor nodded, the movement sending tremors of pain through his fractured body. He tried to push himself up, a primal urge to stand, to fight, warring with the dead weight of his ravaged limbs. "It is. But it's fading." He could feel it, a subtle shift in the etheric currents, the nascent portal to Eldoria's ravaged surface growing weaker, its shimmering edges beginning to fray like old parchment. Dorian's gaze, usually sharp and assessing, was clouded with a grim understanding. He had seen Gregor's final act, the desperate redirection of the Nexus's dying breath. It was a sacrifice that had bought them precious moments, but those moments were now evaporating like dew under a scorching sun. "We don't have time to linger," he rumbled, his voice a low growl of urgency. He pulled Celine closer, his obsidian armor protesting with a series of sharp creaks. "The Nexus is unraveling. This entire chamber is about to become a tomb." The ground beneath them, a mosaic of cracked obsidian and pulsating emerald veins, shuddered violently. A colossal section of the ceiling, dislodged by the cataclysmic implosion, tore free and plunged downwards, a jagged shadow against the fading light. It wasn't aimed at them directly, but its sheer size and the uncontrolled descent meant it was an immediate, unavoidable threat. "Move!" Dorian roared, his voice amplified by sheer will and desperation. He shoved Celine forward, his powerful frame acting as a shield, pushing her towards the wavering tier. Gregor, gritting his teeth against the blinding agony, forced himself to his feet. The etheric corruption within him made his muscles twitch and seize, but the ingrained instincts of a soldier kicked in. He had to buy them more time. He had to make sure their escape was not in vain. He stumbled, his vision blurring, the world tilting precariously. The air crackled with residual energy, the dying embers of the Nexus's failed ritual lashing out in uncontrolled bursts. It wasn't the focused malice of Malachi, but the wild, untamed fury of a dying godling, its essence imploding and tearing reality asunder. Each surge of energy was a physical blow, a wave of pure ether that threatened to atomize Gregor's already broken form. "Gregor!" Celine cried out, her spectral voice laced with terror as she saw him falter. She tried to turn back, to offer assistance, but Dorian's iron grip held her fast. "He's buying us time, Celine," Dorian said, his voice tight with strain. "We owe him this. We owe ourselves this. Keep moving." The tear flickered again, a violent contraction that seemed to suck the light from the chamber. It was a precarious gateway, a wound in reality that was attempting to heal itself by collapsing inward. The inward pull of the Nexus's implosion was drawing the residual energies towards the tear, making its edges writhe and churn like tormented water. Gregor felt the pull, a nauseating tug that threatened to drag him into the vortex of destruction. He fought against it, planting his feet, his burned hands outstretched as if to physically push back against the collapsing structure. His armor, once a symbol of his resilience, was now a molten slag, clinging to his seared flesh. The etheric corruption coursed through him, a burning tide, but beneath it, a sliver of defiance remained. He focused on the tear, on Celine and Dorian's retreat. That was his mission now. His final, unasked-for task. He staggered forward, each step a monumental effort, towards the erratic pulse of the tear. The falling debris created a tempest of dust and shrapnel, the groaning of the Nexus a symphony of impending doom. The very architecture of the chamber seemed to writhe, obsidian walls buckling and fracturing, their arcane reinforcement failing. The remnants of Malachi's ritual, once a meticulously crafted instrument of destruction, were now a chaotic, self-destructive force. "Come on!" Dorian roared, his voice a primal sound of exertion. He was dragging Celine, pulling her through the thickening miasma of collapsing reality. The spectral energy that comprised Celine's form flickered wildly, the raw etheric exposure a constant threat to her existence. Dorian's own formidable etheric resilience was being tested to its limits, the corrosive energy gnawing at the edges of his obsidian shell. Gregor saw a fissure open in the floor ahead of them, a hungry maw ready to swallow anything that strayed too close. He didn't have the strength to warn them, not with words, but he had the etheric discipline, ingrained from years of hard-won battles. He channeled what little pure ether remained within him, a desperate surge of will, and forced it into a targeted blast, aiming at the edge of the chasm. It wasn't enough to bridge it, but it was enough to momentarily widen it, forcing Dorian to alter his path, giving Celine a fraction of a second to react. "Damn you, Gregor!" Dorian yelled, his voice a mixture of frustration and grudging respect. He knew Gregor was buying them time, but the cost was visible in the broken man's every strained movement. The tear pulsed again, a violent contraction that seemed to draw the very air out of the chamber. It was shrinking, its chaotic energy threatening to seal it shut permanently. Time was not merely running out, it was actively being stolen from them. Almost there. Celine gasped, her spectral form stretching and contorting as she was pulled towards the shimmering aperture. She risked a glance back, her ethereal eyes widening in horror. Gregor, his silhouette stark against the swirling dust and dying light, was deliberately positioning himself in the path of a torrent of raw etheric energy, the lingering discharge of the Nexus's core. He wasn't trying to absorb it, he was trying to diffuse it, to become a living lightning rod, to redirect its destructive path away from the tear. "Gregor, no!" Her cry was a wrenching sound, a lament for a man who had, in his final moments, become something far more than they had ever expected. He ignored her, his face a mask of grim determination. He spread his arms wide, his burned hands outstretched, a broken crucifix against the encroaching oblivion. He felt the ether slam into him, a searing, tearing agony, but it was different this time. It wasn't trying to obliterate him, it was consuming him, feeding on his ravaged form, dissipating its own chaotic energy through his broken body. He grunted, his form convulsing, but he held his ground. "G.O., he roared, the sound a ragged, dying echo, lost in the cacophony of the collapsing Nexus. "Now!" Dorian didn't hesitate. He saw the tear widen, a fleeting reprieve born of Gregor's ultimate sacrifice. He scooped up Celine, her spectral form clinging to him like a desperate embrace, and plunged headlong into the shimmering maw. He felt a violent lurch, a sensation of being torn apart and reassembled, as the world dissolved into a blinding white light. Gregor felt his strength drain away, the last vestiges of his will dissolving into the etheric tide. The Nexus was falling, its final moments a symphony of destruction. He saw the tear widen for a heartbeat as Dorian and Celine passed through. Then, as Gregor's final resistance gave way, the residual energy surged, not outwards, but inwards, collapsing the tear, sealing it shut with a deafening finality. The Nexus was gone. Silence descended, absolute and profound. Gregor's broken form, cradled by the dissipating ether, was no more. His sacrifice, a defiant act of selflessness, had bought them their escape. He had come to the Nexus as a rival, a survivor, driven by his own agenda. He died a comrade, a protector, a man who found his purpose in the face of oblivion. The echo of his roar, however faint, was a testament to a man who had found his worth in the heart of ruin. When Dorian's senses returned, he was sprawled on solid ground, the air blessedly still and free of the suffocating, corrupting ether. Beside him, Celine knelt, her spectral form no longer flickering precariously, but radiating a steady, silver light. They had escaped Eldoria's grasp, but the victory was a hollow one, tainted by the ashes of Gregor's sacrifice. The Nexus, a monument to Malachi's ambition and ultimate failure, had been consumed by its own destructive power, taking with it not only a burgeoning threat but also a flicker of unexpected camaraderie. The silence that followed was not one of peace, but of absence, a stark reminder of the price of their survival. The jagged tear, their only hope, had been their gateway, but its violent closure sealed away any possibility of return, leaving them stranded in an unknown land, burdened by the ghosts of those they had left behind. The world that greeted them was a bruised and broken thing, a tapestry of desolation woven with the dying threads of a shattered etheric nexus. Gone was the suffocating pressure of Eldoria's dying heart, replaced by an air that, while still carrying the acrid tang of arcane fallout, felt blessedly thin and clean against Celine's ethereal lungs. They had stumbled through the residual energy of the tear, a violent expulsion that had deposited them unceremoniously onto a barren, cracked plain under a sky the color of old bruises. Celine knelt, her spectral form solidifying, the silver light within her dimming as she took in the alien landscape. Jagged, obsidian-like spires, remnants of some forgotten geological upheaval or perhaps the outermost fringes of Eldoria's corrupted crust, jutted towards the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground beneath her was a mosaic of petrified dust and pulverized rock, interspersed with veins of what looked like solidified, black ichor. There was no sign of flora, no whisper of life, only an overwhelming silence that pressed in on them, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the Nexus's final moments. Beside her, Dorian heaved himself to his feet, his obsidian armor scuffed and scarred, bearing the marks of their harrowing escape. He moved with a grim deliberation, his massive frame radiating a palpable aura of weariness. His gaze swept across the desolate panorama, his brow furrowed, not in anger, but in a profound, bone-deep assessment of their surroundings. The weight of their actions, the sheer audacity of what they had accomplished, and more importantly, the staggering cost of it, settled upon him like a shroud. "Gregor!" Celine whispered, her voice thin, a thread of concern woven through the heavy silence. She didn't need to turn to know he was there, or rather, where he had been. The lingering tendrils of raw ether that had pulsed from the collapsing nexus had been a beacon, a testament to his final act. Dorian's response was a low rumble, devoid of its usual resonance. He made sure of it, Celine. He gave us the space. The time. He didn't need to elaborate. They had all seen it. The impossible stand. The refusal to yield. The final, desperate redirection of a dying godling's fury. Gregor, the man who had entered the Nexus as a potential adversary, had left it as the bedrock of their survival. The air tasted of ash and the phantom tang of burned ether. Celine pushed herself up, her spectral legs finding purchase on the unyielding ground. Her mind, usually a whirlwind of arcane knowledge and strategic calculation, felt sluggish, almost numb. The influx of information from the Nexus, the sheer raw data Gregor had forced into her consciousness, was a torrent she was still struggling to process. Fragments of forgotten histories, the machinations of Malachi, the underlying structure of Eldoria's etheric core, it was all there, a dizzying, terrifying repository of knowledge. The knowledge. She began, her voice a hushed murmur, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile calm. Gregor shared it. The etheric matrix, the pathways of corruption. It's all here, Dorian. She tapped her temple, her spectral fingers phasing slightly through her brow. Malachi's ambition wasn't just about domination. It was about rewriting the very fabric of existence, weaving his corrupted essence into the ether itself. He sought to become a living god, not just of Eldoria, but of the ether beyond. Dorian grunted, the sound a deep exhalation that stirred the dust around his boots. And the Nexus was his loom. He gestured vaguely back in the direction they had come, though the tier through which they had passed was already gone, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air, a scar that was rapidly healing. A loom that consumed its weaver. He almost succeeded, Celine continued, her spectral eyes distant, reflecting the alien sky. The corruption was deep. A parasitic symbiosis, feeding on the world's very life force. And Gregor, he absorbed the worst of it, didn't he? To contain it. To give us a chance. A shudder ran through her spectral form. The etheric resonance within him, it was like a dying star. Powerful, but unstable. He sacrificed himself to dampen the blast wave, to prevent the Nexus's implosion from tearing this world apart along with itself. The weight of that knowledge was a heavy burden. It wasn't just a tactical victory, it was a profound, world-altering event they had just witnessed, and, in a way, orchestrated. Malachi's grand design, the insidious spread of his corrupted ether, had been halted, but the process had been violent, cataclysmic. The Nexus, the heart of Eldoria's arcane power, had imploded, its energies dissipating in a way that was both destructive and, paradoxically, salvific. And the cost? Dorian's voice trailed off as he finally looked at Celine, his gaze piercing. The cost was Gregor. And perhaps more than we know. This place, it feels wrong. Unsettled. He kicked at a loose stone, sending it skittering across the barren expanse. We walked through a dying etheric heart. The residual energies, they linger. They seep. Celine nodded, a shiver of apprehension tracing through her spectral form. I can feel it. A subtle dissonance in the world's etheric hum. It's not the raw, burning corruption of Malachi's influence, but something older. Deeper. Like the scars left on a body after a grievous wound. The essence of this world was fundamentally altered by the Nexus's collapse. They stood in a profound silence, the only sounds the whisper of the wind and the faint crunch of Dorian's boots on the parched earth. Celine tried to catalogue the knowledge Gregor had imparted, to impose some order on the chaotic influx. She saw now the intricate web of corrupted ether that had begun to spread from the Nexus, a cancer on the world. Gregor's sacrifice had not only prevented a further cataclysm but had also, in his final moments, acted as a conduit, absorbing a significant portion of the immediate, explosive release of corrupted energy. But the absorption had come at a price that was etched into his very being, a price he had willingly paid. He managed to purge some of the corruption, Celine said, her voice distant, her mind sifting through the torrent of shared memories and sensations. Through the redirection. But not all. The ether he absorbed, it's still within him. A volatile mixture. I saw it, Dorian. It was agony. He was burning from the inside out. Dorian's hand instinctively went to his own armor, tracing the faint etchings that marked his own battles. He understood the concept of carrying the weight of conflict within one's very being. But he's alive, he stated, the words a flat pronouncement of fact. He's here. Or, he was. Celine's spectral form flickered. I don't know if alive is the right word, Dorian. Changed. His etheric signature is fractured. The corruption is a part of him now, a shadow clinging to his soul. He might be breathing, he might be thinking, but the Gregor we knew has been fundamentally altered by the ether he consumed. The thought sent a cold dread through her. The knowledge he had gained was immense, but the price of that knowledge was also immeasurable. He bought us our lives, Dorian said, his voice low, gravelly. That is all that matters now. We are on solid ground. Eldoria's corrupted heart has ceased its beat. And we have Gregor. Whatever state he is in, we have him. He turned, his gaze scanning the horizon with a practiced intensity. This place is unknown. We need to find shelter, water, and assess our resources. Celine's gaze followed his. The stark reality of their situation was beginning to dawn. They had escaped the immediate inferno, but they were stranded. Without a functioning etheric nexus, their ability to navigate the fractured planes of existence was severely limited. Gregor's insights had provided them with crucial knowledge about Malachai's network, but they were now cut off from their intended destination, wherever that might be. The tear, Celine mused, her spectral hand tracing the faint scar in the air where it had been. It was a singular event. A consequence of the Nexus's implosion. It won't reopen. We are marooned. We adapt, Dorian stated, his voice firm, a bedrock of resolve in the face of uncertainty. We always have. Gregor's sacrifice was not in vain. He ensured our escape. Now, we ensure our survival. He began to walk, his heavy boots kicking up plumes of dust. We need to understand where we are. And then, we find a way forward. The knowledge Gregor gave you, Celine, that is our map. Even if the roads are broken and the signs are gone. Celine followed him, her spectral form a pale glow against the encroaching twilight. Gregor's act of defiance, his willingness to become a vessel for the very corruption he fought, was a testament to the resilience of the spirit, even when the flesh was broken. He had faced oblivion and emerged, not unscathed, but alive. The etheric corruption within him was a dangerous passenger, a ticking time bomb, but it was also a symbol of his ultimate triumph over Malachai's designs. He had refused to be consumed, choosing instead to carry the weight of the world's pain, forever marked by it. As they walked, Celine's mind continued to sift through the residual etheric echoes Gregor had imprinted upon her. She saw the faces of the Nexus Guardians, their final moments of defiance. She felt the oppressive weight of Malachai's will, a dark tapestry of ambition and despair. And then, she felt Gregor. Not just the present, broken echo of him, but the memories, the raw emotions, the flickering embers of his spirit. His courage, his fear, his grim determination. He had looked into the abyss and had not flinched. He absorbed the corrupted ether from the primary conduits, Celine murmured, her voice barely audible above the wind. The conduits that Malachai had woven into the very structure of the Nexus. To sever those connections, to disrupt the flow, it would have required him to become the junction point. The sacrifice was inevitable. Dorian. The Nexus was a prison, and Gregor became the lock, trapping its most potent poisons within himself. Dorian stopped and turned, his gaze fixed on Celine. And now, he carries that poison. He ran a gauntleted hand over his scarred face. How do we heal him? Can we? Celine hesitated, the spectral light within her flickering like a wounded flame. That is the question, isn't it? The corruption is a part of him now. Not an external invader, but an intrinsic component of his etheric being. Healing him would require a fundamental alteration. A recalibration of his very essence. It's a task that may be beyond our current capabilities, Dorian. Beyond the capabilities of any healing art I know. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. They had escaped, they had achieved their objective of stopping Malachi's immediate threat, but they had done so at the cost of one of their own, and their path forward was fraught with peril. Gregor, their greatest asset in understanding the etheric corruption, was now its most potent manifestation. He still possesses the knowledge, though, Dorian said, his voice a low growl of determination. Even in his altered state, Gregor's mind is a repository of Malachi's secrets. The pathways of his influence, the nodes of his power, the weaknesses in his network. That is what we need. That is what Gregor died to give us, in his own way. Celine nodded, the spectral light of her form steadying. Yes. The knowledge is profound. It's the key to dismantling Malachi's entire network, not just this manifestation in Eldoria. But Gregor is the keeper of that key, and he is fragile. The corruption could consume him at any moment. She looked back at the desolate landscape, the sky darkening as the alien sun dipped below the jagged horizon. We need to find a safe haven. A place where we can understand what we have gained, and what we have lost. Dorian's gaze was fixed on the distant, dark shapes that hinted at the edge of a mountain range. There, he said, pointing with a gloved hand. Those peaks might offer shelter. And perhaps there, we can begin to understand the true cost of our victory. He turned back to Celine, his face grim. We saved what we could, Celine. We escaped the inferno. And we have Gregor, for whatever that is worth now. We will not let his sacrifice be in vain. Celine met his gaze, her spectral eyes reflecting the dying light. Gregor's sacrifice had been the ultimate act of defiance. He had faced a force that could shatter worlds and, instead of succumbing, had become a living shield, a testament to the indomitable will of a warrior. He was a walking embodiment of the corruption he had absorbed, a grim reminder of the price of victory. But in his altered state, he held the key to understanding and ultimately defeating Malachi's insidious plans. They had survived, but the journey had just begun, and the path ahead was shrouded in the ashes of their most recent battle and the uncertain resolve of a warrior forever changed. The silence of this new world was not an ending, but a somber preamble to the challenges that lay ahead. The wind that scoured this desolate expanse carried no scent of life, only the metallic tang of ancient dust and the lingering phantom whisper of arcane energies. Dorian moved through it not as the Ashen Hunter, but as something more. The obsidian plates of his armor, once a symbol of his detachment, his singular focus on the hunt, now felt like a second skin, heavy with the weight of recent horrors and the dawning realization of a responsibility that stretched beyond his own survival. He had always been a man of stark pragmatism, his existence a calculated series of actions and reactions, honed by the unforgiving nature of his calling. But the conflagration within the Nexus, the impossible choices made, and the ultimate sacrifice of Gregor, had etched new lines into his soul, lines that spoke of a capacity for something beyond the cold calculus of survival. He remembered the moment the world had fractured, the sheer, unadulterated power unleashed by Malachi's ambition, and then Gregor. Gregor, the man who had stood against the tide, who had absorbed the very poison they fought, and who now was a testament to the terrifying price of victory. Seeing Gregor's fractured etheric signature, the corruption festering within him like a parasitic growth, had been a visceral shock. It had stripped away Dorian's carefully constructed defenses, forcing him to confront the fragility of life, the precariousness of identity, and the profound loneliness of a path walked in isolation. He had always believed that detachment was strength, that emotion was a vulnerability to be purged. But in the face of Gregor's agonizing transformation, a different truth had begun to assert itself, that true strength might lie not in the absence of connection, but in the fierce, unwavering protection of what little remained.